How do I multi? listening to the podcast.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hola, ni hao. Konbanwa. Annyeonghaseyo, bitches. Welcome to another episode of the Genius Brain Podcast. I'm your host, David So.
Ciao, I'm your other host, Joe.
Ciao.
Jitsukawa.
Ciao. I forgot one, dude. Ciao, motherfuckers.
Ciao.
Mr. Ciao, motherfuckers. Hey, Joe is back from his fucking Expedition Euro trip, baby.
Guten Tag, mother asses.
Was that your first time to Europe?
No, we went to France together, bro.
Oh, shit, I forgot, dude. Oh, shout outs to Casey and Tiff. Your wedding was lovely. I forgot I was in Europe.
I think it's one of those things where we forgot that it was actually, it felt like America.
It felt like a JK company trip just to another part of the United States.
Yeah.
And the villagers of the
Because
pumpkin
Paris is just a
pastures go on
different
to fight
place.
another
Like,
day.
I don't know.
You know what the hardest part about being in Paris was when we were there, I didn't realize that there are certain parts of this world, obviously because I'm a fucking stupid American, that there's people who don't use fucking Yelp. And
Yeah.
France is one of those places that they don't give a fuck about Yelp.
So, what? Maybe I heard they use other things out there like TripAdvisor or whatever.
When we were out there, we were trying to find good spots to eat, and God, fuck, man, like we went to like all these Yelp spots, but they're not French people using the Yelp spots, of course, because it's all in English.
Yeah.
It's American tourists who go to these American tourist traps and they rate them based on their shit ass palate.
Yep.
And so I think like 80% of the places that I went to in France was terrible. Not to knock on France, or Paris, but it was just because we went to every crappy spot because every.
I didn't like French food.
It was not. Well, first of all.
But the bread was good.
Oh, well, I mean, the bread was fucking fire everywhere. The baked goods in France are amazing. I think the part where I fucked up, which I didn't know until we found out after, apparently, poisson, which I think is chicken, is their shit.
Oh.
And I was eating other stuff besides fucking chicken, but I guess
Poultry
like,
was their shit, huh?
yeah, I heard like chicken is like the thing that they do really, really,
I heard
really.
duck is good too.
Yeah, we just.
I had a steak there and I was like, what is this? Sacre bleu. This is not a steak.
I had their steak tartare, which was very good. The raw cubed up steak.
Yeah.
That was great, but yeah, France was just one of those spots that when we went to it was a good culture break though, because I think that's where they have a lot of history there.
Yeah.
And they respect it a lot, and so the history in the buildings it's just everywhere.
But it was so dirty. France is so dirty, man.
It's a lot of people.
It's a lot, but it was the dirtiest. Just from so I went to London, I went to Prague, which is in the Czech Republic, and I went to Vienna, which is in Austria, and then after visiting all that, I was like, Paris is fucking filthy, dude.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty dirty.
Is that clean everywhere else?
Maybe not London, but everywhere else, yeah. London's is like here. It's I mean, but it's
I just speak a little differently.
yeah. So like so here's the game plan, right? So the game plan was I'm going to go with a fucking one-way ticket to London.
Madness.
Cuz it's like London has a lot of airports, so you could get some cheap ass tickets. Like I even found one ticket. It's a one-way ticket from LAX to London for $150, Norwegian Airlines.
Damn.
Yeah, $150, man. Isn't that crazy?
I can't believe you did a one-way ticket. I get scared for doing that shit. I need to make sure I have an exit plan.
Well, I did. For sure, I knew that I was gonna come back from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Because I was meeting my buddy Kyle out there. So I said, okay, for sure I'm gonna go to London because I always wanted to go to the UK. I wanted to check out, like, we just have a huge fan base there. And my friend was meeting me out there anyway, so I was like, whatever. And I knew I was gonna fly back from the Netherlands. In between though, for the next 3 weeks, we didn't know what we were gonna do. So that's when I was like, all right, let's do it, man. Because if I didn't have JK News to come back to, I wouldn't have gotten a ticket back home.
Oh, you would have stayed out longer.
No, I mean, I would have just got a ticket there and flew back from whatever city was convenient.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I mean, it all just kind of worked out that way. But originally, here's the plan. It was to go there, one-way ticket, and just figure it out.
That's fucking crazy. I can't do that. I get nervous just thinking about that shit, dude. Somebody might kidnap me, my big ass. That's fucking scary.
Man, I ended up at a dude's house that I met for 2 days.
I can't do that shit, dude. You live life on the fucking edge, man.
But I also read people good.
Joe, I don't give a fuck who you think you read well or not. You're sleeping at a fucking stranger's house, man. Well, I don't know. I feel like maybe people out in Europe are maybe different than us. Because I know for us, I think in the United States, that's just not happening, man.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's good people everywhere. And there are a lot of, so, okay, I feel safe too is because they've either watched my stuff in the past. So, like, they kind of know who I am. Or they're a friend of a friend.
Hey, man, I invited somebody to this podcast that was actually somebody who knew, and I almost got fucking extorted. So there's we'll get into that story later, but that doesn't mean shit, Joe.
But at the end of the day, don't you feel like you could kill somebody before they can kill you?
Depending, dude. It depends on if it's a guy or a girl. If it's a guy for sure, if it's a girl, I think they have the upper hand. They can just make up stories on fuck.
Maybe I'm just weird because I feel like you bring me into your house. I'm more dangerous than you guys.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, I guess it's the other way around, right?
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Like, well, if anything happens, oh well.
What was the first thing that you did when you landed
Okay,
in Europe?
so when I went there, it was like, well, obviously we had to just fucking, we were there on a Friday, so it was like, well, let's check out the
Tell me about.
fucking club scene. Yeah, and then I met a couple of people out there. Shout outs to Min. He owns I forgot the name of the club, but he owns a club and he took care of us.
Min's like, fuck, Joe, come on down.
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, and I met a couple of guys out there, really cool dudes. Yeah, and then we just bonded. Like, it's like, you know, when you click with people immediately, right? And then the thing is, I think also why I trusted them too is that I met their family immediately.
Oh, okay.
So, like, there was this, you know that picture I have of me at a Vietnamese event?
Yeah, when I was looking at that shit, dude, I'm like, why did you go to London? Did you go to London to go to the SGV, dude? What the fuck did you, what's going on here?
No, so, okay. I think it was the day before Christmas Eve, right? The night before. So, one of the guy's dads threw the event. So he was just like, oh, I gotta work the event, but there's free food, whatever, you guys wanna come down? And I'm like, well, shit, I don't have anything planned. So I went there and we're just eating and hanging out and I'm meeting people and I'm listening to traditional Vietnamese music. And
Fucking Paris by night and shit,
yeah,
dude.
and I went to 2 of those while I was in Europe too.
What the fuck?
Dude, Vietnamese people have been giving me so much love. Like, the community is strong, bro. Like, there's what I noticed is that when we're doing JK, right, all the skits, all this stuff, Asian, English-speaking Asians all over the world, that was their childhood. And obviously the Vietnamese, like, diaspora, like the you know, the former, like, you know, like the expats, like the Vietnamese Americans, Vietnamese, you know, British or whatever, they all connect to the content that we created. And it just so happens that it all started because my buddy Kyle in Vietnam, he creates content, you know, connecting Vietnamese families that were lost after the war, they whatever. And so he knows, like, other Vietnamese kids, Vietnamese, British or whatever, and he introduces me to them, and then you know, it just goes down the line like that. So it just so happened that, you know, they're welcoming in their communities with open arms and shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I got there, but I just got there.
What in the fuck, man? That's such a weird thing to do. So you went there. So you went out there. You landed. You went out to a club.
Yeah, and then the next day, we're just partying, we're hanging out, we're going on dates. By the way, picking up girls out there and hanging out is super easy.
Everybody says that. Why is that?
Because everyone's friendly, like, and you just hang out and you know, you enjoy life. Like, I don't know, it's not like LA. Maybe LA is a different beast.
For sure. I mean, even from Sacramento to LA.
Yeah.
LA girls, I don't know what it is, and it's probably LA guys too. Maybe LA guys are extremely thirsty, and maybe that's why LA girls get really jaded.
Yeah.
But there's just something about the city where it's a lot more work and effort to even get just a comfortable conversation going, depending on where it's going to lead, right? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of factors depending on where you're going. You know, like if it's a highfalutin area, then you're not dressed the part, then obviously people will ignore you. But
Yeah.
think about LA, like it's not as, it can happen, but it's not as easy.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been here all my life too, right? And it's very cliquish.
Yeah.
Like you got to know someone that knows someone, or
People only stick to the groups that they come with.
Yeah.
And then it's like, fuck you to everybody else, which is kind of an odd thing for me. It's like, yo, if you're going to go out in this public space, expect for people to hit on you or, you know, try to say what's up.
yeah, but it's not like that in like Europe. Like we'll go have some shisha or hookah, you know, and we're just talking, and there'll be a party full of girls right there. And it's like, oh, hey, where you from? And then we'll combine parties, and my friends will pick up, get their numbers, fucking go date them after, whatever. They're like, yeah, that's normal. But for them, they say that the U.S., they get laid quicker. Out there, it's easy to have conversations and hang out.
And then it'll lead to something maybe.
It might, but they said that their chances for one-night stands in the States are quicker, and I'm like, where did you go? And they're like, Vegas. Well, duh.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody's there for a one-night stand, bro.
Duh, yeah, it's
different.
Vegas. But also, they have British accents. So,
Easy.
one of them, Tony, is a 6-foot Vietnamese boy, handsome boy. The other guy, Chip, he's like 5'11". He's still tall.
Damn, I've never met a 6-foot
They're and then Mint's tall too. I told him, you guys are the tallest fucking Vietnamese I've ever met.
Yeah, they're usually
They're
like,
all over 5'10".
that's crazy.
You see me in a photo with them, I'm just like, man, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
I'm like a Japanese midget.
That's cool. So you met these dudes. I mean, you went clubbing. Man, when's the last time you went clubbing, dude?
I can't even remember. And even if I go, it's like for work, you know, like
Yeah.
I'm going to network. I never went just to like sip on a drink and talk to people. I actually enjoy lounges better.
Yeah, lounges are dope. Lounges have
You just
the,
get a few drinks and talk and hang out.
Yeah, there's a dope DJ
Yeah.
there, and you know, there's like sometimes these lounges have a dance floor. If you guys want to fucking bump the grind, you get it on up there.
We went to a rooftop lounge and there wasn't music. It was more like a bar.
Yeah.
It was like couches, really cozy, and we just hung out. That was really fun.
Yeah, that's dope. I mean, lounging is kind of cool. I feel like lounging is always the next step after clubbing, right? Because
Yeah.
you still want to dress up, you still want to look good, you still want to hear dope music from a dope DJ, get drinks, but you just don't like the part where it's fucking hot and sweating, you're bumping, grinding with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like lounges for me was like the shit after a while.
Yeah.
Like going to bars and it's like, yo, you want to hit up a bar or you want to go to a lounge? You know? This podcast is brought to you by Purple, my friends. Purple mattress has saved my back, has saved my life, and has saved my sleep time. You spend a lot of your life sleeping on the regular. I don't think you realize how much of our life is you sleeping. If you're not having a good night's sleep, you don't know what's going on, my friends. A Purple mattress just hugs you like a grandmother's hug. It just fills up your soul, makes me feel great, and in fact, ever since I started using Purple, I started pop locking again. That's a lie, but I love my Purple mattress, and it does help out with my sleep because I slept on a crappy spring mattress before, and it ruined my back. So Purple, thank you for that. Check it out. You're going to love Purple, and right now, my listeners will get a free Purple pillow with the purchase of a mattress. That's in addition to the great free gifts they're offering site-wide. Just text BRAIN to 84-888. The only way to get this free pillow is to text BRAIN to 84-888. That's BRAIN to 84888.
I drank a lot too. For some reason, I was able to drink. Yeah, just like I have to find my safe drinks.
What are your
Cans
safe
of beer,
drinks?
gin and tonic.
Gin and tonics are good though. I
Yeah.
like gin and tonics.
It doesn't fuck me up.
Oh really?
I think I'm fucked up with the wheat or something.
Might be. You might have like a wheat allergy or something, or like the
Yeah.
barley or some shit like that.
Cause I got a non-alcoholic beer. We went to like this festival called Winter Wonderland, and then I drank a non-alcoholic beer, and
Fucked
it still gave me a headache. So I'm like, I think it's the wheat, man.
Maybe it's something that and the alcohol. Because if you're fine with like gin and tonic, then you're okay.
Yeah, So I'm starting to I can drink, I can hang out, and I'm just like, oh, this is fucking fun, dude. It's really fun. So I didn't know what the hell to do because during London, everything closes on Christmas. I mean, I was like, oh shit, things actually close here. Like, I mean, because you know, Christmas is a big deal out there. I was like, that's a white people holiday.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
their shit.
Yeah, in LA, like you still got a fuck ton of Asian restaurants, a fuck ton of all kinds of other shit that's open. No one
Yeah.
really celebrates Christmas the way they do it out there.
Yeah.
Out there, like they have these things called Christmas markets. That shit's dope, dude.
Oh, really?
It's like the 626 night market, but like Christmas themed, and it's everywhere. Like you go to like a town square, you go to like one of those like those monuments and shit, and it's just there. And then they have like pretzels and beer and all kinds of fucking.
Okay.
And have you heard mulled wine?
No, what's that?
That's fucking delicious, dude. So they warm this wine up and then they mix it with berries and cinnamon and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
It is so
I
good,
haven't
bro.
had it, but I saw it on like a European cooking show.
It is so good because I was able to drink that too because you can't taste the alcohol and it creeps on you because there's a high alcohol content, but you can't taste it. So you before you know you're fucked up, but it's like you were drinking some good ass juice.
And it just tastes delicious.
It was so good, man.
Damn. So you said you want a couple dates?
Yeah.
Look at you, dude. That motherfucker back in the game, baby. That's tight, dude. That bounce back game is dope, dude. You got to rebound like no fucking other, homie. It's tight.
Yeah, and then they're really sweet, nice, awesome,
What's it feel like dating?
amazing. Like, fuck, dude. Okay, so here's the thing. What I realized is I thought to myself in the past, like, oh, I don't want to go through that again. Like, I don't want to go through the search. I don't want to go through, like,
Getting to know somebody all over.
yeah, getting to, you know, like, what do you call it? Like trying to get approval, like trying to pick up what I realize is I don't have to do any of that shit. It's not that hard,
Yeah.
especially in Europe. It's like a friend of a friend. Oh, so-and-so knows so-and-so. Is like, oh, this guy's someone, you know, he's kind of someone important or whatever, and they want to get to know me. Or like sliding in the DMs.
Damn, dude.
Ever since the breakup was official, dude, the floodgates have been open, bro.
You fucking loose ass women, dude. You're like, oh, his heart is broken. I could heal it with this pussy.
You know what though? That was one of the things that was a pickup line from women.
Really?
It was like not exactly, but not what you said. Of course, it's not like come fuck this and feel better.
Yeah.
But
Which
it
would
was
work.
straight up like if you need someone to talk to, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of shit. And at first, my low self-esteem ass would just really talk to them and be like, yeah, so this is what, you know, thank you for your time. And then it's like, oh wait,
Thank you for your time.
oh wait, they actually wanted more than
Yeah, it's like, okay, but are we gonna fuck or not? It's like, well, I thought you said you're just gonna listen to me. I'm not ready.
I'm like, yeah. No, I mean, it was crazy. Like, I realized that being in a toxic relationship, and it wasn't just toxic for me, it was toxic for Jess too. The thing was, we really fucked each other's self-esteem in the past couple of years. Like, we really made each other feel small. And I think if I can go back and do it over again, I wish I never fucked her fucking self-esteem up like that.
Yeah.
Because I realize now how bad that was, because I was unaware. Like, it's like smoking a cigarette. Like, every single day you smoke one, and then before you know it, you got fucking emphysema or some shit, right?
Yeah.
It's a slow killer. So over the years, you're chipping away at each other's self-worth, confidence, whatever it is, and you're unaware that you've been all fucked up.
Yeah.
So one of the things was like, you know, like basically I was told I suck at kissing, right? And then, I mean, it was said on JK News before. It's not like a secret or whatever, but I was told that. So even though it might be true to her, in my head, I thought that was,
True to everybody.
yeah, that was it. I was like, I suck at kissing. I'm unromantic, whatever. I can't. But what ended up happening was I fucking kissed all damn night.
And ain't nobody make no fucking complaints, alright?
Yeah.
Shit. And in fact, they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
And yeah, and it was like the energy was great. They wanted more and more. And so in my head, I'm like, man, this is fucking crazy.
Wait, was the kissing issue that you had with Jess, was that something that was since day one, or was that later on when things started going sour between you two?
I didn't even know that I sucked at it, but I believe that it was after things went sour. So to me, anything that was said in the past or whatever, it's forgiven, and I'm not holding on to it. It's just I'm using it as an example.
For sure, for
Right.
sure.
But then I do believe it's probably something that was said out of spite. But it still fucks with my head at the time.
Of course, because like when things are bad, like you know, and you guys are not like coexisting in a very happy place. A lot of that stuff that you know you've said to her, she said to you, was just out of being vengeful.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't even know that you're saying it sometimes, right? And it's just, and I don't think we really think about the consequences and the repercussions of what we say during those heated emotional times, and it tends to carry with somebody, right? Like for example, being told that, you know, you're not that great of a kisser, and it starts to become truth after it's said to you over and over and over.
Yeah, and I don't even have the confidence to kiss another person because I already told myself like, oh, she's probably not gonna
Like
want
it,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. But she wanted more, and she's like, more, and fucking, man, it was crazy because yeah, it's like dancing, right? So it's like with some dance partners you could fucking move and it's natural, and other dance partners it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So it's an energy thing, right? So I started to recognize this, like, okay, there's people out there that just fucking wants you for who you are. And there's
Yeah.
other people that you have to work for it.
Yeah.
And I know this is cliche and people say that, but now I know what that means. Like, it just fucking works and it makes sense and it's so natural and then you're appreciated and all these things. And I'm like, oh man, this is what people were talking about.
Do you think you going out to Europe and kind of dating again kind of just recharged your batteries in terms of like the dating scene? Because it seems like, you know, before dating and, you know, you finding these things out, it was like a lot of the stuff that kind of mentally fucked you up in terms of your self-esteem as a man, in terms of being like feeling that you're attractive or wanted. Do you think like this Euro trip kind of like helped flip that like 180 for you? Like kind of put you back?
Hell yeah, dude. Kissing and holding a woman and having them want you.
Yeah.
Like, there is no other feeling of validation than that.
Yeah.
Like, shit, dude. And I didn't even have to work hard for it. I was just myself. That's the thing, is like, when people say, oh, just be yourself,
That's what that means.
yeah, it just happened naturally. And I'm like, God dang, dude, like, yeah, and I think I'm also a little bit different too, because my self-esteem was a certain way, I wasn't thirsty. I was just hanging out
Yeah.
without expecting anything. And I think, I don't know, to me it's kind of weird, right? Because I know there's a lot of beautiful women that slide in the DMs, comment, they wanna whatever, like they want me, right? And I recognize that. But when it's also in the flesh, because you know, at the end of the day, we're around a lot of good-looking women, but it's all work. You know, like there's a lot of hot models and actors or whatever, but it's all work, right? And it's been over 6 years or so that I've been dating and in that feeling. So what happens to a man's psychology, if you're not a cheater, is you have one-gina syndrome. So like you get so used to being loyal that even after you're loyal,
Feels like you're cheating.
kind of, but more so you forget that there's other women for options.
Yeah.
So I got so used to being in a relationship that when I am around beautiful women or whatever, my mind's already not thinking of them as a potential mate.
Huh.
It's just bodies. It's just people,
Yeah.
right? And then
it worked to your advantage though,
Right.
Because it allowed for you to be yourself and just have a conversation without any ulterior motives, which allows people to be comfortable. And I
Yep.
think like that, when people take that phrase of, just be yourself. I mean, there's certain caveats, right? Like just be yourself doesn't mean you go full throttle and act all crazy around somebody that you would around somebody you've been around for years, right? Just be yourself means that you have a lot of likable qualities about yourself and just relax.
yeah. And I'm not there trying to bang every girl that I see,
Yeah.
which was me
Which
in my
girls can
early
fucking
20s
smell,
or
by the
whatever.
way. Girls can smell that shit from a mile away.
Yeah. So I'm just talking, getting to know them, hanging out, and it's working.
It's just a matter of I think there's a lot of guys who they also do this thing where they are themselves but they can't see signs, and that's the hard part, right? It's like I know guys who can talk to a lot of women, but they kind of think about it after the fact. They're like, well, how come I couldn't really like take them home with me or like get the date? It's because, well, you didn't jump on the signs, right? It's
Yeah.
like after you were comfortable with them, conversation was great, you kind of like, all right,
They friend zoned themselves.
exactly. So you gotta,
Yeah.
set
But see
some
me,
boundaries.
I don't friend zone myself. As soon as I see an opening, I go, what is this here? What am I?
Your fucking sword and
Dude.
shield comes out.
There were times when I was just like, how is this happening to me right now? I am the luckiest motherfucker on earth. Like, she's touching me. I didn't even have to make the move. She just invited herself to me.
That's fucking crazy.
And I'm like, whoa, why am I, man, am I being blessed? Because the last several years have been so painful
Yeah.
with the rejections and the fighting and whatever. And now it's just nothing but love, like
Yeah,
nothing but invitations, man.
That's crazy. I would have never thought that you would have been messed up like that from that, just because
I didn't either until,
you didn't know, huh?
dude, honestly, man, I had this one passionate fucking experience. It was so intense that I almost fucking cried like a little bitch.
I've never felt love. Just fucking like a fucking anime, just fucking water fountain comes out of
Dude, it was intense.
you. Yeah.
And it's not because I never experienced it before. It's because I didn't realize how much I needed it and
Yeah.
how much I missed it and how much it was like fucking breathing. Like everyone should have this. And just to feel wanted and like completely in tune and connected, that is something that I was just like, fuck, this is what I've been missing out on.
That's the interesting thing too, because I think sometimes when you're in a really bad relationship, or people who are in a long-term bad relationship, they convince themselves that the shitty situation that they're in is how relationships are supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it's not.
It's
right?
not. No,
It
that's-
becomes
yeah.
the normal thing, and so you kind of miss the passion. You miss all these great moments that you have with somebody. And yeah, when you're with somebody for a longer time, obviously it's not the same fire that you had when you first started, but it's a different type of passion. It's not
Yeah.
the same, it's different. But I think for you, in your case, it was more like you probably thought, oh, long-term relationships are, without even really
it grows
knowing
cold. That's what
Yeah.
I thought. Because I always attribute it to not having good role models, right? Like whether it's family or whether it's in my own house or people that I know. It's not. Yeah, it's just everyone's working through their shit, and no one has the answers. No one's. I don't know what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
So I think the only person that really pointed it out to me was Steve and Nikki.
Yeah.
They were like, "That's not how it's supposed to be, man."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Really?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "It's it shouldn't be work. It should just feel right."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Okay." Didn't know what that meant. But right about the time when we were breaking up, Steve was like, "I'm really happy for you, like for what's coming." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "Once you start dating again, once you start getting into that place, you're gonna realize what you missed out on." And he was exactly right.
Yeah.
And I think because the feelings were so fresh for him right before, like, when he started dating Nikki again, because when he got out of the toxic,
He was in a bad relationship before Nikki, yeah.
he's like, oh, I saw exactly what you're going through. It's like, that's what I was going through. And I'm like, oh, shit, dude. Because I didn't really look forward to dating, honestly, because I'm just thinking about the drama again. I'm like, why would I want to get with another person and go through the drama again? Why? Like, why would I want to do that? And I'm like, oh, man, that's not the point, though. That shit happens like a year later. The honeymoon phase is fucking awesome.
Yeah, the honeymoon phase is awesome, man. Like,
This podcast is brought to you by Future, baby. Well, my friends, how important is fitness to you? Because fitness is very important to me. Now, you guys already know I do have a personal trainer, but when I'm on the go, right? When I'm traveling a lot, when I'm doing stand-up shows, when I'm doing Send Foods, I'm doing all these stuff, I can't bring my personal trainer with me. Well, guess what? That's where I have Future. It is awesome. It keeps me accountable. It has a trainer that I can have at my fingertips electronically, my friends, with my Apple Watch that keeps me accountable and sets up a workout for me that I can do while I'm on the road. And a lot of people too, if they feel a little weird about having a personal trainer and going somewhere else, this is kind of the thing for you. And I really appreciate it. It's helped me keep accountable, and it's helped me keep my weight off since I've lost about like 70 pounds. So, for those of you who don't know what Future is, let me give you a little breakdown. Future pairs you up with one of their world-class trainers and coaches and creates a personalized workout plan tailored specifically to your schedule, your routine, your goals, and your progress. Your coach checks in with you daily to keep you on track. Accountability, sending texts, making adjustments to your routine, and following your progress logged on your Apple Watch. Super easy, super seamless. If you don't have an Apple Watch, not a problem. When you sign up to train with Future, they send you everything you need, including a freaking Apple Watch. So don't overpay for a trainer. Get the workouts you need to meet all your fitness goals and take your trainer with you wherever you go with Future. It's amazing. So sign up for Future today at tryfuture.com/brain and get 50% off your first month. That's tryfuture.com/brain for 50% off your first month. That's tryfuture.com/brain.
and you know, for people out there who are in a long-term relationship where you're afraid that the passion might die, I put it like this. I've never really thought that my passion would die, right? And it hasn't. It's just my passion has changed into something completely different. Like before, it was this animalistic thing, and this is just a stages of relationships or attractiveness, right? So before something becomes love, you have this animal interaction, right, where it's just fucking kissing, making out all the fucking time. Well, later on, when you find a really great, solid relationship and you find sustenance from this person, this thing morphs into something else. It morphs into, like, how I would describe it for myself, and this isn't true for everybody else, but it's like my passion now is like we don't have to have sex every day. We don't need this, but just having that person's presence around me is something that I just can't replace.
Yeah.
It becomes a necessity, which is so interesting, right? That doesn't mean that I'm not a whole person without her. Like, I'm still 100% me, and I still find joy in doing stuff without her. But having this person that kind of like makes everything a bonus is the part that passion turns into.
Yeah.
You become this unit and this team that, yeah, without her, you'll still be functioning. She'll be functioning. I'm 100% who I am, but then she becomes 150%. And that's what passion turns into. Passion turns into kind of like this, it's hard to explain, man. Like it goes passion, then it becomes like, I want to say family. Like, I don't know. It's this weird thing.
The comfort.
The
like
comfort.
you melt.
Like everything
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kind of melds together,
Yeah.
right? And so you don't look for your affection and validation through having constant sex and making out all the time now. Now it's just like, I just need this person to be there and support me, and that's all the love that I need, right? Obviously, you still fucking have sex, but you're not doing it like how you used to before, where it was like something that you desperately needed from
Yeah.
them, or else you wouldn't feel validated, you know? It's kind of good, man. Like, I like this whole thing. Like, this Europe trip was actually something that was,
It was healing, man.
yeah, it's like you
I'm
fucking
just like so thankful.
Lake of Minnetonka, dude. You dipped yourself right in, dude.
I like dating now.
Dude, are you like open market now, huh?
I feel like I'm healed. I think now it's more about creating quality connections. Like before,
Yeah, you're just kind of getting your fucking foot back in the water right now, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I'm not even gonna make a rule because I'll say like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for like a relationship and I get into one.
You're
like,
just having fun right now.
yeah, it's there's nothing to it. It's just meeting people and creating connections, like whether we fuck or not. I think that's super important because now I'm having a different relationship with just people in general. The dynamic and the man, it's different. It's beyond just having fun. Now it's about energy and vibing, and it's like a whole different experience.
That's really what dating is, though, man. Like, and I've said this before too in a past in the video. It's like people will be surprised that when it comes to dating, is like before you find your one that you're gonna be with, if you know, like a monogamous relationship is for you, dating is not so much learning about another person. It's more about learning about yourself and what you need.
Yeah.
And it's like I always say this too. When you first date and you're dating, not in a serious relationship, I believe anyways, it's okay for you to be selfish, because this is a moment for you to figure out what you need from this person, and that person too should figure out what they need from you. And it's what I found out too. It's like, oh, I'm learning things about myself. The first girlfriend that I was ever with, I thought that her type was the girl that I needed. Turns out, after I dated somebody like that, it was like, oh, I actually found out you're not my type at all. Then I went for a different girl. You're not my type. And we start picking apart these people that we're dating, and then we actually find pieces and puzzles from them that actually kind of help complete you and your identity of what you need out of a partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're back on that journey right now.
Yeah. And I'm loving every step of it.
Yeah, because I think for us, from an outside perspective too, and you know, I think the cool thing about you and Jess is that you tried really hard to make it work all the time.
Yeah.
And even for us, from an outside perspective, we can't tell you that it's not working because you have to realize it yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So it was like, you know, for Jess, she goes hikes and she's active and stuff like that, but it has to be on her time. You know, so when she doesn't have a migraine, when she is feeling it, only when she wants to.
Yeah.
So it was hard for you because you're an up and go type of person. You're like, yo, the mood strikes, you down. I think that's why we always work.
Yeah.
Right? Because even though I'm with
Because you're
Mariel-
very spontaneous.
Yeah.
And you're free.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
I'm with Mariel, but Mariel has her own life, and she doesn't need to be with me whenever I go do my stuff with my guy friends. So if you hit me up, I have a free schedule. You're like, yo, we're gonna go to the beach. I'm like, let's fucking do it.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll go until I have a kid and I'm fine. You know, that's a different story. You know.
Yeah, but that'll be-
That's years from now.
Hopefully I have a kid at the same time or whatever.
Yeah, I got a few years in me left, so don't worry about that, dude. We got a few years.
Yeah, but yeah, you're completely right, man. I think it's an energy thing, right? It's about matching energies, matching like person. Like, I mean, it just at the end of the day,
Your energies didn't match, is what it was.
yeah. And there was, I feel like there was a time that it did, but it went two different directions.
Yeah.
So
In the
that's
be-
yeah,
I mean, in the beginning too, passion kind of covers up a lot of our personal wants, right? Because we just want to be the most fun and the most exciting for the person that we're attracted to.
Yeah.
So I think a lot in the beginning we do tend to lie a lot, right?
Yeah.
Not.
because we're both trying to look for approval or just
Yes.
enjoy each other and so we set aside our selfishness, right? But I think that's where, looking back, I feel like that's how people kind of fuck it up because you stop dating. You know how they say don't stop dating? And I'm like, oh man, that's why you don't want to get too comfortable, because when you get too comfortable, you get too selfish and you're not selfless enough. It's kind of weird how people treat each other so fucking good in the very beginning and treat each other so fucking bad later on.
Yeah,
But the
we had this
arch
conversation
elected
too with
monsters
Mariel. Well, I had this
machines that
conversation
devastate
too with
the
Mariel,
villages
where
of the overworld.
we had this tendency
They
to
must be stopped.
sometimes treat our
Strike
friends
with
better than we
everything
treat
you've
each
got
other.
and
Yeah,
raise
right?
this forge
And
to ruin.
there's a couple of factors to that I think we realized, where it was like, one, it's because no matter how close I am to a friend, the person that you're with in a relationship, their words will always hurt more than anybody else's.
Yeah.
Their opinion about what we do, our art, our careers, our jobs, our life choices. If they say something negative about it, if a friend says something negative, it's like, eh. But if you say it, it hurts a lot more.
Yeah.
So sometimes we kind of come ready when we receive this opinion or critique or this negativity to come back and snap back at each other.
Yeah.
Right. And so if it was in the dating phase, that probably wouldn't happen because at that moment we're still dating is still we're developing our friendship still. So we're allowed to manage those emotions better. And it's hard sometimes because we do tend to like treat other people better than some of the people that we should treat the best.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I think there's just different phases, right? And it keeps things interesting.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you're in that passion, like that dating phase too, which I remember was fucking fun, man. There was a point in my life too, like I was talking about this on the Big Mood podcast where Bo's kind of gassed me up a little bit. She goes, the guy who's dated, so I haven't been with a lot of women, like straight up. Like I've slept with, if I tell you how many women I've slept with, there's still all of these two hands.
oh,
Right, so it's not much. So, I mean, for most people, other people might think it's a lot, but I'm making it in comparison to a lot of the guys that I know. They slept with way more women than me. My number's way lower. So, for me,
hookers don't count.
hookers don't count. Then it's in the millions. No, I'm kidding. But like for me, it was like I didn't get into a lot of serious relationships a lot, and I didn't hook up with a lot of women, but I did date a lot. And the reason why was because, like I said, there was a point where I realized in my life that I didn't know what I wanted after my first relationship failed. Because I convinced myself that this is the type of woman that I need. And then what I found out was that I should have just called it off earlier when I knew it was wrong. Even as an 18-year-old, when I was with her from 18 to 19, I knew that we weren't right for each other, but I kept on trying to take this fucking square block and then fit it into this circle hole, no matter what. You know what I mean? And I kept on trying to make it work. But what I started doing was dating a lot. Number one, it was because I wanted to be a stand-up comic, so I wanted a lot of life experience, which was great because it worked for my stand-up comedy. Also, number two was to figure out what I really needed out of somebody. And dating was really fucking fun because I didn't put a lot of pressure on it.
Wow.
There was no pressure.
You're so emotionally intelligent.
I just got fucked up.
Most of my life, it was, does this dick fit inside your pussy?
I don't think, you know what, I think I was kind of lucky because, you know, like obviously when I was younger I had a huge sex drive, but then I also got annoyed really easy, you know, so that always prevented me from just really kind of like wanting to fuck somebody. Like if they annoyed me, it bothered me. It was also probably because I had a temper, but if they had like this quality about them that I couldn't get past, if we couldn't connect emotionally, I didn't want to have sex with you.
Really?
Yeah, so like a lot of the girls that I dated, I always cut it short right before we would even try to get intimate because I know that I wouldn't do well.
Damn, that's crazy. I think I've always had a short temper, but I've always found girls adorable.
That's yeah. I don't know. Like I've always been like that, and it's weird because even high school I couldn't get a girl to look at me at all. You know.
Yeah.
And then when I started becoming more comfortable with myself and just not giving a fuck, and then just being able to talk to women. I mean, mind you, it was a lot of work because man, I looked like hot trash. But then I had to, you know, move past that and go through like 4,000 rejections to get one girl to say yes. And when it would happen, the end goal wasn't to really fuck them. It was more like, man, I just want to get to know this person, see if we can connect, and then yeah, we'll fuck.
I mean, that's later in life for me, obviously, when I matured. But for the longest time, I think I was blinded by my horniness. But even
like
till now, though, it's really hard for me to get, what's the word? Like annoyed, I guess, of women in that way.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, ugh, like I'm so turned off.
Yeah.
Usually if they smell or physically look like that's what turns me off. There is some traits now where I'm just like, wow, this person's crazy. I don't know. It's all, or if they're really depressing or negative.
That's what it would feel like to me though. Like, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
And that's what it would feel like. And also too, it's like I think it's because I also didn't know how to just hook up with somebody.
Yeah.
Because the way I would start something is that we would connect. We would like kind of connect.
Are you looking for someone that's like, this is a potential marriage material?
Maybe. I think that's just how I developed relationships from
Yeah.
the first one. So even if I was just doing it casually, it would end up like that, where it was just we would open up, have deep conversations, and it would turn out to be something more than just hooking up.
Damn, because I'm always like, you can be a hookup, you can be married, you can be a friend, whatever, but can I have fun with you? That's
Yeah.
like just not even sexual, but it's just like, can I have fun with this person? And then I move to the next stage.
I mean, like, but it's not to say, because I don't want, fucking like a few girls to be like, what are you talking about? We hooked up. Like, there are people that I've hooked up with before, right? Where it was just a hookup. But mind you, if that happened, I was probably either really drunk or I was going through a dry spell. So it's like, you have to really get me to that point where I'm just like,
off guard.
where it's like, fuck, we're not even emotionally connecting, but I just really want to fuck.
Damn.
What that has happened before, but it didn't happen often.
You know, for me too, when I think my threshold for annoyance breaks down over the years that I'm around them.
Yeah.
Because at first I'm just like, you are so fucking cute. You are so adorable.
Yeah.
And it's like, to me, it's almost like a cute kid messing up. And then later, it starts getting annoying.
Yeah, well, you got what you wanted, and then it's like, or
I
she
know.
got what she wanted to, and it works out that way.
Yeah.
And by the way, just to encapsulate what I'm saying right now, because you guys all know what I used to look like before and everything else. This is like me making like 10,000 swings and then one hits. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like when I walked up to women, it just worked. It's like I had to
No, it never is that way for any of us.
make them laugh. I had to
Yeah.
joke around. I had to show what I had to offer too. And then if that didn't work, I hit on another girl, and then maybe somebody finally said yes. I just wasn't scared of rejection. I got rejected all the fucking time. It was just, it was like,
I think right now is probably the best dating I'm ever having. Like the choices, the quality, like I'm trying to make it sound like it's a fucking meat market, but
exquisite.
exquisite. It's grade A.
Grade A.
No, I think the thing is, so here's the thing, right? Like I think people in general are smarter now than before. So I have access to beautiful, multicultural, intelligent women. When before it was more local.
Talking about the SGB
Fucking ABGs, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that, but I was a fucking moron too.
Yeah.
So my world was small.
Yeah.
And my access was small. But now it's like, damn, dude, I have access to the world. And on top of that, it's just a whole different, it's just, the experience is different. Like, I'm out here because I have money and because I have a little bit of like access to resources, right? Like, I can date in Europe, dude. Like, that's a little bit different.
Well, yeah, I mean, even like Tinder too is awesome. Like, you could go internationally with that shit, and then you could date out there. Like, the options now to meet somebody is endless. It's almost
I got a buddy who fucking looks for Tinder dates all over the world because he travels a lot.
Yeah.
And then he sets up his dates that way.
that's perfect.
And he's like, yeah, I'm going to be in Japan. I'm going to be in Europe. Hey, you want to hang out? Okay, cool. I'll see you in fucking a week or whatever. And then he's there. And it's like, man, what an international man of mystery.
It's weird because, like, what's kind of cool? It's like these skills of like just being able to talk to people, not just women. Kind of, it still applies now, right? Like if I strike up a conversation with a woman, it's still fun. It's very entertaining, but now it just feels different. Now it's like there's literally no other motive for me to talk to you other than the fact that I just want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And like there's nothing there.
I think that's still the same for me too.
Yeah.
Like I think a lot has changed because now I can get it whenever I want. Like I literally can. So it doesn't I'm not thirsty anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just honestly I have way more fun making money right now and building businesses and doing that than I do fucking.
Yeah.
So I think I'm at that point where I'm like, oh shit, man. I've changed.
That's why I think the quality of your interactions as an adult, especially when it comes to the dating scene, has improved.
It has.
Because now you're just not looking for a hole to put your dick in. Now it's like, this person is worth my time, the fun, the energy that I'm getting from this person.
And if I fuck, I want a quality, passionate connection, which is way better lovemaking. Or, I mean, I don't know if it's making love, if it's really fast, but it's still intense compared to an encounter that you just kind of, both are hookups, right?
Yeah,
But
it's different,
one is
though.
like, just a quick physical one, and then the other one, it might be quick, but it's a passionate physical. I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, this kind of sounds bad, but this can go. This is obviously when I say this is we're men, but obviously women obviously have this too. It's like when you hook up with somebody that you respect. It's like you know so much more about them, right? Other than just like we saw each other and then we just started making out and we fucked.
I don't know if it's respect, because I still respect both.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's the right word.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
But it's like, you know, even though it's like an inch deep of knowledge of them, it kind of gives you sustenance that you're fucking, right? That allows that passion to happen.
Yeah.
Because before, if you're just basing it off somebody's face, that's, I mean, what passion is there behind that? It's more like, well, you're just there, and I'm just here for you, and you're just here for me, and we're just gonna fuck.
Yeah.
But when you connect with somebody, I think the way that you have, when you're having conversations with these people, you're having dinner, you're going out, even though it's an inch deep and it's only surface level, it's still something, and allows you to have like a passion.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happens throughout the night, right?
Yeah.
And then what you talk about, and then even the hookup is intense. Like, it's like, oh shit, this is like some honeymoon shit. It's not quick like porn shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, man, I never kissed so much and did all the fucking passionate stuff. It's just weird. Maybe that's normal for other people, but for me, fuck, man, I barely kissed. For me, it was just like,
You and Jess didn't kiss a lot when you guys first started going out?
nah, not. I mean, it's no offense to her. It was just everybody. Even previous girlfriends, I was like, I'd rather have a fucking blowjob. Why are you kissing me? I was a fucking.
Don't kiss up here, fool.
I was a complete barbarian, bro. Like, it was just like, I lived the fuck bitches make money life. Like, it was just, I don't care. It's like, okay, you know, we're gonna go eat some food, and then afterwards, fucking, I'm gonna eat your pussy, you're gonna suck my dick. Like that.
Yeah.
You know, like, it wasn't even passion and emotional. It was just cold. And I think there was a lot of issues I had. And thankfully, Jess brought, you know, she unlocked a lot of shit. She helped me out a lot. So, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am today, exploring and experiencing these new, I guess, parts of who I am that I never really got to enjoy, because maybe I blocked that part of emotionally connecting with people. And now that I can experience it and I can live in it, and it's so intense, and I'm just like, this is dope. I want more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at you, man. You're just growing and blossoming. Dude, fucking Europe did wonders for you, man.
I gotta go back.
Damn, dude.
Man, it's not just the dating, but the people in general, like the women and the men, and the hanging out with everybody, just is a whole different world, like, literally.
I feel like you could experience a lot of that stuff here too.
Probably.
It's just, you know, like I said, it just allows you to have a fresh start somewhere else where it's like it's a completely new environment, because there's a lot of LA is where you grew up.
Yeah.
You know, LA is something that
And we've met quality people here.
Yeah.
I know a lot. I mean, we're locals, and most quality people are the locals.
because a lot of the experiences I think that you're having over there, it's the experience that I had when I first moved here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When I used to always go out in K-Town, DTLA, get drinks, hang out, fucking party and all of this shit. Like, that's that stuff that, because it was a new environment for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for you to get that here. This is your hometown. This is,
I've been here all my life. You're
Exactly.
right. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, you're right. It's the environment, man. That probably, plus, I mean, in general, I think the dating's just different there too.
oh yeah, people are different.
Yeah.
I heard people, I mean, if there's any Australian listeners out there, I heard you guys are just a lot more open and friendly and just more open to new experiences out there. You guys aren't so, like, you're not wound up.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I didn't feel that from a lot of people out there.
Which is a great feeling to have.
Like, we could just sit down and the conversations are deeper. That's what I noticed. So, LA, it's really true what they say. That's what I realized. Oh, fuck, man. We are shallow, surface, stupid fucking people. Because, you know, like, for us to have conversations like this, like deep, like, it's difficult to find that. That's why all of our friends are entrepreneurs and entertainers. You try to have this conversation with a lot of other people, they don't like to get too deep. They don't like, you know, or they'll just be sitting there with their mouth open like, damn, you talk deep, bro. And it's like, well, I want something back from you.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people here are, specifically in LA, because they're either in entertainment or they have this perception of what they should be if they're living in LA, that they're very closed off and they're not willing to be open.
That's the thing. Openness is the thing out there. And you can sit there talk about everything. People talk about politics and they don't get their butt hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what? Very intellectual community. Like, I mean,
That's a crazy thing for me because it's so volatile here. If you mention anything about politics, which is so annoying, because I'm not somebody who's well versed, and this is what I found out too, and this is a conversation that I actually just had recently with a friend, and I had to check this motherfucker. You know who the fuck you are. You're listening to this. We're good friends. But he didn't even know how angry he was getting as he was talking about it, because I didn't know something that he was passionate about, right? So, like for example, he's hyper yang gang, right? I like what yang gang is about. I just don't know enough.
Yeah.
So, for him, I guess he wasn't a part of the Democratic debate, right? And for me, I don't know what the general importance is of the Democratic debates and what it does for these candidates, right? And he was telling me, like, he's not a part of the Dem. It's so racist, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, why is it racist and why is this important? He goes, well, how come you don't fucking know this? Like, you're an Asian American. I'm like, hold on a second, bro. Back the fuck up. You know what I mean? You're getting riled up because it has to do with politics. You're getting all up in your fucking... Your dick is inverting into your fucking stomach. You're getting so mad right now, dude. So I looked at him. I was like, when somebody doesn't know something, don't raise your voice.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
I was like, but every time it comes to politics, you get fucking mad. And you talk to people like they're dumb because they don't know shit about stuff that you're passionate about.
Yeah.
Fucking relax, right? If you can't explain it to me in a normal tone, I'm not going to listen. And I'm just going to say shit that's going to piss you off all day. I love Trump.
Yeah.
I'll start saying shit like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's when it comes to politics, people get so heated.
it is. Or just other topics, right?
Yeah.
And so now I know why people think Americans are a bunch of buffoons. Because I'm like, fuck, dude. Out there, you can have conversations. It's just, I mean, sure, you might have your extremists and all, but like, the general thing was you can talk about a lot of shit, and a lot of people there are educated. So even the party girls, even the what you might consider to be like, you know, like the average person, right? Like everyone talks. Everyone, it's the culture there. You drink coffee, you hang out, you talk for fucking hours. You go to fucking bars, you drink. There's substance in the conversation. Whereas like, man, it's hard to find that here.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, dude, no wonder. And that's what I really appreciated. Hands down, out of all of my experiences in Europe, I think just the connecting with people and sitting down having conversations, I think that's what I really like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool.
That conversation part is super, and obviously I think
And it made me want to fuck harder. I think that's what it was. That's why it was so passionate, man.
keep talking, dude.
Yeah.
My dick is getting hard, man. Please. Isn't it weird what gets you going now as an adult when you mature versus when you were younger? Because I feel like if I just saw anything, I'd get a boner. Like literally anything, man.
Yeah, if a girl bent over, I mean, I still get a boner today.
Yeah.
But then, like,
He's like, wait, hold on.
yeah,
I said,
that would still get me a boner today. But it's you're right though. Like, now it's like, say something that tickles my brain.
so I could tickle my other brain
Yeah.
later, dude. But right now, fucking get this going right here.
Motivate me.
I wonder if it's because like we're also looking. I mean, no, it's just a dating situation, but that's still the thing in the back of our mind is like we're looking for a future mate. So it's like something that you can spend your life with, even though you know that person's not going to be it. It's nice to know that that person is quality.
I think for me, I'm afraid of stupid people because they could get me in trouble. So it's like, all right, you're cute, but I know I've been around enough to where I know girls that are just people in general that are kind of stupid. They'll get you in trouble one way or another, and then you start. even if it's a hookup or whatever, they might do stuff that's really fucking dumb that can rub off on you. You know what I mean? Like they'll do some moves that can get you in trouble. They're high risk. I think that's what I'm thinking about. You're a fucking dumbass, you're high risk. Most dumbasses are high risk.
Yeah.
Because they'll drag you down with them. Most losers are high risk because they'll drag you down with them. They'll make mistakes in life. They'll do something shady. Maybe sometimes impulsively, unintentionally. Some people, they're just fucking morons. And you know this, right? And they'll make mistakes. They'll get in trouble. They might oust you along with it, or whatever might happen. They're gonna drag you along with it. And I'm just like, do I want to get involved with this person? Because I know for a fact that repeatedly, people that are dumb, people that are losers, people that are like, they're repeated fuck ups, they'll somehow catch you. Because, for example, maybe not you directly, but they might date a fucking dumbass that comes around and wants to be violent with you. They might date a dumbass who's like, oh, you know this guy? He has money? Show me where he lives. Sure, I'll show you.
Yeah, no, I know.
I didn't know he was gonna rob you.
Yeah.
You know, like, so there's a lot of instances where dumbasses can get you in big trouble. So that's what I'm always thinking, and I'm like, that ass is hot, but is it worth it?
You stupid. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're hooking up, you don't really gotta think that deep. You just gotta hook up and move on.
But it crosses my mind, even if it's a hookup.
yeah, and it kind of turns you off.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know about that, man. She's trouble.
She's trouble with this dumbass.
Yep. Well, yeah, because, I mean, shit. Not just because she's dumb, but, like, man, like, she really doesn't watch her own back.
I get scared of emotionally unstable people.
Yeah,
because-
that's another dumbass trait.
yeah. They
Dumbass.
fucking dumbass, man. Like they like emotionally unstable people freak me out because they only ride on highs, right? So it's like if everything is going their way and things are great, they're the best person to be around, right? They treat you well, the moment's great, but the moment there's friction, like you disagree,
turn on you.
They'll turn on you
Yeah.
instantly, and they become very vindictive. And I've seen that happen a lot, personally to me too, where it's just like, oh, like you only fuck with me if I agree with you, but if I don't agree with you, I'm your worst enemy.
You hurt their ego, and they want to destroy you.
I hate that shit.
Yep.
And they're just like, well, you fucking found out that you're crazy and I'm 10 times crazy. I'm gonna make your life way worse.
And I think over the years, we experienced that, right? So it's like, you're hot, but do I really want to deal with that?
Isn't that crazy though? Like how like when you're older, you can kind of pick up on this, right?
When you're younger, you're like, I never had anyone as hot as you. Please touch me.
Yeah, like before I met Mariel, it was, I was dating around, like messing around. It's just kind of like things are going well, and then I see this little crazy in them, and I'm like, red flag, I'm out. So there was this girl that I was dating before Mariel, and it was a friend of mine. And first off, my gut instinct told me that she and I should not be together, right? But we dated either way. It's because she approached me very nice. We were like chat over the phone, whatever, whatnot, DM each other all the time. And this girl was like, hey, we're good friends. We get along really well. Why don't we just try dating? And I was like, I'm not really too sure about that, right? But what I really appreciated was that she went out of her way to ask me out, right? Which was really dope. We started dating, and she was visiting. She came over, whatever. Things were great. She did this one small thing that was a huge red flag to me. She goes, we had a disagreement on something, and nobody was angry, and I was like, I don't think that's right? She goes, well, what the fuck? It was like, well, you think that everything I say is dumb or what? And I looked at her, I was like, yeah, you need to get out. She goes, like that. I was like, you gotta get out. And she goes, why? She goes, why? I was like, and the funny thing, and I'm saying this laughing because the way she said why was like she didn't know what the fuck she just said to me. You know what I mean? Like she didn't just escalate the whole situation. And she goes, why? And I was like that. And at that, I was trying not to laugh, but I looked at it, I was like, you have an issue with people disagreeing with you, and I'm not somebody who's an agreeable person. I will never just agree with you just to agree with you. And I was like, we've only been dating about a week now, and you already snapped at me over something that was nothing. I was like, this is something I could tell that's indicative of what you do as a person. So let's just keep it as friends. This isn't gonna go. But right now, I'm upset because you yelled at me and over nothing. It was something this small, and you saw somebody who disagreed with you, and it is a habit of yours that I can already tell. And I kind of saw it with you because we're friends that you do. And I was like, in a relationship, now it's 10 times more amplified. So right now you gotta bounce because you pissed me off. So she bounced and then we cut over.
I think that's what I watch out with my age now, because it's like, no matter how hot a girl is, do you want to deal with that baggage? Do you want to? Because everyone has baggage. So it's like you gotta weigh out the pros and cons, and that's where I'm just like, man, I'm not even dating, but I am dating.
Yeah.
And it just things fall into place, because that's where I wasn't looking forward, like, to make this go first full circle. It's like that's why I wasn't looking forward to dating, because I'm thinking about that. I want to deal with their baggage, but I want to whatever, right? But when you emotionally connect with someone, none of that shit matters. You will deal with it. That's what I didn't realize. But you're like, who cares? That's the logic thinking.
Yeah.
There's gonna be problems. There's
Always.
this. There's that. Whatever. Do you want to deal with it? Probably not. But that's coming from a mind that's not being emotionally fulfilled. When you're emotionally fulfilled, you're like, yeah, I'll deal with her bullshit, because you know why? She makes me feel complete.
Yeah, 'cause, like, I love her.
Yeah.
So, you know, because everybody has baggage. I have baggage. You have baggage. It's just, I mean, obviously it depends on what that baggage is. Some of us aren't really strong enough to deal with that stuff.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that, yeah, if I don't really love this girl and I don't see her having a willingness to change and I don't see
It's too
improvements-
early to deal with the bullshit. That's why I
Yeah.
think it's kind of like we're supposed to be in honeymoon, and you're already fucking yelling at me like we're an old married couple. Fuck that
game over.
shit.
Like, that type of baggage is not something that I'm willing to deal with.
Me neither.
When it's that early.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, that type of stuff should happen later. It's been 1 week. Like, we barely just started fucking. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, come on, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, yo, chill the fuck out. And then for her, and like I said, we've already been friends, so I've seen this side of her before, but just not to this extreme. And it's like, yo, when you're with somebody, it's amplified. It's like,
Yeah.
you're crazy.
That's gonna be crazier.
yeah, and you
Because
know,
that's her holding back.
yeah, and we're still like, you know, we're friends lightweight. You know what I mean? Like, we're not like close.
Yeah.
We're still friends, and you know, she's I think she's married now. She was engaged, but I've seen her interact with her fiance. Does the same shit.
We like, thank God.
Snaps at him all the time.
She didn't learn the lesson.
No, because that's just who she is,
Yeah.
and that guy just fucking takes it. You know?
Well, that's perfect. That's love right there.
Yeah, I don't really know if you're ever listening to this, you know, and I've told her too. I was like, yo, ease up, because we're friends. You know, I'm like, yo, ease up off him a little bit, right? She's like, oh, you know how I get, you know what I mean? But I'm just like, well, it's not my problem, but if I see it and we're friends, I'm like, back up. Like, it'll be like some shit like we went to go out to eat. This was years ago. And this is when she was with this guy, and I think they're married now. I haven't really followed them, but like, we would go out to eat, and she would be like some shit like, I don't know, sweetie, can you pass me the water, right? And then he'll give it to her, but he'll fill her cup like halfway. And she goes, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how am I supposed to drink this shit? It's like, yo,
What a princess.
yeah, you know what I mean? I'm like, yo, chill the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Are you serious? How am I supposed to drink this?
Yeah, and like that's just an example. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened,
Oh
but
my
it would be
God.
like on some shit like
Yeah.
that. And then, you know, as friends where we're at this dinner, I'm like trying to diffuse the situation. I'm like, oh, here she goes being a little
Yeah.
fucking this again. And she goes, what do you mean? And she starts joking around. But I know for a fact that that's how she talks to him all the time because I experienced a little bit of it.
Oh my God. I would immediately run away.
That's why I ran away. I ran away in a week.
Damn.
But I was like, nope, it's not working out. Adios.
See, that's the part of dating that's scary.
Yeah, well, you don't got to worry about that. This was somebody that was a friend and it turned. I should have said no in the first place, but it was so nice that she asked.
But
me
your
out.
gut was right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. It's all about the gut, man. The gut knows.
It's a good thing.
And the gut's been saying, go this way, go that way. And I'm like, all right, I'll follow.
And I think you're a smart enough person and you have so much life experience now, especially after your last relationship. I think you have a really good gut feeling about things now. And even if it does fail, it's not going to be catastrophic now,
Yeah.
right? So you have a good, like, relationship dating, like, barometer. You know where you're going.
Yeah. And I'm able to navigate conversations better now and create a better dynamic between the people that I'm talking to and hanging out with.
So that's the biggest difference between being single and not. Because, like, for me, I have this ability before Mariel, if I'm talking to somebody, whether it's a guy or a girl, to actually give a fuck about what they're saying and spark a conversation. Now I know that when I'm at home and Mariel comes home, she wants to talk to me for a couple of hours. So that's where my brain energy has to go. So now it's like, when a girl talks to me, it's like, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying, dude. Like, I could really fucking care less. I don't care, dude. It's like, oh, let me tell you about my day. Who the fuck cares? I gotta go home and I gotta listen to Mariel talk. So, like, for you, I don't care, dude. Like, just go about your way. It's not that simple, but what I'm saying is, like, I could do it, like, very surface, but if it's, like, me having to listen to them like a therapist, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, I don't even do that for friends anymore.
Yeah, it's like, it's too much. It's like, we're done here. We're done. I gotta do this at
I
home
don't
later.
absorb bullshit no more.
It's hard.
But now what I understand what to do is like flip it really quick. So like I don't let people live in their misery anymore.
No.
And I don't sit there and I don't convince them. So the thing is like I let people get vent and do what they got to do. But I don't try to fix their problems. I let them do their shit. But I try to get them to feel like I feel like if I have strong energy, I can help them snap out of it. So it's not that I'm convincing them or anything, but really like making them feel good. And I think that's been my new thing of like, oh, okay, how do you change this so we don't stay in this thought and feeling for too long?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like that's one thing I noticed I started doing too while we're like hanging out, going on dates or whatever, is if any topic starts to get heavy, I don't avoid it, but I also stay away. I understand now because I love arguing, debating, or whatever. Depending on the person, you got to know that relationship. And this is where guys fuck up a lot, especially nerdy guys and intellectual guys. If you love to fucking argue, if you love to debate, if you love to talk about things that are really fucking deep, make sure you don't argue and debate with the person that you're dating with. That shit happens all the time. And I'm like, why did I do that? You don't compete with them because it creates this dynamic that's more of a battle than a lover. You want to protect them. You want to make them feel feminine around you. You want to make them feel like not attacked. And when you're doing that mentally, when you're intellectually bullying them or whatever, then it creates a different dynamic between the two of you. If she's always
do that.
Huh?
A lot of dweebs do that.
Yeah. Also for women too, if she's always relying on you as an emotional tampon, she gets to spill all of her shit, right? That's fine. But what ends up happening is she sees you as her gossip girl now. Not a man. You're her homegirl. That's where you get friend zoned.
Yeah.
So, sure, you could talk about issues and whatever, but make sure that that's not all that's going on.
Well, that's what a lot of guys confuse about that whole like friend zone thing, right? It's how you establish yourself within that relationship that allows it to flourish into something else. If you were just there, right, and you just made it seem like you guys were only going to be friends, and like Joe said, you were there just to absorb their bullshit, that's as far as they were going to see you because you didn't offer something else. And this is where guys who are fucking dweebs, I call you dweebs because you think that that small amount of affection means that that person liked you. And that wasn't it.
No.
It wasn't established. You didn't try anything
They're
after
like,
that.
you're a great therapist, thank you.
Exactly.
And that's the relationship. So you created that dynamic, which is the therapist client, you know?
And is it the woman's fault for that?
Nope.
Absolutely not.
You
That's your fault.
offered your ears.
Because she went in knowing what she wanted from you.
Yeah.
You went in not offering something that you wanted from her.
Yeah.
And then it didn't go anywhere. So whose fault is that? That's your fault, dweeb.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're also the dweeb to be angry at women for it. Like nice guys finish last. Don't say that shit. What do you mean nice guys finish
I was
last?
nice and I finished first.
Yeah, like we're all. I think if you ask any of our female friends or the women that we've been with, we were nice guys. So what the fuck does that mean? It's just that we weren't the creep that decided to try to fake being friends and try to get in their pants after.
Yeah.
You're the fucking creep.
Yeah, and that's what I like about dating. I think is that the whole like experience of it. And I'm like, man, that's why they say women are way more mature than men in a lot of ways, because they saw that shit from a mile away at an early age, where guys don't fucking see it. They're it's in your face, but it's not. You're not reading it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, dude, this is what I've been missing out on. So now I think it's just, dating is just not about, hey, do you match the criteria? Do I match the criteria? It's so fucking robotic, right? Dating is like, let's go fucking have fun. And can we match energies and vibes and stories? And what can we kind of supply for each other?
Well, that's as far as dating should go.
Right.
And that's just beginning stages. Don't worry about all the other shit right now. If you find out later on that there's something wrong, as I call it, like your pillars, like I have pillars in my life that can't change, right? It's like, number one, it's like family, friends, and then my religion. These are things that are important to me, right? If I'm just trying to date, right? Why bring this up in the first fucking date? Why?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, these are important to you, but if you're just trying to just have fun 1st. Let's see what happens after.
Yeah, and it's been fun. It's been crazy fun, man. It's like, man, I don't even know what to do with it.
Hey, man, it's just getting started, baby. Well, how long have we been doing? We've been an hour and 13 minutes in, dude.
You know what's funny is after my breakup video that we did, where I'm talking about how my heartbreak when I was in high school.
Yeah.
I was a fucking cop. I was crying like a little. Like, I got a ton of fucking messages from that.
Of course you did, dude. They're like, I could mend your heart right now.
Oh my god! It is like, that was me in high school.
Yeah, that was me when I was fucking 15 and shit, guys.
Where were you in high school?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. There's always some women out there for you, dude. People be surprised, man. You gotta be open and vulnerable. And that was the shit that when we were younger, is the stuff that we would hide from women, because we didn't want them to fucking think we're a bunch of bitches. But guess what? Girls like some when you're open and vulnerable,
Yeah.
which is awesome. Well, guys, hope you enjoyed that podcast. Yeah, man. Joe is blossoming into a new dating man. So, ladies, hit him up in his DM. Send him messages, dude. Because now is the time. Because once he becomes locked down, he's a faithful motherfucker. So, good luck.
That's true. Even if it's toxic.
Yeah. So, you guys can catch the Genius Brain podcast every Thursday and Sundays. You can see us on iTunes, Spotify, any type of audio platform out there. We're there for you guys. So we'll catch you guys next time. And ladies, peace.
To the loo.
In 5. Oh, that's 1. Stupid ass. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Genius Brain Podcast. I am your co-host, David So, with the very talent Joe Jitsukawa.
Arrow.
Yo, you know what cracked me up? The last video that I saw, there was somebody that wrote, "Oh, when I saw him, I automatically knew he was Japanese." No, you fucking didn't, dude.
No one knew.
There wasn't. If that was true, there wasn't a single comment in 6 or 7 years that said Japanese once.
I know. No one knew.
Yeah, and there was
No one knew.
Now everybody already knew that they were.
They always knew. They always.
If that was the case, in those 8 or whatever, 6 or 8 years, somebody would have wrote, "Joe is Japanese." Not a single comment said that.
Do you know the only people that knew were Japanese people or people that studied Japanese and could read my tattoo? That was the only tell.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then I knew that they, it's because obviously it's a Japanese name on my chest.
But
so.
but the kanji looks like Chinese, so I just
It
didn't
does,
know.
but it doesn't make sense in Chinese.
Oh.
That's why. They'll be like, "What is that? That's a Japanese name."
Wait, not Joe. Bart has a Japanese tattoo on his leg too, right?
Yeah, but it's all fucked up. it means like scared of everybody or something like that. Because he meant to do fear no one.
Uh-huh.
And my mom saw that dude like, and she was like, "Why is he afraid of people?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "That tattoo on his leg is wrong."
Then how did you get the translation? Who did you get it from?
He went on Google Translate or some shit. And the funny thing is, Bart had Japanese friends, but they're all like 5th, 6th generation that can't even speak.
And they were like, "It's cool."
Yeah, Bart's probably more Japanese than they are. He's Chinese and he's still more Japanese. I don't know.
He did the fucking white person mistake, dude.
Yeah, literally, yeah. I mean, it's it's opposite, right? So
Yeah.
he wanted fear no one.
Uh-huh.
But in you know how like in Asian languages, it's usually like the way that the sentence structure is, it's opposite.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
so it's just out of order and it doesn't make
Oh, like when,
sense.
that's how it is in Korean too, or a lot of
Yeah.
Asian languages. It the subject matter is always different in how it's placed.
yeah.
So when he translated it, it was backwards.
Yeah, so it's like afraid of everybody instead of fear no one.
Was your mom cracking the fuck up?
Student was like, well, it doesn't really mean afraid of nobody, but it was
Yeah.
just mixed up. It was mixed up, so she was just like, it's all fucked up.
Okay.
And she had no shame in calling him out on it. I was like, damn, that fool had a tattoo. And I think that's when you found out. Like he was like, fuck it. Well,
Yep.
you know how Bart's all chill. He's like, fuck it, whatever.
Fuck it, whatever,
Yeah.
dude. Nobody's gonna know the damn difference.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I just
I
thought it
didn't
was a
know.
dope tattoo. I'm like, it's fucking tight, dude. Well, it means I'm scared of everybody.
You know, a lot of people have been asking us though about money stuff.
Yeah, man. One of the biggest requests, especially because at the end of every video or when it uploads, I always ask a question: is what do you guys want to hear about? And the biggest reoccurring one right now, which surprisingly is money management.
Yeah.
Which it's interesting because on Twitter I actually read this thing, which was this huge meme that was going on where people were saying, well, the older generation is calling us dumb for not knowing how to do these things. Well, it's your fucking fault for not teaching us. Which I always felt a little weird about. Like, yes and no, because if you didn't know how to do something, you should have taken the initiative to go and find out. Which,
And the older generation don't know themselves.
yeah, they didn't know themselves either, and there's
Yeah.
still a handful of the older generation that doesn't know.
Yeah.
So you can't blame an older generation, in my opinion, for not knowing because they don't know either.
Yeah, they
So
don't know.
The few that do know, they know because they, they figured it out themselves, right? Or
And some people, they don't really know, but they just,
pretend.
well, they're just like, they're just super duper cheap. That's not real wealth.
Oh, that's
You-
right.
You know, like it's like that's like the like I guess the immigrant way of doing things, right? Like
Yeah.
all cash. You save. You don't do anything on credit, and then like you don't. But that's no way to live either. Cause like you live like you're in poverty.
There was that article where I think it was a couple that retired by the time they were in their mid-30s, is because they learned how to save properly. But they kind of did it in a way that I wouldn't live. So, for example, they were like, we save toothpaste by rolling it up and then cutting out inches out of it and scraping it out. It's like, yo, I don't know about living like that though, you know?
There is a movement going on right now. Fuck, I forgot the name of it, man. I think. Hold on, I gotta research this. I
Okay.
think it's called chalk. I think it's called chalk or some shit. But yeah, you could. I mean, go on. I gotta find this. But this is
Yeah.
a big thing that's happening right now.
Yeah, but this whole I think it's great that a younger generation really does take the time to think about their finances, because when I was younger, I didn't think about my finances like that. Like, I didn't think about trying to make my money either one stretch out or think about putting into places where it can make me money.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that I was thinking about the age of 18, 19, 20, or maybe even when I was 25 or 26. So it's kind of fascinating that a younger generation now is actually curious about that. I just think it's weird that I guess you're kind of blaming an older generation for not teaching you when that older generation didn't know either. So whoever is out there that's older than you that's saying, oh, you're dumb for not knowing, well, they might just be the few people that figured it out. But I think people in our generation, which we're millennials too, we didn't know. We had to figure it out for ourselves.
Yeah.
Which was hard because my parents didn't know much either. They just thought about saving money,
Yeah.
saving money.
Well, they're the immigrant story, right? Like,
Yeah.
come here, open up a shop, and just save.
Yeah.
And don't do anything on credit,
Exactly.
right? But they also didn't live like a very fulfilling life, like because yeah, they got to travel and things like that, but not to the extent of how we're living.
Yeah, and it's hard too, just because I think our parents, being immigrants, they were already at a disadvantage because a lot of other parents, if you compare to them that lived in this country, they had access to knowledge that they didn't have.
Yeah.
Right. So for us, when we were trying to figure out how to go to college, we had to figure that ourselves.
Right.
Our parents only knew, hey, get these good grades and you get into a college. Well, listen, what about scholarships? What about grants? We had to figure that out.
And that's probably why we became so self-sufficient. Because, well, okay, this is what the movement is called. It's called FIRE. Financial Independence Early Retirement. FIRE. Yeah.
Oh, this is the
Retire
way-
early. Financial independence, retire early. FIRE.
fire.
That's the wave that people are on right now.
Well, you know what? This community's pretty dope because there's people that are like 70 or 60 years old, but they did this early. Like you know, they're like, man, we did this like in our 30s. So there's a lot of people like going back to your story of like, yeah, they're 25 and then they just fucking live as if they're like in poverty.
Yeah.
And then they just put all their money into stocks and all this stuff, and then they just retire. And then they basically retire like at 30 something, but then they just do hobbies. So they end up making more money, but they don't have to worry about where their income comes from. So basically the game plan is, this is what they do. It usually, you know, these people have decent incomes. Like they're professionals, they're making like 80 grand, but there are people that do it as like laborers or like people that are like blue collar workers that are making 40 grand a year or whatever, right? But the whole point is to keep your base income as low as possible. I mean, basic spending. So all you're worrying about is like where you sleep, what you eat, you know, and then you try to make money, but you try to like live on like 20% of that.
Oh shit.
And then 80% of that, you just invest, right? And then when you get to a certain point of your investment, you take out like 4% out of your stocks. Now I don't want to like bore people because it gets kind of complicated, but it's mathematically proven that if you only take out 4% of your investment every year, you'll be okay.
Huh.
So you don't the stocks, even when it goes down or whatever, it'll be fine.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So then, and then that 4% is supposed to take care of their monthly expenses.
So it's really living minimally and then kind of knowing
Very
how to...
minimal. Yeah. But that's just like for the bare minimums, right? So then now, since they have all this time freedom and all that shit, and then like they end up stop working and their stocks are just paying their base with that free time, all these people do things that they wanted to do, like like they wanted to get into carpentry, so then they start doing custom wood shit for people.
Yeah.
Or like they, with their free time, they learn another language and then they start translating books. Or like they do other activities without the burden of, I need to make money to feed my kids, to do this, to do that.
Well, that's kind of interesting because that's my goal, right?
Yeah.
So when I tell people this, when I say to somebody, yo, I want to retire early, and the first thing that somebody always asks is they go, well, what are you going to do with all that free time? If you retire early, you're not going to be able to do anything. Like, you're going to be bored out of your mind. And my thing is, well, that just means that you only see yourself as a career person, and that's the whole breadth of your life.
Well, because people don't know what retirement is, right? Like when you think of retirement, you think after 65,
Yeah.
and you're just
Sitting on your ass.
chilling, because that's what retirement is. Like for most people,
Yeah.
when you look at retirement, you see grandpa and grandma or like uncle and aunt, you know, and then they're just
Yeah,
chilling.
yeah.
They're going to play bingo. They're going to Vegas. They're going on cruises. They're bored.
Yeah.
But that's not what real retirement is. To me, retirement is like not having to work for the sake of paying the bills anymore.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted
have
to
been smashed.
just tell people, and I don't think people really understood that. They go, well, if you're not working, you're bored. I'm like, I'm still going to be working, but I'm going to be working on the things that don't require me to work just to pay the day-to-day stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So because a lot of the times when we work, it's simply so we can survive. Because we need to keep the lights on, we need to pay for food. But if that's eliminated and you're financially retired from that, your work can be literally everything. Like I want to learn. I want to constantly learn. I want to do a lot of things. Who knows what I'm going to do with my time? But I
You
don't
just want to fill up your time with hobbies.
exactly. I don't. There are so many things that I want to do. I
Yeah.
guarantee you, I'm gonna die before I get to do them.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just not possible.
To me, the way I see money is like choices. So a lot of people be like, why do you need so much money? Like all this stuff. And I used to think like that too, so I know exactly where they're coming from. I used to think money was like So the root of all evil, you know, people are so greedy. If we didn't have so much like people that need money or want money so badly, the world would be a better place. But I realized money is just a choice. It's like you could do good with it, you could do bad with it. You just have more options when you have it.
It's like a cheat code in the game.
Exactly. So like you can use it for good. And the first time I realized I needed money was when my cousin went bankrupt, and then I had 30 grand saved up, and then I gave it to them, and I was like, dude, if I didn't have this 30 grand, where would they get it from?
Yeah.
And yes, I worked hard for it, but it's like also something that's like this. What money is it's protection, it's safety, it's like all that shit. You know, it's not just because before that, like I'm like, I don't want a new car. Like I don't want new things. Like I don't care. I could live on nothing. So I just didn't get the point of it until an emergency happened.
Yeah.
And like you don't want to wait till emergencies and things happen to where you're like, oh fuck. And then I started thinking about other things like if I want a family, do I want to raise my kids in that situation like that I grew up in? No, I want the best for them. Because I think about my past and I'm like, well, I went to a shitty school system. If my parents had money, maybe it would have been way different, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting because that's actually one of the things that I think financially, if people want to think about financial stability, that's something that at a young age that a lot of people don't think about. So a lot of the times when people think about their expenses, they don't think about the incidentals. Like for example, for you, having that money and being able to give it out to your family when they needed it. Yeah. And so when people do their finances, they don't think about that part. They just go, okay, I'm making $5,000 a month. Let's just say that's your salary, which is a it's a great salary. $5,000 a month. They go, cool. I'm gonna get this place. The rent is about $2 grand a month. Food's gonna cost me about $500, and I'll have a car. It's about another $500. They go, oh, I got $2,000 to play with. You actually don't have $2,000 to play with.
You don't.
Because you're not thinking about the bills,
The car breaking.
the car breaking down, the oil that needs to be changed.
Yep.
That other time when you're to spot somebody for some money. The other times when you want to buy shoes, clothes, movies. You're going out and doing all this stuff, and next thing you know, you realize that $5,000 is gone.
It's gone.
So people don't really think about. They think about their bare minimum, and they only need the small cushion for the stuff that they think that they're going to need. Well, take that number and double it, because that's really what it's going to cost. And I think
my
that-
goal's
yeah.
always been to live on 10% of my income. That's always been my goal, and I lived that for 4 or 5 years. I fucked up for like the last 2 years though.
I think we all fucked up for the last 2 years, man. One of the things that we went through recently was, during the time when, number one, YouTube was very profitable.
Yeah.
And specifically for us, we put all of our time onto this space. And for us, it was about gaining like financial stability and just having a surplus of money for whatever reason that is. And so for me specifically, I was spending the right amount for the money that I was making at the time. And what I didn't realize that when I decided to go a more artistic route and decided to say, hey, you know what, maybe I don't need this money. I didn't make an adjustment and change the way that I was spending. And so it was just overspending. And I had the advice that I'm giving, I was having those problems.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all had a problem with scaling, right? Like, it's like we grew up really quick, so did our habits, and then it was like, oh, wait a minute. If we're going to produce less content or whatever, then we also have to make sure we balance our checks the same way.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have this problem, like, on a smaller scale, like working a 9-to-5 job. Like you said, you make $5 grand, and you're spending that $5 grand. All of it. You're not putting anything to the side.
Yeah.
And we all had jobs. We all knew what that's like. But it's like the worst way to do anything because you'll never save. And then the magic credit card comes along.
That's right.
And you go, I got a job. I'll pay that shit later.
Yep.
0% down. 0% APR. What does that mean? You don't have to. They're not gonna put interest on it. Awesome. But when that 12-month promotional or like whatever comes along, they're like, they forget, and then it's like it starts adding and adding and adding.
You know what helped me realize how much money I was spending on stupid shit? Like, one of the biggest things that I spend on the most is food. I love trying out new food. No matter what the cost is, I'm buying it, I'm eating it.
Yeah.
And so there was a point in doing pretty well. I just stopped looking at that number sign on the menu.
Same
I'm
here.
like, you know, I want that steak, I want that fries, I want that script. I don't give a fuck. Give it to me. And so what was happening was, what helped me realize how much I was spending was when I stopped using this credit card, and I actually started using cash. And then if you have like this wad of cash, right,
Yeah.
and you go, this is what I'm going to spend on food this month, and then you really start to see how much money, because that physically it starts to go away like this. So let's say if I gave myself $600 a month budget to go out,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, cool, I'm still gonna keep the same habits. Well, guess what? I won't, because sometimes I would have spent like $100 on a date just because I wanted to try everything, just for the fuck of it. Well, $100, that's a fat chunk of that fucking.
Yeah.
And that's only one day out of the 30 days out the month.
That shit's shocking.
Yeah.
When you actually see the money go away. It's crazy because this whole thing about finance and money management and all that shit, like there's a lot of information out there.
Yeah.
And it can get really overwhelming. Really, really overwhelming. But I like to keep things very simple. And then, you know, I tell people first and foremost what you want to do is calculate your bare necessities. What that means is like, how much is your rent? If you don't have to pay rent, awesome. How much is your car payments? How much are the things that you absolutely need to pay or else you're gonna die?
So for an adult, what would that be? That would be what? Rent?
Rent, phone, car if you're in LA. Like if you're in New York, you don't need that transportation. But you should budget like ticket costs and whatever. Obviously food. That's the most flexible thing, but for young people, they spend the most on food. And so it's car, food, room,
Hygiene. Oh, is that considered?
phone.
Okay.
Like yeah, your monthly phone.
Yeah.
And car insurance, but that's included in the car.
Cars.
When you calculate your car, you're thinking car payments, yeah, your how much you spend on gas, your insurance, all that shit is your monthly for that. Health insurance if you pay for that. That's your bare necessities. Other than that, like you don't need anything. So that's what I calculate, and then I'd say try to make that 50% of your income.
Oh shit.
That's
Okay.
hard.
Yeah, that is very hard.
But if you're making like $1,000 a month and you're living at home, you can do that for $500.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you need to get out of spending $1,000 for your fucking luxury car when you're only making $2,000.
It's hard because when it comes to finances and people think about bare necessities, they add stuff that shouldn't be in there. They
Yeah.
go, well, obviously I gotta buy some clothes. No, you don't, bitch.
you
That's not a
don't.
bare necessity, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
This is not a wavering definition of what bare necessities is.
Man, when me and Bart was coming up, he had these T-shirts that he got from a promo. It was a free giveaway. He had 5 of the same T-shirts that he washed. It was the Ghost of the Abyss movie.
Okay.
And this is the beginning of JK, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I would go to the fucking swap meet and buy T-shirts. Like, you don't need to be. You really don't. You go to a thrift shop. You don't need that many clothes.
Yeah.
You really don't. You probably have enough clothes right now to last you a whole fucking year. But people will add that shit and say, "Yeah, I need it." No, you don't.
It's just being young, and I think that's what people have to realize. So within that, first advice is to really understand what your bare necessities are. You know, if you, like I said, it's not something that wavers from definition to definition. You can't add clothes because you say, well, clothes make me happy. That's not. We're not talking about emotions.
Yep.
We're just talking about facts here. Your emotional attachment to clothing and earrings don't fucking matter.
Yeah, survival. First and foremost, what do you need to survive? Shelter.
I need
food.
hugs and kisses.
Yeah, that's it. Like if you were here, just imagine. I tell everybody, imagine you're an immigrant. You don't even know English. This is a new country. You don't know anybody here. All you need to do is survive. What would you do? You know, and a lot of people got it fucking mixed up. Like a lot of people go, how much? Like, how do you make more money? How do you make more money? Like, usually it's not the case that you need to make more money. It's how do you control your spending is the case. Because there's guys out there that make like $30,000 a year, but they live on $12,000. They live on very little, right? So they save a lot of money. like, you know, versus like they're almost saving like 20 grand. And then like there's guys out there that are like making 80 grand, but then they spend 90 grand. So it just doesn't matter how much you make. If you don't know how to manage and control your spending, you're fucked. So for example, my roommate, he's a pharmacist, right? And he was so fucking frugal. Like, he didn't even buy a bed. He slept on a freaking sleeping bag. Like, he was hella refugee. But he was so smart though, because he basically put a lot of his money into investments. And then he had like $200,000 in debt, right? But he told me this is what happens to a lot of his pharmacy buddies that graduate.
Yeah.
They graduate with $200,000 in debt, but it's like this poor college student that all of a sudden starts making money, right? So my buddy was making $130,000 a year. So yeah, as a pharmacist, that's really good. So let's say you all of a sudden you're a college student, you all of a sudden come into all this money, and you're like, fuck, I'm gonna have money all day, every day. I have a good, stable job, whatever. So what do? They buy that luxury car because they gotta be a pharmacist now. They buy these nice suits to go to these like meetings to or whatever. They have to live that life, right? Like, you were this poor college student, now you got all this money, you gotta live that life. But now they're in debt because $200,000 down the drain, or they have to owe to the fucking loans and shit. They buy a freaking luxury car, let's say $80,000, right? And then all these nice clothes, whatever, fancy food, whatever. And then they're gonna get married in the next couple years. And then they're gonna pay for like a $70,000 wedding.
Yeah.
Already we racked up close to $300,000. And then you know what's gonna come after that wedding, right? House.
Yeah.
And living in LA, at least $700,000. And they need to put down what, 200,000, but they don't got that money. So what do? They do the 0 to 5% down,
Yeah.
which is high ass monthly payments. But they can do it because they'll be like, well, you know, especially if both of them are pharmacists, they'll be like, fuck it, like we make so much on paper. But then they're stuck. If they want to change that job, they want to leave that life, they can't. They're stuck. They're stuck, and then they're paying more than they're making. So you could have a household income of $200,000-$300,000, but they're so in debt that they're just fucked. And I'm like, that is no way to live, man.
That's hard because I think living minimal, even though there is a new way with that, it's hard for people because, once again, that definition of minimal seems to change from person to person.
Yeah.
For me specifically, learning how to really figure out what's important helped me out with my finances a lot too. So, you know, it's hard because there are going to be a lot of kids out there that probably didn't grow up with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And then when you finally have a job that pays you well, you're going to want to fulfill your childhood.
That's like us. You know how many guns I bought? I calculated the other day, I bought $40,000 worth of guns and equipment.
God damn,
Yeah.
dude.
No joke. Thank God I could resell them for the same price if I need to.
Yo, I'm telling you, even for me, I got rid of a lot of my shoes. For me, it was like Jordans and Nikes, whatever the fuck it was. And I had over 100 pair of shoes. I got fucking 2 feet. What the fuck am I gonna do with that shit? For a guy that wore basketball shorts and a t-shirt most of the time. And I just kept on trying to fill this hole, this want and this yearning that I had as a kid, as an adult, because now I have play money.
Yeah.
That at the end of the day, I was left with 100 pairs of shoes, no place to put them, and no feet to put them on. So I sold that shit, and now I'm left without 30 left. And I'm still trying to get rid of half of that.
I mean, if you're fulfilling a childhood dream or something, though, go by all means do it. Like, but do it responsibly, man. Like, buy like one shoe a year or something like that. You know, add to your collection once a year or something. I always say, like, you can do whatever you want as long as you're responsible with your money.
Yeah, mind you, if those shoes, at the time when I bought those shoes, I was making a decent amount of money, and I had no expenses whatsoever, aside from like a small place that I was paying. I didn't buy a car or anything else, so all I was buying was shoes and clothes and whatever. And so financially, it was still okay for me. But now when I look back on it, I just think of, okay, and it goes back to where people were, the fire people. That money, they would have used that to invest into the future so they don't have to work later on, which now is a big goal of mine. So if I had done that 6 years ago,
Oh yeah, you would have been retired. I mean, both of us would have been retired, but we decided to do some risky investments.
yeah,
Because the payoff is just better. So my personal style is do risky things when I'm young, and the older I get, the more safer my investments are.
Yeah.
What these guys are doing is they're just putting money into safeties from the start.
Yeah.
So they might not make 7 figures, but let's say they'll make $40,000 a year just on their investments, and that's
enough.
what they're living on. 40. So they live a nice like middle class lifestyle, especially because they move out of state too. So a lot of these guys they'll move out of state, and because they can achieve that lifestyle. So if you buy a house in Tennessee or whatever, man, you're getting a 3-bedroom home for like $60,000.
yeah, okay.
So if you think about it that way, they make that money stretch. They make that money in San Francisco, LA, New York, or whatever, and then you move out to like the countryside or whatever, and then it's way different.
So if we could give the first advice of some of that, the first thing would be to really manage your finances and spending.
Yep.
What would be the second thing?
The second thing would be try to increase your income. So whether that be in your own type of field of work, look for side hustles, like driving for Uber. You can teach classes if you know another language or whatever. You can do that online. Just try to figure out small little gigs here and there. My thing was eBay. Like I was working at a regular 9-to-5 warehouse space doing shipping and shit like that. And me and my buddies, we started an eBay business. Well, first we started selling things out of our closets, and then we went to yard sales and we bought items and then sell it on eBay for higher prices. And then we ran out of that, and we're like, it's inconsistent because sometimes we'll do 5 yard sales and we don't find anything worthwhile buying. So we learned about reselling, getting a wholesaler's license or a retailer's license, and going to wholesalers. And we bought die-cast cars, airsoft guns, car parts, all kinds of shit, and we sold it on eBay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and that's when I got my first knowledge of business, really. Yeah, and I read Rich Dad Poor Dad. That got me into the whole world of financial education, cash flow quadrant, shit like that. I recommend books. People gotta read. Unfortunately, finance is one of those things. It's not that easy. It's
hard. There's a lot
like
to deal with.
fitness. It's like working out, right? There's a lot of information, but it can be fun. I just know that it gets overwhelming because there's so much information out there. But if you do baby steps, I think this is way more fun than any video game.
It's real life.
Yeah, because the points is money, and when you get the points, you can use it and trade it in for good shit.
Yeah, and it's when people try to increase their income, I always hear a lot of people say well, I don't have the time.
That's a bullshit.
Yeah. Trust me, you do have the time.
Unless you're
find it.
a mother with 3 kids, and no, even that's not an excuse, because you know why? So my friend's mom, she was like a teller at a bank, right? She has 3 kids, and at the time she realized she wanted to get into education. So she decided to go back to school while she was working at the bank as a single mom, raising her 3 kids. And then now she's a junior high teacher, making this, they make good money if you stay around for a while.
Yeah.
So she's I think she makes $100,000 just doing that.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
is time for the things that you want in life, and
Yeah.
I think that's what people are confusing, right? They go, well, I don't have time. And, when you say you don't have time, what you're really saying, and sometimes, I'm not saying this is for all cases,
Yeah.
but from people who are relatively well off, and what I mean by that, they're not in poverty,
Yeah.
right? What you mean is that it's tiring. It's really, really tiring.
Yeah.
And that's just a sacrifice that you have to make. you know, for us too, arguably we could just do YouTube, focus on that 100% and try to make that income there. But there's a reason why we invest into these businesses, not only because it's a passion of ours, because we really do enjoy the stuff that we create, but we have to think about what we're going to do with this money to make it stretch and also have fun with it at the same time, because that's just how our personalities are.
Yeah.
But if I just told myself every day, you know what, I'm too busy, I'm too tired, and instead of taking this time to really develop and push the things that I need for the future goal that I have, which is retire early, then yeah, I could use that time to sleep a little extra. I could
Yeah.
use that time to do Muay Thai 7 times a week instead of just 3. I could do that to start painting. I could use that to fucking find out how I could fart and make music out of my asshole if I wanted to. But I'm not gonna do that, right? Because I do have a future goal. So a lot of the times when people say I don't have time to do this, it usually means I don't have time because it's exhausting.
Yeah, I think they don't know where to start.
Yeah.
So, and I also think that people don't know what hard work looks like. And I sound like a geezer when I say this, but like, it's true, because I was like that too. You know, like, when you're not exposed to the world, you just don't know what you're capable of. And then you get discouraged really fast and easy. And it seems like everyone else has it figured out except for you. So I have a lot of like compassion for people that feel overwhelmed. But I would say that the best advice that I can give is to try and listen to success stories.
Yeah.
Because you'll hear about people that were in worse situations than you who made it, and it gives, when I hear stories like that, it gives me hope. Like just over the weekend, you know, I was at karate camp, and then one of the guys, he's a new member, he's a Nigerian immigrant. So he's been in the States since 2014. He's a doctor back at home.
That's fucking recent.
Very recent. Yeah. So I mean, he has a thick accent and everything, and so he was an actual doctor back at home in Africa. He was practicing medicine and all that stuff, right? And I was asking him like, oh, like, why the States? And he goes, why not? He's like, it's awesome. and then so I was like, so
I can do karate.
yeah. So I was like, you want to be a doctor? So I was like, so are you gonna go back and work as a doctor? And he goes, oh, his license doesn't work here.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
So he has to do it all from scratch. And I was like, hold up. So you went to college there, university, medical school, you did all that stuff. You have to redo that here? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, he has to take this test. It's not the MCAT, it's another one.
Yeah.
Because he says that he's not a student anymore, so he just has to take a test and do
Yeah.
a residency. So basically for the next like 6 years, this guy is gonna be working like a regular job, and then he's gonna be doing a residency like a student again. He has to do it all over, and then he can start practicing medicine. And it's just, he says it's just paper, like it's just difference in a little bit of paperwork, and the method is a little bit different. And he says like,
Let's do it all over.
yeah, and it's kind of humiliating, you know, because it's like you're a doctor already, and then you have to go back to being a student again. But it blew my mind, because it just blows my mind. Every time I meet immigrants, right, their work ethic, what they have to go through, what they do, it's just totally on a different level.
Yeah, and when we hear this from our parents, they go, "Oh, you don't know what hard work is." When I look back on it, it kind of is true though.
It's true, man. I don't have like anything close to my parents' energy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard. So just to put it in perspective for my parents, if I were to describe, and I just had this conversation with my mom the other night when I was talking to us at home, and she was just kind of mentioning, because we were joking and laughing about this, because I was telling my mom, I was calling her a psychopath, because I was like, I was recollecting stories about how she would blow the fuck up. I was like, you remember this one time where I came out of the middle at night and I heard you and Dad yelling at each other, and then right when I came outside, I saw you chuck a fucking rice cooker at it.
Whoa.
Like a fully loaded rice cooker, and there's this part
With rice inside?
with rice
How
inside.
wasteful.
With rice inside and everything, dude. You would have thought somebody was getting married.
Oh,
like how much
no.
rice they threw in the air.
Oh, no.
But it was cooked rice. And so there's this part of our counter, and when I go back home, I'll put it on Instagram, but there's a chunk that's missing because that's where she chucked it at my dad, and my dad had to dodge that shit. Right? And so we were laughing about that shit. I was like, what kind of psychopath are you? Why would you do that? And you know, we were laughing about, but what she explained to me was, you know, and during that time when you guys saw us fight so much, it wasn't because I didn't love your dad. It wasn't because, you know, things weren't amazing between us.
Yeah.
It was because I was stressed the fuck out.
Yeah.
She goes, you have to understand how stressed your dad was too, and that's probably really the reason why you got yelled at so much because she goes, first of all, you were a terrible child.
Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective, you were insane yourself, and on top of having to deal with everything your dad was having to deal with, he had to deal with you.
Yeah.
And so she explained to me, she goes, well, think about it like this. Your dad came to this country with absolutely nothing. He had literally $200 to his name. He had to figure out how to speak the language, go through all the finances, somehow get your brother, you and me into the States while bringing his mom and dad here too. Somehow be financially stable to support them, support us, and on top of that, he was running a full business. He was working as a mechanic part-time, and then I was cleaning up hotel rooms. And then with that, your dad was still going to seminary school trying to get his master's
my
in theology,
God.
trying to be a pastor because he felt that he owed something to God because he was allowed to have a family and come to this
Yeah.
country. So he made a promise to God saying, I will go to seminary school and become a pastor because you kept your promise and you brought us here. So on top of everything that your dad had to deal with, he had to deal with me with my short temper, throwing
Yeah.
a rice cooker at his head. And then he had to deal with you, the kid that never wanted to do anything that anybody told him to do. So she was like, so could you imagine that type of stress? And that's true though, because when my dad used to say like, you don't know what hard work is, and now I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way too, my dad was also a deacon at a church, and my mom cooked the Sunday meals for the church
Yeah.
on Saturday and Sunday for Korean school, and then Sunday for the meal that we would have after. So at Korean churches, typically after the sermon, they would make a meal for everybody to eat. And my mom was a part of that kitchen staff, and she would make the sandwiches and the drinks for the Korean school kids, which I had to make with my mom before I went to Korean school. Yeah.
But I mean, you make a good point because that is what you need to paint to a lot of people to make them understand the sacrifices that you need to make in order for survival. Like, you gotta understand where most of these people are coming from too. Like, if they're young and they never had to be responsible because their parents were so hardworking, they don't know what it's like because they've always been taken care of.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for someone that's always been taken care of to all of a sudden be responsible and like hardworking on their own. Like, I see when kids grew up and they were forced to do a lot of chores, forced to work out, you know, like, or like from an early age they were just working, or like as soon as they were able to get a work permit they started working. They have a totally different outlook on life and work ethic than people that haven't had a job. Like, there's a lot of people that's never worked, and after they graduate college is when they first work, because there's a lot of Asian parents out there that are like, oh, don't work because we want you to focus 100% on studying. But it damages them because they just study and focus on schoolwork. And then, you know, like, I'm pretty sure you have friends like this too, where they're like, no extracurricular activities, no relationships, no work experience, just get good grades, 4.0 all the time, right? And then they graduate and they don't have any life experience and they don't know what the fuck to do. That happens a lot too in our community.
It's scary because people don't put value in social skills, and social skills are everything. When you apply for a job, and I'm saying this by the way as an employer, as a person who employs people, most of the time when people hire you, they have your credentials, by the way. They have that degree.
There's a million people with the same degree, same skills, same everything.
The only difference is your fucking face and the way that you speak,
And
that's
how you treat people.
exactly.
Yep.
So most people aren't even this by the way. Oh, for actors too. This, by the way, when the people hire people on set too, they're also thinking not only about that role, they're thinking, do I want to look at this fucking person's face
Yeah.
every day when they're on set or when I hire them? Because at the end of the day, you're creating your work community. You come into this job interview, you have no social skills, you don't know how to speak to people, you don't know how to communicate. You think that your A+ is any different from somebody else's A+? This podcast was brought to you by Purple, baby. We're talking about Purple, the company that has created the best mattress I have ever laid my heavenly, heavenly body on. If you're a side sleeper, if you're a back sleeper, it doesn't matter because Purple got the technology that's going to cradle your body whichever way that you want. Now, this mattress, my friends, somehow has managed to stay firm but soft at the same time. I know that sounds a little weird, but for those of you out there that have been looking for the perfect mattress, this mattress can do it all. I'm a side sleeper, I'm also a back sleeper, and it doesn't really matter because it feels good
either way. So, if you guys didn't know about this mattress company, it was actually developed by a rocket scientist. So, if you're worried about the technology when it comes to this product, you don't have to be worried at all. I'm talking about rocket scientist type of stuff. So, you get a 100-night risk-free trial. If you're not fully satisfied, you can return your mattress for a full refund. It's also backed by a 10-year warranty and, my friends, free shipping and returns. We're talking about the best customer service in the game. You are going to love Purple, and right now my listeners will get a free Purple pillow with the purchase of a mattress. That's in addition to the great free gifts they're offering site-wide. Just text BRAIN to 84-888. The only way to get this free pillow is to text BRAIN to 84-888. That's BRAIN to 84888. Messages and data rates may apply. So, if you guys have slept on a crappy mattress before, and maybe you think that your mattress is great, try this out. It's 100 nights for free, and if you don't like it, you can return it. But I guarantee you, if you're gonna lay on it, you're gonna love it, and you're not gonna want to return it back. Because just for me, aside from the side sleeping and the back sleeping, straight up, I sweat a lot in my sleep, and this mattress somehow keeps cool. And I know that a lot of memory foam that I slept on, specifically for me, I've had toppers before, I sweat through the whole damn thing. I make a sweat angel. Disgusting. Purple mattress does not do that. So, give it a go, check it out, and let me know what you guys think. Shout outs to Purple, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I blame the school system, man, because I feel like I was kind of like total lie, where I thought, you know, if I graduated with a degree, I'd get paid more, which no one gave a fuck
And our
about.
parents told that too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that too, but I mean the psychology degree is worthless. It really is.
Communications.
Yeah, sociology, like
Sociology.
journalism, like all these degrees are fucking worthless. and I'm
There's a couple of kids like, oh shit, what am I doing?
and I'm saying this because I have a psychology degree.
Yeah.
You need at least a master's to have a decent job, at least, right? And that's the truth with a lot of degrees now. Like back in the 90s or whatever, if you had a physical therapy bachelor's, and you take the test, you can already become a physical therapist. Now you need a master's. Now the competition is just getting higher and higher. You need a more higher. And then cost of college is higher and higher too. So like you have to spend so much fucking money. All these kids are like, they're graduating with like, I don't know, $50,000 in debt, $30,000. There's a debt crisis, right? And then what are they doing like after they graduate with fucking advanced studies? Or well, you
Yeah.
know, like fucking lesbian feminism or whatever. Like, what the fuck can you do with that degree?
Yeah.
Who wants you with that degree? What are you gonna do aside from teaching? Like, what?
And just to that credit as well, if you are going to go into a school, right, and then you are going to just get a degree just to get a degree, don't go to fucking university. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Do 2 years in community college and
then
transfer at a state school or something.
Exactly, because the education is going to be the fucking same.
It is.
And that degree is going to be the same.
Yep.
So at that point, if you're going to just go for a psych degree just to get something so you can work a communications job as an entry level marketing intern somewhere, do not go to a university. You are
Yeah.
wasting a shit ton of money.
Now, if you're gonna be like a world-class researcher that's gonna find some groundbreaking new shit in psychology, then by all means go to the top schools because we need you
Yeah.
to help with the mental health these days. You know, like we need people like that.
Yeah.
It all depends. Like if you're just doing it to please your parents or whatever. But this is a whole different story, right? What I was trying to get with about all this stuff is that the degrees are not what makes you a better worker. It doesn't really mean shit, and you're not gonna be paid that much more just because you have one, depending on the industry, of course. But for the most part, it does not matter. Who you know matters. And when I go back to saying, I want to go back to the topic of side hustle, right? So you can side hustle within your company. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say you're getting paid for the job of data entry. But every job that I went to, I used that as an opportunity to learn everything about this company, even if it doesn't, if my job description doesn't say that. Because what I want to do is make this company more efficient and better because of because of my involvement.
Yeah.
If you see, a lot of people don't understand how to get a raise and how to work within the company system. And the reason for that is school, right? The way that school teaches you is, here's what's on the syllabus, here's your tests, here's extra credit. You do all these things, this is the points you will get. In the workplace, that's not how it works.
Because you're creating a work soldier, is what you want.
Right. Well, and then you shouldn't get, not that you shouldn't, but like most people, they go, well, I've been a loyal, employee for 10 years. I should get paid more, right? Like, yes, you should be rewarded for your loyalty, but then there's a reason why some new guy that comes in might get paid more, because that person is effective.
They're adding value.
Exactly, and no one knows how to add value. That's where the problem lies. Like, I understood very early on how to get into a workplace for the bottom money, like for the cheapest amount as possible. Get my foot in the door, then I prove myself within that company, make them more money, and then I can argue a better price point. If I become irreplaceable to that company, I threaten to leave, and then they'll give me more money.
Yeah. 'Cause they need you. You're an asset.
Exactly.
You're not an employee anymore. You're an actual asset to the company.
A friend of ours proved herself in a marketing company recently and got herself a 6-figure income by doing that.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, because she went in as like a data entry type of person, an intern, and then she came back, studied the company, did this presentation, and did all this work, and boom, she secured herself as like a high position.
That's amazing.
And I think like that's what I mean by side hustle, right? Like, let's say you don't Uber or do all these other things, but if you can not only prove your value but bring money into the company, now you become irreplaceable. And if you can't, and if they don't value you in that way, then that's a horrible company. You leave and you do the same thing to a company that will recognize that, and you will get paid more.
I hope a lot of people can take this to heart too, because I don't want people to, and this once again is coming from an employer, and I've dealt with this issue with a lot of employees where they believe that time spent equals I deserve more money. To a certain extent, that's true.
To a certain extent, yeah.
And so what happens is they have this idea of, well, I want to get paid more for doing the same amount of work.
Yeah.
And for as an employer, that wouldn't make sense to me. And there's been points too where, specifically at one of my businesses, we hired somebody else to manage the store instead of this person who has been here longer.
Yeah.
And in his mind, he was jaded. He goes, well, how come I'm not? And he never said it, but I could sense it. When I come in and I sense the motivation is down or whatever, and partially, we did talk about it before, but I had to talk to him again about it.
Was he like, because I was here longer, how come this other person?
Exactly, and I gave him that explanation. I had explained to him one more time because his work output was terrible. And at this point now he's not fired. So, but it's all about second chances with me. So, I talked to him. I'll go straight up. I said, "You are upset because this person got a raise. They took the position that you wanted." He goes, "Oh no, I'm not." I was like, "Listen, you're not gonna get in trouble. I just wanted you to be honest, so I could fix this problem." He goes, "Yeah, it just felt a little weird." I was like, "Well, let me put this in perspective. How I see it as an employer is that you have been here longer than her, and she's been working twice as hard as you. And not only has she been working twice as hard, she has actually recommended things for this company that has worked really well.
Yeah.
You came in here and you're very fun to be around, but you do the bare minimum work.
Yeah.
And at times, even with the bare minimum work, you mess up."
But people don't recognize that.
He didn't want to take responsibility for that.
Yeah.
And all he saw was time spent equaled more money.
Yeah, but that's also immaturity too. Right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the positions that we have are entry level jobs for like college students and stuff like that. If you're still doing this as an adult, then you're completely fucking low IQ and idiot. Like, you're stupid as fuck, right?
It's so weird because I guess for him it was hard for me because he almost wanted me to tend to his emotions, but he didn't want to listen to the facts that were laid before him.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and say, well, emotionally, I should have gave you the raise. It doesn't work that way, man. You didn't add value.
Yeah.
This person did, and this person did it in literally half the time that you did.
Well, they also don't see what you do because we see things from top bottom, but we also know what it feels like to be an employee.
Yeah.
So that's the burden, right? Is like, this is the age-old conflict. Like, you have business owners and then you have employees. And employees always think that business owners are a bunch of greedy, fat guys that are smoking their cigars with the fucking Monopoly hats and shit. And then the employees are these like guys that are being taken advantage of. That's kind of like the stereotype, right? But then what they fail to remember is that employers have been employees
100%.
and know the struggle, know what it feels like. But once we get the whole picture, we realize a lot of the misconceptions that we had as employees. And I think the biggest problem, though, is the expectations are not set up right for employees when they graduate college, and the work things aren't common sense.
Yeah.
That should be common sense. So, like, you know, if you're at a workplace for like 10 years plus, they go, well, I've been here for so long, I should get at least paid for like loyalty or whatever, which is true, but you also have to look at things as like in the bigger picture, right? Like, if you're doing the same thing a robot can do, a robot can replace you, unfortunately. But if you don't keep sharpening your tools as a worker and becoming better and faster or like smarter, if you keep doing the same exact thing, then there's really no reason why people are gonna keep you. And that's just the unfortunate truth.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for example, like, you could be the hardest working pager in the world. But if a cell phone comes around, no one's gonna want you anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is like, you gotta transform and better yourself and all that stuff. And unfortunately, man, I don't think that they teach that in school, because in school it's so outdated. So a lot of people graduate without understanding what they need to provide. And I think most people want to, but that's the problems that we run into with new employees straight out of college. A lot of guys, they want to do good, they want to work hard, they want to contribute, they just don't know how. So we're not seeing eye to eye. And I think that's one of the struggles of like people graduating and waking up to what the world is really like.
One of the things that I like that our partners do, we own a matcha business, and it's doing really well. One of the things that our partners that are there for the day-to-day that really impresses me is that they actually do leadership meetings.
Yeah.
Where they teach a lot of the employees how to be leaders and how to be managers instead of just a day-to-day employee.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff is really going to set. I mean, who knows if these people are going to stay with the company or not? And obviously, they're going to go off and do greater things. But the cool thing about that is that I think that they're fulfilling a role that traditional education didn't do for them.
Yeah.
Or hasn't done for them.
We really, as business owners, we have to pick up where the education system failed. Like, we have to do the other part, man. And it just sucks, but that's just the way it goes, you know? But I think everyone has this thing where, like, oh, millennials are so entitled and whatever. I used to think that too, and I didn't realize I was a millennial myself.
Yeah, we are. We are millennials.
But then it's because I got to learn fast. So now I should pay it forward and like teach that to them. Like, so like I was a part of that group where I got my degree. I didn't feel like I feel like I got cheated. I was $30,000 in credit card debt. No one wanted me just because of that degree. Like, I thought if I got that degree, bam, I'm gonna get that job. I think everybody thinks this till this day. I think everybody thinks that, because you're told everybody with a college degree earned more income. That's fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true statistically, but just because you get a degree, you're not gonna get shit. Nothing's gonna be handed to you.
It's just a lot of personal responsibility that it takes, and I think if you were to take something away from this, is that we're not saying that this is easy. We're actually saying it's very, very hard. You just have to be prepared for that type of workload and understand what it's going to take to have the things that you want. It takes you to be an adult about it and really put your foot forward and figure this shit out. Because, you know, for us too, it wasn't laid out for us, you know? And I think the cool thing is now that we're in a position where we can actually tell people. So this isn't us telling it as if, and number one, by the way, I'm not a bajillionaire either. You know, I'm telling you things as I'm figuring this out as well. And it may or may not work for you.
Yeah, everything is just trial and error, right? But then, I think when people ask about finance, like, oh, how do you make more money? How do you save money? How do you do all those things? There's a lot of information out there,
There's so many ways to do it.
and there's a lot of ways to do it. You got to figure out what works for you, what your personality is like.
Man, if you're an Asian kid out there, and I already know this for a fact, you got mom and dad that tells you to live in the house till you're like 25, fucking live in that house.
Do it.
Don't you dare fucking move out just so you could just smash a random chick somewhere. Go get a fucking hotel. Stay in that house. You would be so surprised how much money you'll save staying with your parents because they're paying for toilet paper, fucking toothpaste, food, unless you're going out to eat all the time.
Yeah.
That rent, all these different costs that you're not accruing for yourself, you could take that money and do something else with it. You know, some people are like, well, aren't you an adult? Shouldn't you move out? Man, fuck you, dude. I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna suck on that tit till that titty's dry.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna set myself up for the future so I can help my parents out later on too. So while your parents are healthy, and if you do live in an environment at home where your parents let me
Yeah.
support you, don't be ashamed. Don't be embarrassed. Take that help. Take that help.
I would say work. If you're at home and you're not working and you're not doing shit, and
That's
you're,
a problem.
and you're yeah, that's a big problem. You got to work, and don't be too proud, man. Like if you have a college degree and you just can't get a job, do not be too proud. Work retail, do whatever you got to do, because no matter what, you could climb up. Like, sure, you can, work fast food, but
this-
you could become a manager. Like you could climb up. You're not stuck at where you're at.
It's a mentality of people thinking that when they don't have anything at all, they
Yeah.
still think things are beneath them, which doesn't make any sense. You are in survival mode. There is nothing that's beneath you. What's beneath you is the fact that if you don't have cash and you're out on the street sucking dick, that might be fucking beneath you. I had a friend of mine who so he originally wanted to go into medical school, right? He found out that it's not his shit. But he still graduated with a biology degree from Davis. And when we were talking to him, he was still living with his parents, but he hadn't worked for about a year.
Why?
Because, so check this shit out, and this is the thing that pissed me off, and he didn't like it when I said it to him, but he understood later on. I go, why have you, oh, I'm still looking for a job. I was like, what do you mean you're looking for a job? What are you looking for right now? I was like, dude, you live at home, but you're still taking money from your parents. You're not really doing anything. You're just sitting around saying that you're looking for a job. It's been a fucking year. What are you doing? He goes, well, I'm looking for a job that's going to pay me about whatever. I don't remember what the price was, but it was this amount of money. And I go, okay, that's cool. But you do know you could work a part-time job right now, have some money and cash coming in while you still look for a job. He goes, I can't do that. I'm like, why? And this is what he said. He goes, to be honest with you, like, I know this sounds dumb, but I think it's beneath me. And I said, what? What do you mean beneath you?
Wow.
He goes, well, I'm college educated. Why should I have to work a part-time job at like a Subway or a Wendy's or whatever? And I looked at him just pissed. I was like, hold on a second. What are you fucking saying right
He's
now?
an idiot.
Yeah, you fucking bum.
He wasted a whole entire year when if he could have done that part-time job, he would have had extra 15,000 in 1 year or some shit.
Exactly. Paying nothing. His parents would have still helped him out. So with that money that you could have made, because something is beneath you, which by the way is fucking offensive to people who are working those jobs, you're saying that just because you have this little piece of paper,
Yeah.
that you're better than making money than not making any money at all.
Which I don't believe at all.
It's unreal to me.
There's people with no pieces of paper that are very valuable human beings.
Exactly. So there's that mentality that I hope a lot of people don't have. I don't know if he was a very unique case, but it was so shocking when he said that.
I wouldn't doubt it, man, because like after a lot of us graduated, there were a couple of my friends who didn't want to apply at like Sam's Club or Costco or whatever, and I'm like, dude, I needed a job. I went back to working $12 an hour.
Yeah.
And I was working at the warehouse, and I was working a blue collar job, like moving boxes and shit like that. And I was like, fuck it, dude. I got a degree, but I need a job.
Yeah.
And then I turned that $12 job into a, $2,000 a month with benefits.
Yeah.
So there is a way.
Yeah.
It's still not that much money. I make that shit like in a minute now, but back then it was like It was hard, man. And all I gotta say is there's a lot of information out there, but the information that you're not gonna get and what you need is self-control. So the information is like, how do you save an extra $1,000? How do you make, how do you make side income? How do you make an extra 200 a month? How do you fucking budget? You'll find so much information out there. But the thing that I can give to people is like, you gotta be aware that you're gonna go through a lot of emotional turmoil that you have to overcome. That's the hardest part about finance. It's like an addiction, right? And habit building. It's like, it's the same thing as like exercising. If you're not used to doing it, it's hard as fuck. Dieting, if you're not used to doing it, it's hard as fuck, right? So if you're the type of person that gets Starbucks every fucking morning and you need your Starbucks, it's a habit. You're spending $7 every day, but it's a habit. You have to do it. It's hard as hell for them to quit doing that. Or like if they love shoes. You know what I mean? Like you knew what that was like, buying all those shoes. Like as soon as they get that paycheck, boom,
David.
shoes. Or like, so you have the problem of spending, or the opposite problem, the laziness, not going out getting a job, not making money, not doing anything, just sitting at home, like ruminating into thoughts, fucking watching YouTube all day or whatever, like not doing jack shit, right? You have these two opposite spectrums. One is spending too much, one is not even making anything.
Yeah.
And people need to do the bare basics. Make sure you have a job. Make sure you budget shit. These are normal things. It's not that hard. Like if you put it down on paper, it's not that hard, right?
It's very simple. It's this, that.
Right. It's like make this much a month, spend this much a month. Now, if you're young, this is not rocket science, and it only gets harder. I get it if you're listening right now and you have, some newborn kids, you have a mortgage, you have sick parents that you're taking care of, you have, you just got laid off. There's people with problems out there, right? But most young people don't.
Yeah.
Most young people that I know, it's just they're-
Self-control issues.
they have a lot of self-control issues. Yeah, and then they put a lot of pressure in their own heads because they don't know what's really going on.
And this is some stuff too, just to bring it back once again, it's stuff that we deal with all the time. Self-control issues is stuff that we have to really just kind of put ourselves in check.
Yeah.
Like I said, with me, it was spending money on food, which is partially the reason why I was fucking 4,000 pounds. My God, dude, I was
Everyone's
huge.
got their vices, man.
Yeah, man, we all got our vice. I don't have the shoe vice, but I had the fucking eating vice like a motherfuck. Like I would eat, dude, I would eat as if I was going on the electric chair tomorrow. I'm like, so we would go, dude, I remember when we went out to eat, our fucking table looked like we were about to feed the king of Siam.
I know.
It was just for me and you.
I know.
It was so ridiculous. We would have like fucking a platter of duck.
We just wanted a bite of everything.
Like a fucking king. That's how we would eat. And it was such a terrible thing to do. And it surpassed my original way of living, which was learning how to save,
Yeah.
spending right, because I got accustomed to a certain lifestyle.
Yeah.
Just it was, I could have it, so I'm gonna have it, which I never had that before. So it was, that self-control part was really hard for me.
It was really hard
Yeah.
because I used to look at the price for everything.
Everything, dude.
I was like, oh, how much is that? Oh, I can't buy that. And then it's like all of a sudden, I could get anything on the menu,
yeah.
and I could get 3 things on the menu.
Yeah.
I want to taste that. I want to taste that. I want to taste that. But it gets a little too much.
It doesn't make any sense, man. There was a restaurant in Pasadena. When I first moved to LA, I moved to South Pasadena,
Yeah.
and there was a sushi restaurant called Matsuri. Matsuri, I went there, and I only ate there on a special occasion because I couldn't afford it. Like I was making nothing. So when I first came to LA, I was making about $500 a month.
Yeah.
My rent was $400.
Yeah.
That's how fucking poor I was.
Yeah.
And then I had whatever that I saved up because I sold all my Jordans, I sold all this other shit, and that savings was what I was surviving off that shit. And then third, fourth month, I started doing shows, stand-up shows, and that started giving me extra income. But I would only eat at Matsuri maybe once a month at most.
Yeah.
So sometimes every other month. And then I remember when I started making good money, I went back to that restaurant. And I remember looking at that restaurant and saying, this is a treat. I can't have this all the time.
That was us with Shinsengumi.
Yeah.
And that became a weekly thing that we ate like a fucking prince of Sudan. Anything I want.
Dude, they loved us, dude. That's for
Yeah.
sure, man. And dude, I would order. Okay, I'm like, we would look at each other. You guys want this? Let's get. You want this? Cool, let's get that. And at the end of the day, there was so much food left on the table.
You know, 1 month we spent $8,000 on the card just for food.
That's fucking crazy.
Because it was like a decision between me and Bart where like, you know, everyone works so hard with our group, you know, like we would do those 40 article late nights or whatever. We were like, the least we can do is like not make people pay out of their pocket for food, right? And let's just get anything
Let's
we
be
want.
lavish, dude.
Yeah, let's get let's
It's
just
lavish.
yeah, let's do it, man. And that was when we were doing really well. So it was like it didn't even make a dent. Like it really didn't. And on top of that, we were giving out those bonuses and all that. So then we didn't scale back all that kind of spending. So that was a big like duh, right? But I remember feeling that too. Is like, man, going to these restaurants, it was like a special treat.
Yeah.
And I never knew this freedom. And once you have that freedom, it's very hard to adjust back.
Yeah.
Which now I'm doing though.
We used to get the fucking remember that Indo fried rice and the pork chop deal at JJ's Cafe or some shit.
Yeah, yeah.
That used to be our special treat.
$6.
And you know what? Like, yes, $6. And I don't think people realize like how broke we were. When I first met them and they met me, we were both broke as shit.
I was living on $1,000 a month. That was my food, car, rent, everything.
Yeah.
Everything I needed. And I had about $100 or two every month left over to put into my savings.
Yeah.
And my goal was basically after I paid off my debt, I paid myself $1,000 a month to just live on, and that was it, dude. And people go, "You lived on $1,000 a month?" I'm like, "Yes, it's possible."
You
and
made
I
it
did.
happen.
I did it for years, man. People in my company were making more than I was, and that's what people don't get. Is just like you said, you were making what, $900 a month,
500.
500 a month. You were living on 500 a month.
I was living on 500 a month, man, and then
Crazy.
the excess I had to dip into my savings that I saved up to come to LA.
Yeah.
And I was living like that. It wasn't a problem, especially because I was a comic. I didn't give a fuck what I looked like, dressed,
too.
or nothing. I was like, I'm supposed to be funny. I sell my shit by words.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, and then so me and Bart, we lived on about $1,000 a month. So thankfully, you know, Bart's mom was financially intelligent because she had that extra house in Maury Park, and she didn't come from money, man. She saved and saved and saved and bought a house, right? And so like, you know, she let us use one of like the living room, and then she gave me cheap rent to stay in there. And then and before that, I actually lived with Bart's dad. I rented a room from him, and he rented to me for like a couple $100. So that helped out a lot, dude.
Yeah.
But then I was paying normal roommate prices. Like if you look anywhere at the time, I was paying the same price as everybody else, but it was just comfortable living with his dad, you know. And then yeah, and all just literally like we didn't spend nothing. All the money that we made from the company, we recycled it, paid people out, like just kept buying equipment. We did this for 5 years, man.
Yeah.
And it wasn't till 2014 that we started to finally be able to give ourselves a little bit more money. And then 15, 16, 17 is like when we really went up. But that's the case with, I think, a lot of people don't realize this is our 11th year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it happened overnight like some of these other guys on YouTube, you know, like.
Well, the platform was so different, dude. I didn't, you know, until I met you guys, I really didn't know I could make money on YouTube. I was just trying to be a big stand-up comic. That's all I gave a fuck about. And I actually was gonna quit YouTube after the first year because I fucking hated it.
And we told you not to.
Bart and Joe were the reason that told me not to quit YouTube, and they told me it was gonna be profitable.
Yeah.
Because I got if you guys think that I disappeared on YouTube for the past year and a half, and you're like, well, where did he go? Let me tell you something. I was gonna disappear after the first year.
Yeah.
I think lasting 7 years is pretty fucking good. All right. So like, because I didn't like, number one was like, at the time being a stand-up comic and being a YouTuber was a no-no. People looked down on it. And mind you, when I came onto the YouTube space, I was like, what, 24? I was 24. I was doing stand-up since I was 16. And so when I remember this story, well, my personal story, of course I remember it, but I did this stand-up show, and when they put me on that card, and this actually sparked the reason why I wanted to quit, is because all I wanted to be was a huge stand-up comic. And then I told them that I was a stand-up comic, but they were like, and I know they did this shit on purpose too. They go, everybody was stand-up comic, and then next to my name they said YouTuber, and they did it as a slight to me. And I looked at that shit and I was fucking infuriated. Like my blood fucking boiled. Now it's not a big deal, but back then it was a huge thing.
I remember it was. Yeah. Like we weren't respected
At all.
Yeah. Everybody would kind of consider us as these like, I don't know, like wannabes or whatever. And I think everyone in our generation didn't want the title YouTuber.
Yeah.
Now everybody wants to be a fucking YouTuber.
They're like, are you a YouTuber? Are you a YouTuber?
Nah, man. It was a shameful thing to be a YouTuber.
People just didn't understand what we were
They
doing.
wanted you to be a comedian. Like, we wanted to be comedians, singers, actors, filmmakers. We didn't want to be YouTubers.
Yeah.
It was totally fucking different.
It was such a weird space because I wanted to be recognized as a great stand-up comic. And mind you, I wasn't that great, but I did it for so long. I was still better, in my personal opinion, at that time. So for the set that I went up to, I was at the Ice House Pasadena because my manager at the time never saw me do stand-up. I was like, yo, I've been doing stand-up. I could do this shit. And he goes, well, did you prepare a set? I was like, I don't need to prepare a set. It's a fucking 10-minute slot. I'll fucking fill that like nothing. And so I did it.
Yeah.
I did really well for it at the time. And I remember because there was this dude, I'll remember this shit till this day, because in the back room, there's a lot of stand-up comics who want to do well, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a dick measuring contest. Some
Yeah.
people try to out laugh and out funny people.
In the green room, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And those people usually are the worst, by
Yeah.
the way. The people that are good, they just sit, chill themselves, and they do whatever. So this dude comes up to me and he goes, oh man, so like you're the YouTube guy, right? And right when he said that, I was already pissed. And mind you, I had a bad temper back in the day.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm on YouTube, but he goes, oh, well, I've been doing stand-up for like about, 3 or 4 years now. So if you need any pointers, let me know. I was doing stand-up for 8. So I looked at him, I was like, hey, that's cool, man. I've been doing it for 8, so go fuck off. Right? He goes up,
Yeah.
fucking bombs. Not a single fucking laugh.
Yeah.
I go up,
The final
I did
cutscene,
well. I
man.
tore up that fucking room, came back, and I was like, what's up now? But I just left it at that.
Wow.
I fucking hated that shit. Only because, and I'm not saying this to be cocky, it's just I paid my dues. It was
He's just trying to get an ego trip on you.
yeah, he was trying to put me
Yeah.
down. Like I was offended because you have any idea how hard it is to do stand up as a 16-year-old? Like
Yeah.
that shit, it was difficult. I paid my fucking dues. You don't get to talk to me like that. And so like for me, I mean, it was childish then. I probably wouldn't do it now as an adult. I would have done it a lot more subtle. But that was the realm that we came from in order to end up how we are now.
Yeah.
Nobody knew that you could actually make a shit ton of money on YouTube at the time.
Yeah.
I think Kev Jumba, I remember watching him on the news, and they were talking about how they were using him as a tester for ads and money. And he was talking about how he's paying his college through YouTube.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, what the fuck? You could get money off this shit?
Yep.
And then I saw Shane Dawson's videos and all this other stuff, and it just led to something else.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it just worked out for us because for me, it was like no turning back.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to work that warehouse job or do anything else. I had to do this.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of like going back to the side hustle, right? And like doing things that you care about and trying to make that extra income. And a lot of the times when people feel like, oh, I can't do this or I don't have time or whatever, like you got to check how you're feeling and how you're thinking, because it's usually because you're just overthinking and afraid.
Yeah.
That's usually what it is. It's you don't know where to start. You don't know what to do, and there's too much pressure. There's too much anxiety or whatever. But just break it down into baby steps. What's the first thing you need to do? Do you need to get a job? Like some people, it's really that simple. Like you're like, oh, I don't even know what to do. Like I don't know where to start. It's like, how about a job?
It's like, nah, man, I can't do that right now.
Yeah, I know one guy that's literally like that. Like, oh fuck, man, I can't pay my bills. I can't do this and that fucking shit. I'm like, well, the job that you're doing right now, is it making you that much money? What about another job? I mean, you got 40 extra hours. That was only one part-time gig. You could do another job.
Yeah.
They don't even think about that. It's
They're like, wait, I'm already doing 40 hours though. It's like, okay.
no, they were only doing like 20 hours.
Oh shit. Okay, well then he has a lot of time.
Yeah,
then.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, come on, bro. What else are you doing for the rest of the time? Playing fucking Dota and shit? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
And then it's that simple. But
so
sometimes
underpowered.
they're like, it's difficult because you get into this groove. Like, you know what that feels like when you get into a groove of not working out or eating a certain way, and then you let yourself go, and you're like, oh fuck. Like, we all know the answer. Oh shit, I gotta stop doing this. I gotta eat healthy again. I gotta work out. Same thing with finance. It's right under your nose. Do you need to get a job? Do you need to stop spending on shoes? Do you need to do this? Like, it's right there. Then the more you start controlling that, then you can move on to the second stages of, okay, now I already got a job. Now I got my budget. Now I'm, paying my bare necessities. Now I want to save money. Now strategize on that. Once you got that, now fucking think about how to make more money, or think about a better job or a better career, or, things like that. And it's all just baby steps. When you break it down into really small, achievable things like that, your anxiety will go away because you're not thinking of 1,000 other things. Just focus on one little thing at a time. That's basically how I figured it all out.
So you're saying a lot of people just kind of jump steps and they're thinking about plan D when they should have just figured out finishing plan A, B, and C first.
Yeah.
And so they're thinking about, well, what do I have to invest into? It's like, well, let's slow down for a
You
second.
need money to invest first, buddy. You know?
I was like, well, what do you got? Well, I got these magical beans and this Reese's peanut butter cup.
Yeah.
Like, well, hold on, buddy. Take those buttons in your pocket don't count as money.
Yeah.
So let's get a job in finances first. Okay. Well, you know what? We've been doing this for about an hour and 15 minutes. I think that's a lot for you guys to chew on for now.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to wrap this up, what would you say? Let's put into 3 big points.
Well, what was the first one that we talked about earlier?
The first one, okay. Well, the first one was what? Oh, fuck.
I think it was control your spending and budget.
Control your spending and
Right.
budget.
2 is like, if you don't have a job, get a job.
Make more money. So
Or side hustle, and you can do it in the form of like outside. Like, if you could teach something, if you could just Google right now side hustles or whatever, like Uber, whatever, extra income, right? And then if you have debt, pay off all the debt. I think that would be 3 if I could add something.
Okay.
So 1 would be look at your budgets, break it down to bare necessities, stop spending other shit. Number 2, either increase your income by trying to get a raise within your workplace, side hustles, or whatever. And then 3 is pay off your debts if you have debt. And my strategy to pay off debt is always pay off the highest interest first.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of ways to do it, but if I could sum it up, what I'll do is I'll sign up for 0 interest credit cards with 0 transaction fees. Amex has one called the Everyday. The max is $5,000. So you could transfer from other cards to this American Express card. So if you have an American Express to American Express, it doesn't work. So like if you have a Chase Visa or whatever, transfer $5,000 max to this card if you get accepted for that much. And then for 18 months or so, there's no interest. You leave that money in there. And then so like my strategy would be, let's say you have a Visa and you owe $10,000, right? If you could transfer 5,000, you leave that to the side. You start attacking that 5,000 inside your Visa account, and you start deducting that. Pay that off. By 18 months, hopefully that $5,000 in the Visa is taken care of, and then you pay for that Chase. You pay for the Amex card.
Yeah.
Now, this is not advice. This is just something that I do. If you do
method.
it, that's fine. Yeah. But there's a lot of different methods. There's people that will do, they'll pay the smallest loan first to build confidence. So some people out there have like 10 loans, right? And at the highest loan, it might be $100,000, and the lowest loan is like $1,000, right? So what they'll do is they'll pay the $1,000, and then they'll go up in number. That builds a lot of confidence. But my method is, regardless if it's $100,000 or $20,000 or $5,000, I look for the highest interest because they are charging the most.
Okay.
So I pay off that, and then I pay off the lower ones, and then I use all kinds of different strategies to maneuver my money around. But number 3 would be pay off all your debts, become debt free. And then we'll worry about all the other shit like investing and all that later.
Okay. Because people tend to push that aside all the time, and they kind of jump that step because what they realize, the debt that you have is actually money that you don't have.
Yes. And it's bleeding. If you have interest on that debt,
You're taking money.
that means, yeah, they're just charging you for owing money.
Yeah.
They're making money off of air and time.
Yeah.
So pay off that debt.
Well, guys, that concludes this episode of Genius Brain Podcast. I am David So, and
I am a Joe Jitsukawa, baby.
yeah. So remember, we're over here. If you guys want specific advice, if you want us to go even more in depth into this whole financial thing, let us know in the comments. If you're
Ask
watching
some
this,
specific questions, too.
yeah, specific
Yeah.
would be great too, because right now we're just shooting in the dark because there's so much information to give out. And who knows, we might actually bring somebody who's an expert in this into
Yeah.
this podcast too. So don't be afraid to ask questions. You can check us out on Castbox, iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, any kind of audio platform that you could think of, we're on there. And give us a thumbs up, likes, go on that iTunes podcast and make sure you give us a 5-star and stay interactive, people. I love you to death, you fucking cute bitches. We will see you next time.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Three, two, one. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of the Genius Brain Podcast. You know what's popping on Thursdays. We got Joe Jitsu motherfucker Japanese Akawa.
Hello, everybody. hello.
Hello. Man. So we only talked about this briefly, but so you guys know that that we decided to get this office outside of my apartment, which is really great. And before I decided to do that, I was thinking about bringing somebody onto this podcast, and I was like, oh, some people who I don't know, which I kind of figured out that it was a little weird when I bring people over to an apartment where, first of all, Mario's not in entertainment.
Yeah.
And then I have a bunch of strangers coming in. It kind of felt weird.
It is weird. But I mean, fucking Bobby does it all the time.
Well, Bobby's also the weirdest person in the room, so that's different.
That's true.
They're probably scared to come into his apartment. It's the other way
But
around.
it's funny because, like, he has an apartment, right?
Yeah.
And he has these, like, he's friends with all these celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
So, first off, I don't feel like these celebrities would be scary to bring into your house.
Yeah.
So I think that's the safe part, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other part, though, is that, to me, he lives like a child.
That's true.
He's 10 years older than us.
He's
He's got so much action figures, and it feels like a kid's fucking home. It's fun.
yeah, it's like one of those things when you walk in, you're like, man, dude, I think I lived like this in college and I miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a college dorm room. It's like he never grew up.
Dude, shout outs to Bobby Lee and Tiger Belly, man. One of the funniest fucking podcasts out there, dude.
Yeah, but I feel like safe because if all of my guests are celebrities, I'll bring them into my house.
That's true.
Yeah, but then in our case, like, you might bring a random person.
Yeah, so people have been actually wondering about this, and it took me a while to think about it. I was like, because I always like to try to come from a place of like empathy, because when people are acting erratically or what I like to call batshit fucking crazy,
Yeah.
there's always a reason for it, right? There's a reason why people behave the way that they do, something that happened in their past. So I decided to have it in a public office space because number one, there's cameras here.
Yeah.
That means there's timestamps. That means that if somebody tries to pull some crazy stupid shit,
Yeah.
guess what, motherfucker, shit's recorded, and I got proof. So I decided to have somebody on this podcast who I met randomly, and it turns out this person is the adult entertainment industry. And that podcast interview went to shit. It was.
You threw it away.
I still have it just in case, but I'm not going to put it out.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. But it was one of those weird things, and I had to tell Joe about this because listen. I don't get freaked out or scared by a lot of things, right? Specifically when it comes to me being in danger, just because I didn't grow up in a nice area. I know what danger feels like, and I'm smart about my shit.
But when it comes to crazy, that's a whole different level of danger.
Crazy feels different, man.
Yeah.
I felt so fucking unsafe.
Yeah.
And here's the weird part about it. So when we were conducting this interview, and you guys have all heard of these Genius Brain podcasts, I don't come in here with an agenda. There is no agenda. It's just conversation and stuff that I want to know about. and I'll talk about it. I'm not trying to get like clickbaity views, though the titles are sent like I don't write the titles, by the way. So it's just conversation, and sometimes great things come out, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it's just something that people just want to hear.
I mean, you actually had to scratch so many episodes. You wasted several hours
Yeah.
with so many episodes that just didn't work out. That's what people don't know.
Yeah.
Is that you only go for the gold conversations.
Yeah.
Because there are just some that did not work out.
Yeah, and it's also too because when I bring people on, I don't want them to look bad. So
Yes,
if
that's
I
another
if I
thing,
put it
too.
out, and sometimes I feel like you said some kind of salacious shit.
Yeah.
You're not gonna look good on this, and you're not very good at speaking on the mic, so it just makes you look stupid. I'm not gonna put this out because I asked you to come onto this podcast, so I don't want you walking away looking terrible. And so with this person, essentially, you know, being in the basically with the adult entertainment industry, what I wanted to find out is why someone who in this space, like specifically in you know, we're on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So YouTube, we were allowed to create our own destiny. And so I feel like that kind of translates with girls who are cam girls. Cam girls, they can control their income and figure out what they want to make and how they want to make it.
Yeah.
They can self-promote, and there's really no overhead to it besides the camera that you're fucking around on. So what would make somebody who is a very popular person on a cam girl site go off and to be a professional in the porn industry? Like what's the money disparity?
They went from cam girl to porn?
Yeah, and then
Oh.
from amateur to pro.
Oh,
So-
wow.
So I wanted to know what that process was like, and why would you go from that when you have so much control here? Is the money that much better? Does it open up doors for you? That's where the conversation was going to lead.
Yeah.
You know, but we didn't even get past to that. It was like simple questions. It was like, what's your name? Where are you from? And I was like, well, how does it?
I'm not going to disclose that shit.
Yeah, and
Hey,
it was,
what's your name? What? Why would you ask me something so personal, motherfucker?
Yeah, and so, you know, after the podcast was over, essentially this girl was very erratic and she was really all over the place.
Wow.
And I wasn't going to use that because she doesn't look good, you know? It's like if I ask you a question and then you go on 13 different tangents and you're not answering the question. And by the way, these questions aren't even harsh or personal, and if you don't want to answer them, you don't. So, for example, how'd you get into the porn industry?
Yeah.
I thought that was a very simple question. And so after
Because
the
if I asked Mia that, she was like, "Oh, a scouter came."
some simple shit.
Yeah.
You know, and so I don't try to make any. What the fuck, you know? And so I basically, after it was over, I asked her. I was like, "Hey, do you deal with anxiety issues? Because I have anxiety as well. That's why I take like a CBD drops,
Yeah.
and you know, I walk. I learn how to relax because it seems like you were very anxious and you didn't want to answer these very simple questions, you know." And for her, she was like, yeah, I deal with anxiety. And she started going on a diatribe about her personal issues, which I never asked, you know. I just asked, I was just trying to calm her down and relax. She starts crying.
Whoa.
Yeah, she starts crying. And
On the podcast?
no, not on the podcast. I didn't record this part. And so, you know, she starts crying and then starts telling me about all these like really just too personal stuff that I personally don't feel comfortable even listening
Yeah.
to. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to call you Uber home, right? So she was like, yeah, can you call me an Uber? And I was going to call her an Uber either way because I wanted to have a timestamp of when she left, you know? So I, you know, called her an Uber Comfort, by the way, which is really nice. You know, sent her back home. But prior to that, she was asking me like, yo, do you want to, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? And I'm like,
No.
no, I
don't want to hang out with you.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I'm good. And by the way, she also had her other friend here too.
Oh.
Because you know, be comfortable. You
Yeah.
know, bring somebody here that you know. Like, why not? But this is in a public office space. Like, nothing's gonna happen. But so her friend was on the podcast as well, and she seemed very calm and well adjusted, but she wasn't.
It was two people on the podcast.
It was two people
Oh,
on the
shit.
podcast, and so, you know, my thing is to make this situation very comfortable. But you know, when she kind of broke down, it was a little hysterical. I sent her on the way home, and she kept on asking if I wanted to go eat, and I was like, nah, I don't. Like, I already ate. I didn't eat, but you know,
I'm too scared to eat, bitch. Why don't you fucking realize that?
exactly. And she was like, oh yeah, and you know, she wanted to eat Korean food, so I was showing her a few different spots, and she goes, oh, I guess like I'll just save money. I don't want to spend money on food. I was like, oh, so you wanted me to buy you a meal?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I was like, then why'd you ask what you wanted to go eat? Oh, so you want to go out? You want me to buy you and your friend dinner, right? And I was like, nah, like what the fuck? Like this, I just spent like an hour and a half here. You were crying. You were all over the place, which is okay because this is not your space or world. I'm fine with that. Afterwards, after we left, I was just very straightforward with her. I said, you know, you were I said she was all over the place a little bit, and I'll decide whether I'm going to use most likely I'm not going to use this. But if you want to give this another try, you can, and I gave her that opportunity. Just because, you know, why not? Not everybody is going to, you know, knock this out the park, and I think she does have a very interesting story. But then she came back with, she goes, well, if I do come back, I want to be compensated for my time. I want to, like, you know, just kind of coming at me like super aggressive. I was like, yo. She goes, well, maybe you need to find somebody who's more used to the space instead of find somebody who hasn't done this before. And I'm like, where's this coming from?
Was her friend like watching the whole time, like what the fuck? Or
Yeah, she seemed pretty fine too, and she actually hit me up the other day asking if they can come back on, and I'm like,
why would they want what?
And I don't think she knows how hard her friend came at me. Like, she came at me super fucking hard. So I don't think she really realized like how aggressive she came at me afterwards. And I was still very nice and cordial. I was like, nah, I'm okay. I'm not going to use the episode. Don't worry. Have a happy new year. And then she sends this other text message after that where it goes into a lot of her personal issues that I didn't ask about. And she was like, I wasn't going to tell this. I was like, I never knew about this. I wasn't asking you about this stuff. What are you saying?
Did you know when I was 7 years old, there were monsters in my closet? Like, what the fuck, dude? I don't give a fuck.
Like, nobody and I was like, oh, she's kind of erratic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she's definitely dealing with some other issues. So
But that's what makes the best entertainment sometimes.
no, but then, you know, like I still want to protect her image because she's still a person, and I just don't want to air out people's like dirty
That's so
laundry like that.
nice.
She scared the fucking shit out of me, and at that point too, I'm like, it's funny how all the conversations and the stuff that we're texting about, it seems like you're trying to get me caught up on some bullshit. So I got freaked out.
Wow.
And then, you know, she started messaging people about, you know, certain whereabouts, like, oh, is Genius Brain really a safe place? I was like, all the episodes are up. It's a very safe place. Like,
Safe place.
safe place? What are you talking about? This is a public office space. I was like, and you had your friend here.
I don't know.
It's an office.
That's
It's
crazy.
It's an office space where other people rent to other people here.
You just ran into a interesting character, man.
Yeah, so she was like trying to get.
She's troubled. She's a troubled soul.
Yeah, and I think she was like trying to extort me, and I got
Really?
Yeah, I that's what it felt like. I'm not. These aren't facts, but that's what it fucking felt like, and I got freaked out because I know of personal stories where guys have talked to women who put them in very uncomfortable situations, right? And so I was like, is this happening to me? Me of all people?
I would be mad. I'd be like, we didn't even fuck, and you're extorting me?
I was like,
How dare you?
yeah, I was freaked the fuck out. So at that point too, I was like, you know what? These conversations are getting out of hand. I'm trying to keep it really cordial. So I had to block her from everything and just leave it at that. And then her friend messaged me saying they want to give it another chance. Like, yo, we're about, you know, getting that paper and being. I was like, no.
Getting that paper?
Yeah, it's like, you know, promoting themselves. I was
Oh.
like, no, this is not a platform for you to promote yourself like that. And if you were, that you had the opportunity before, but then your friend came at me super wrong, started talking about, you know, your friend was basically trying to extort me, and now you want to come back onto this podcast? Are you fucking insane?
People are like out there, man.
That scared the fucking shit out of me.
But if that's why you don't get super famous, is because like if you did exploit this, you put that shit up. You did the commentary, you showed the conversation. That motherfucker will get so many hits.
Yeah.
That is good entertainment.
it is, and I look
But you're
at-
out here, you fucking big-hearted motherfucker. You're out here protecting this bitch that almost extorted your ass.
You know what it seems like? Because I followed up, and I followed like, a couple of my friends who I told this to. They sent me her other media stuff.
Yeah.
And they go, yo, she is very not well adjusted. And I look at somebody like that, and I'm like, something fucking happened to you in your past.
So you feel bad.
I feel bad. And so, and this girl specifically is an Asian American person. So I thought that would be a very interesting story. I don't see a lot of Asian American girls who hit porn specifically because I was a connoisseur of
Asa
porn.
killed it.
Oh, Asa, but she,
Asa Akira fucking murdered porn.
yeah. And how many, like,
She became a household name.
I know, Asa Akira, dude, DVDSA or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, so it's like, I was like wondering, like, what was her route? Why did she get into this industry?
Yeah.
Especially because she was an Asian American. It was very, very
That's
interesting.
interesting, man.
This podcast is brought to you by Purple, my friends. My goodness gracious, have you been sleeping like crap lately? That's probably because you have not slept on a Purple mattress. You know, ever since I've had my Purple mattress, I've had the best night's sleep ever. And sleep is important because guess what? 8 hours to 7 hours out of your whole 24 hours should be spent sleeping so you are energized. You are cognitively there the next day. And it should set your mood right. So if your sleep is not right, your mood ain't right, and your whole day just goes to poop. And guess what? My Purple mattress has helped me with my mood, and I have never felt like poop ever again, ever since I have slept on a Purple mattress. Now, check this out. The Purple mattress will probably feel different than anything you've ever experienced because the material has been developed by actual rocket scientists. And I am not making that up. It's not anything like the memory foam you're used to because Purple, my friends, has science behind it. So check it out. 100-night risk-free trial. If you're not fully satisfied, you can return your mattress for a full refund, backed by a 10-year warranty, free shipping, and returns. You're going to love Purple, and right now, my listeners will get a free Purple pillow with the purchase of a mattress. That's in addition to the great free gifts they're offering site-wide. Just text BRAIN to 84-888. The only way to get this free pillow is to text BRAIN to 84-888. That's BRAIN to 84888.
Yeah, it's like the thing is we got to vet. That's always what I tell people is you got to vet. You just don't know. I met a lot of fucking crazy people. Here's what I do. I mean, shit, I don't know if I should let this out because people will know what I do and they might fucking scrub their shit. But I always do this to new people I meet. I'm playing Mafia 24/7. Like with new people, because what I'm thinking about is I need to protect my friends.
Yeah.
Like we have a really sacred group of friends or whatever, and if something happens, it's just dangerous.
Yeah.
And we're a target. Like we're not super celebs, but we are a target. Because what people don't understand is that there are shit faces out there that study the content. They get into your circle or they try to get close to you and they want something. They want some type of collaboration. They want to get put on. They want money. They want you to invest in their company. These are the things that normal people don't really have to deal with. But if you own a business or if you get some type of fame or whatever, these leeches start coming after you. So you have to kind of test them. There are straight fucking crazy motherfuckers that will study the JK crew, pretend that they accidentally came around. It's like, bitch, I see you from a fucking mile away. But you also have to figure out if these people have severe dangerous shit.
Yeah.
You don't want to bring somebody in who's a serial rapist or whatever in your crew, right?
Yeah.
So, I run background tests on people, and they don't know it, but I run that shit on people online. It's easier now more than ever, and I dig shit up. I stalk them. I have fucking fake accounts. I tell people to go and look and see if this guy gets off of work, or I go onto their Facebook. Yeah, I look because I'm first and foremost protecting my friends, because some of my friends are so innocent, they don't fucking know. Like, they don't know if this, they're just gonna bring this fucker around, and I'm just like, don't do that, you moron. You don't know who these fuckers are. In most cases, people check out, right? Mm-hmm. But there are other cases where, like, okay, this guy has a criminal record. What is it? Might be a misdemeanor, like domestic abuse. It might be like I caught one guy. He had a shit ton of tickets, just driving like violations that he never fucking took care of, or whatever. But in most fucking cases, it's completely scrubbed, or like it's fine. But I still have to do that check, because there's also compulsive liars out there that'll be like, yeah, I went to this school, I did this business, I did that, and they don't come out. Like, people will just bullshit to be in your circle. Like, they'll be like, yeah, I went to this school, and then like I do this job, I have this many businesses, and I'm just sitting there like, really? Wow, that's a lot. In my head, I'm taking memory. All right, you have this, and then you have this, you own this business? Okay, cool. Fucking go. As soon as I get home, I start searching. Okay, this person owns it. Okay, he's legit. All right, cool. Because then, here's the dangerous part, right? Is you get excited meeting this big business guy or whatever the fuck. You listen to everything he says and you go, hey, David, you know what's fucking cool, man? I just met this guy. He owns 8 fucking burger restaurants. Dude, he's so cool. Let me bring him around. You fucking meet this guy. Oh, man, well, he's Joe's friend. Well, I should start working with them. You start working with this guy, right? And he scams you. And you go, what the fuck, Joe? I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So I made these mistakes, and my friends made these mistakes in our early 20s, right? Where there's guys out there. There's this one fucker who claimed to be a big real estate agent. I thought, see, here's my mistake: is I think people are as diligent in vetting the way that I am. So if a friend that I really like and trust brings someone around, I automatically think they work together. They're cool.
It's their credibility, yeah.
Right. And then this real estate guy ends up being a fucking fraud. I introduce him to my other friend who was selling a store at the time. My friend kept bugging me and saying, hey man, none of my shit is on a listing, but he says he keeps working and I gotta fire this guy because I'm not selling my store. Ends up getting sued by the fucking agent because the agent was running his scam was he basically claims to be the sole real estate guy, right? And he just waits until they get fed up and then fire him, and that's how he makes his money.
Oh, wow.
Because in the contract, he's supposed to be the main guy.
That's crazy.
And if he gets fired, he's like, okay, pay up all the work that I did in the past. You owe me. Yeah. Yeah. And then so I went up to my other buddy, like, why the fuck did you introduce me to this guy? I thought you guys were friends. Like, oh, I just met him 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, why do you talk so big about this guy? Like you guys are best friends.
Yeah.
He's a con artist. You brought a con artist into our circle of friends. And I scolded his ass. And he's just, at the end of the day, I was like, he is innocent. He doesn't know how to deal with these things. But for me, from that point on, I was like, I don't give a fuck. If I didn't personally meet these guys, I got to vet every single new person that comes around this circle. And then the funny thing is, when I was in Vietnam, I met this billionaire. His assistants already knew everything about me.
Oh, really?
So I was like, ooh, these guys are good.
They're smart.
They vet with the people. So I didn't know he was a billionaire. I met him through a friend of mine who does commercials. So my friend was working on a campaign for his pho restaurant, right? He has a chain of pho restaurants. And he's doing like an all-out 3-part commercial for his ass. So he needed to go meet him. And he told him about me a little bit. And he gave him a few links. And he says, okay, yeah, you're going to really like Joe. We get there. And his 3 assistants knew every single channel, every single business that I'm into. And they were updating him as we were talking. So
What the fuck? That's crazy.
I was like, you guys did your homework.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that blew my mind. Because I was like, when I get back, that's what I need to do. Is I need to do my homework on people. And this is different. This is business, right? This is different from like casually meeting friends of friends and hanging out with them. But I'm like, these guys are on a different level, dude. Like the layer of security and protection and the vetting that they do, it's a whole different game.
That's interesting that you mentioned that because I watched did you watch the Kevin Hart documentary? Mm-mm. So the Kevin Hart documentary, I mean, not to really spoil it, but if you haven't, it's been out for a while. But even people within his interpersonal circle, right? So he has him and the Plastic Cup Boys, which is like, which is just a few guys. It's people that he really trusts, and Kevin is one of those people that brought up people along with him, right? And because he wants his circle to be tight, because as he gathers more wealth, more importance, there's a lot of people, like you said, where there's vultures that want to take from everything that you've earned and all the stuff that you've worked hard for. Well, for him, he built a team around him that could kind of check him and keep him in place, and that he trusts with everything. So, do you remember that time when Kevin Hart went through that whole scandal with him cheating on his wife? Yeah. So what actually happened, it was revealed in the documentary, which he never mentioned until this doc. He was actually set up by one of his boys in the circle.
Oh no.
So when he went to Vegas to have a good time, and it was kind of weird where he said,
they blackmailed him?
So one of the person,
they blackmailed the black male?
Yeah. One of the black males blackmailed the black male.
Oh no.
So he one of his boys, who is not in that group anymore, and they're still going through legal stuff right now, he, from what I remember, was in cahoots with that hooker that fucked him. And they recorded that, and then he extorted him for $30 million. It was one of his friends, one of his best friends since day one within his circle.
That's dirty, dude.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
I would
I would kill that motherfucker.
I think so.
I would murder that
I
motherfucker,
would-
dude.
Meet up to pay him
And murder him.
I don't. Oh my God.
Isn't that insane?
A day one homie like that.
A day one homie
Do
within
you
his
think-
small circle.
Do you think he's been building some type of resentment toward Kevin?
Probably from his success.
Or yeah, something, right? There's got to be some type of justification that guy has in his mind to be able to do that for someone he's known for so long.
They probably feel like they deserve more for what they've done to build his empire. But the crazy thing is, his other friends don't feel like that. It's just that one guy. Like
He's
there's
the Judas motherfucker.
so if you ever go to a Kevin Hart concert,
Yeah.
stand-up comedy tour concert or whatever, he has his homies do the opening, and he has somebody who is like the host of the show. So this dude said, I should know his name because now he's pretty awesome. He, prior to Kevin bringing him on, he was broke out of his fucking mind, struggling.
Yeah.
And then when Kevin Hart hit him up, he goes, "Yo." This is when Kevin was on the up and up. He goes, "Hey, I heard you're struggling. I want you to come with me. I want to work with you." Right?
Is he the guy that scammed him?
No, he's not. That guy's not even talked
Oh.
about. He's gone now. But he was like, he told Kevin Hart because of his pride. He goes, "Nah, I'm doing real good, dude." But he was struggling. He was broke out of his
Yeah.
mind.
Wow.
And then Kevin was like, "No, like I know you're doing bad. Like let me help you out."
Yeah.
And then since then, he's helped build him a career. He's now a producer of like 2 TV shows and shit, making his own money.
Yeah.
With Kevin Hart's company. I mean, I think that dude really does bring up his team, and it's so wild that sometimes even when you're successful and some people help you out, they still feel that they deserve more.
Yeah.
And it's cool. It's like, well, if you deserve more and you feel like you could do more, then leave his company and do it on your own.
Yeah.
Nobody's holding you down.
I think that's the problem, though, is Kevin has probably got a big heart and he continuously gives.
Yeah.
Where I feel like you got to be a little bit ruthless to where if someone is ready to fuck you, you got to be able to fuck them harder.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. But you know, in his situation, he probably a lot of people. What's that in the imposter syndrome, where you feel like
You don't deserve
You
this
don't
stuff.
deserve it. You
You're
gotta give,
living
give.
like an alternate life almost.
yeah, there's people like that out there, right? I don't know if he's like that, but his day one homie might be guilt tripping him, and then I don't know.
It's such a weird and like scary thought.
Yeah.
Just like that's like me, you, and Bart were chilling, and then one day you guys extort me, even though I have nothing. I'd be like, "What the
Give me your fucking element.
I know. I was like, "You stupid son of a bitch! That's my soul." But like, that's
But relationships take time to maintain. Something could have happened.
yeah. We don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, a lot of people say, "Oh man, the fucking money and this and that. Money makes people fucked up or whatever." I'm like, "Nah, man. Money makes people's true colors come out."
It really does. Money tends to fuck up a lot of things. I think that when things are done pro bono, it's just all free and everybody's just doing things for fun. It's just the art that matters.
Yeah.
But once money starts to flood in a little bit, people start going to this concept of, oh, what do I really deserve now?
Yeah.
Do I deserve more of this? Do I deserve more of that? Why do you deserve that? It's like, yo, shit, dude. It fucks up a lot of things, man.
I kind of like it. So, I like that money brings out people's true colors, and then they have to deal with becoming better themselves and like each other, right? Whereas other people might feel like capitalism and money and all that stuff brings out the ugly side of humans, so we should do away with it, so then we don't bring it out. And I'm all like, nah, we should bring out the truth. We should dangle that fucking bait in front of people's faces, so you see people for what they are, and then we can either call them out on it, or we can stay away from these ugly guys with masks, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's my philosophy. Is I want to have as much opportunity to let the ugliness come out and see what people are made out of.
Yeah. I'm really glad though that I went through a lot of the personal issues of dealing with shit ass human beings, because now I can navigate better before I start getting into bed with new people, right?
Yeah.
So I somebody approached me recently to work on another food concept, right? But because I know how I want to work with people now,
Yeah.
there's certain requirements that have to be met. And I never did that before. Like before it was like
Everybody, anybody,
everybody, anybody, right? And so
if you got money, come on.
let's do it. And so, for example, one of the biggest things that I've learned, specifically when you get into a partnership and stuff, is to have very, not strict, but very specific guidelines. Like, for example, when your return's gonna come in, it shouldn't be like, hey, when we all come up together, that's when we split the pot.
Yeah.
That's way too general. There has to be a certain timeline or a specific number that has to be hit for when you get that return. If not, you'll never get a fucking return.
Yep.
End of story. Period. If you guys ever start a business and you're doing it with the homie and you go, yo, when we make a good amount of money, then we'll split it up. What's good amount of money? What is that exact number?
And I never knew the reason for an exit strategy until I learned the hard way. You need an exit strategy because there's gonna be a time when you're like, I'm done with this business, or I'm ready to move on, or what are you gonna do next?
Yeah.
Even a retirement strategy. Like, you're not gonna live forever. You can build up this fucking laptop factory or whatever, and what if your kids don't want it? So I always tell people, like, make that commitment of when is it good enough. That's more of the better, I guess, term instead of an exit strategy. But it's like, okay, if I make 100,000 a year off of this business, then, you know, I'll do this, or then I'll hire a manager, or then I'll do whatever. But if people just keep working themselves to the ground, they're working aimlessly.
Yeah. Even for this food concept, like, I think 2-3 years ago, if this person would have came up with what they were offering me now, then I would have said yes, because it's basically sweat equity for a fat amount for a small spot that doesn't have a lot of overhead. And what they were telling me is that it's only going to cost us $15,000 to start up. I'm like, you're wrong. It's not $15,000. It's $15,000 for the equipment. You're not talking about branding, employees, supplies. Like, there's so many different
There's
things.
more, money.
And you also need cushions, so you're really looking at about 60-70 grand.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, oh, like, no, it's only 15. I was like, it's not only 15. Like, it's about 60 or 70 grand. And so then they're also looking for an owner operator, right? I know, or for an operator just to run it because they don't want to run it. I was like, sorry, man, you need an owner operator.
Or you need a manager that's invested too.
Exactly. And I told him the reason why you need somebody to run this place and help figure it out that also has a financial stake in this is because they can't just leave it now.
Yep.
So you just hire somebody that's like, oh, I'll just run the place. They can quit and go to another job.
You're talking to amateurs then.
Exactly.
'Cause that's my criteria, right? So, like, when I get into bed with people, I go, do we speak the same language?
Yeah.
Do I have to be a mentor? Do they bring their own set of skills to the table where they're teaching me some shit too? And so, like, with our food concept or whatever, right? Jeremy and Anna, when we got into the franchise with them, I trusted them heavily because they built their own photo booth wedding company that they're basically absentee owners for. So what that means is they don't have to be at the business. They run their business in the East Coast. They live in the West Coast. They work 1 day a week on their business, maintaining it and making sure all the managers are running it right. Then to me, I'm like, you graduated to the point where I trust your business sense. You're not starting from scratch. We're not buying into a dream. You guys know what the fuck you're doing. And they have skin in the game. They're putting in money into the franchise, and so are we. And I'm like, okay, now I feel like I'm running with a bunch of partners.
This podcast is brought to you by Keeps. My friends, do you feel like you're going bald, or do you even know that there's male pattern baldness in your family? Well, for me, I do know that there's male pattern baldness in my family, and I don't feel like I'm going bald right now. But what I do understand that prevention is key, and Keeps is going to help me keep my hair. So the great thing about Keeps, my friends, it has easier access to hair loss treatment, prescription medication delivered at home, and even online doctor consultation. Here's some facts for you. 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they are 35. And guess what? You don't have to go broke to avoid going bald. Keeps offers generic versions of the only 2 FDA-approved hair loss products out there. Lucky for you. And once again, prevention is key. They are up to 90% effective at reducing and stopping further hair loss. So what are you waiting for? Get on it. Remember, if you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/brain. And to receive your first month of treatment for free, once again, go to keeps.com/brain. That's KEEPS.com/brain for your first month of treatment for free.
Where people make the mistake is, let's say you come up as a business person your first business, you make all this money. Then you get all these people knocking on your door and they're like, hey man, I got this fucking idea. I got this awesome idea. Let's do this. And maybe they got a little bit of business experience. Maybe they were a manager at a store. Maybe they worked in the industry, in the clothing line. They did this or that, right? Which is, they'll talk a convincing game. But unless people have ran their own fucking shit, do not get into partnership with them if you're not at the same level. If you're all at the same level, like let's say you're all starting from the start and you don't have any business ownership experience, they don't have any, fine, make those mistakes together. It's a learning
You're on
experience.
the same, yeah, and don't expect it to blow up, and if it does, great. But you're at the same level, and that's a stepping stone. But when you're already an established business person, be fucking careful about investing into people with big fucking dreams. Because in most cases, they're gonna burn your money and they're not gonna give it back because they're practicing on your dime.
Yeah, and especially because we also need to have the same ground of where this business is going, because there's going to be a point too where there's going to be critique coming into the business, right? And how it actually really does fuck up with perception of how they take in the critique. Because if it's too close to home and it's just their personal love project, they're not going to take critique very well.
Oh, yeah.
They don't understand what the business is for. So if it's like, for example, they go, this is my mom and pop noodle shop and I want it done the way I want it. Don't get into business with them. It's the worst idea.
Oh, no.
Unless
It's a
they're already
headache.
successful, they're making a lot of money, and they want to expand to another store. It's like, oh, well, this is tried and true. It has a huge name. I'll invest into it and get a percentage of what's already done.
Yep.
But if they're starting up this food project where it's brand new, no name, no branding, no nothing else, and they're not going to be susceptible to Yelp reviews, critiques, changing things because, you know, in their mind, this is how they want it done, it might be a bad idea. It's kind of a hard thing, and I had to learn that too. So they kind of came to the table with just all the stuff that I've heard before, you know? And it's like,
Is this a new pitch someone gave you?
yeah, it's
or-
a new pitch. And I was like, no, because so it's two people who have done food loosely. One guy has money, and they're like, this is some easy stuff. It's going to be.
I hate when people do that. Oh, it's gonna be easy.
No, it's not, man. It's,
And I don't like that approach because that to me is like, it's very half-assed. I like people who give a fuck about what they're doing.
yeah. And if it was that easy, if it was easy stuff is this. I give you $20,000, and by the end of the fiscal year, you'll get 3 times back. That's easy money.
That's easy, man. Oh my god, that's
Yeah,
easy.
me having to come in, teach you guys about branding, setting up a menu, looks, training staff, how things should be organized, how things should be put out, how your Instagram works, how Facebook ads work.
Then you're a mentor and a consultant. You're not a business partner.
Exactly. This is too much work for me.
Yeah.
Like this is way too much stuff, and then I have to develop the menu with you. I can't do
So
this.
back in the day, you would have taken it because the experience would have been a great.
Exactly.
But for you, it's like I ain't gonna go through this shit again.
Because that's what happened with Drips and Swirls. So
Yeah.
if you guys know now, Drips and Swirls is closed.
Really?
So Drips and Swirls is closed now. And you know, when I was telling you all these guys of these horror stories with business, it was Drips and Swirls that was going through it. But
And
now
it was such a magical place.
no, I still stand by the product. The food was great. If you look at the reviews, it was 4.5 stars.
Yeah.
That's not my influence. That's people coming in and enjoying what we had. So if people like that for what it was at the time, I only got to do 10% of what I wanted to do with that place. Maybe not even that. It didn't even really it barely got its foot in the door, and then it was stopped because of number one, creative differences from people who didn't know how to run a business. Number two, that were doing it on their own without me. So to put it in perspective, that place was making about $50 maybe a month before I stepped in. And then when we in our I think our first year, it wasn't even a full year. It was from summer to the end of the year. It was it grossed $250K.
I'm surprised you didn't Ray Kroc their ass.
I should have.
I would have Ray Kroc their ass. Cause like, well, that's where the shady side of me comes in
Yeah.
because it's not even shady. It's like, okay, so the biggest reason why most businesses fail is the ego of the business owner.
Yep.
I've rarely seen a case like it's rare. Like it's like a pager store goes out of business because no one wants pagers anymore. But at the end of the day, that still goes back to the ego of the fucking owner that didn't sell when he should have.
Yeah.
I rarely seen any businesses fail, and I've seen a lot of businesses fail, and most of them fail because the owner is too stubborn. They're blaming everybody else. They're like not adjusting to the tide and the change, and they're just really hard fucking headed.
Yeah, it was hard for some of the. I mean, I'm still good friends with one of them. You know, one of them was all those trash stories that I told you about the guy that developed the recipes. He's still a piece of fucking shit. If I see him like in public, it's on sight. That's how bad of a human being he is. Like terrible human being. Like leaving the employees to go to fucking EDC and leaving the store alone to employees who just worked there for a couple of weeks.
Oh my god, what a child.
Fool came back to a meeting that we had after with fucking like beads around his neck and fucking neon sunglasses.
Because he needed to fucking find himself at the rave, huh?
Yeah, and he was supposed to be an owner fucking operator. He was sweat equity, and he just bounced and left.
Oh, wow.
Pretended to work all the fucking time. Used a company card to fund his private dinners.
Wow.
Piece of fucking shit. I see you. If I ever see you in person, I'm gonna fuck you up.
That
Just to
is
let you know.
a shitbag, dude.
Yeah, and then, you know, some of the other partners, they were too kind to even like call him out on his bullshit. But then I was, nah, dude. I'm like, I don't got time for this shit. And so, you know, at the end of the day with that, it was a great learning lessons because I made those same mistakes. I didn't have an exit plan. I didn't figure out when I can get my return back. And it was great though. Like I learned that number one, I can create a great product. Number two, people like what I make. So I know what I'm doing, at least in that type of case, right?
Yeah.
And I think the great part was when I really stopped promoting it, and it did well based on what it was.
Yeah.
Like, the product did well for itself, which was great. You
But
know.
usually businesses fail because of lack of teamwork.
Yeah. There was no teamwork whatsoever.
Everyone's fighting for their own, and you guys had such a magical thing going on. I love the product. I love the look, everything. But it just sucks how it had to end, you know? Like, you guys were generating so much. That
Little
little
spot.
store made so much fucking money.
Yeah.
But that's how it usually goes, man.
Yeah. They wasted all the money, worked on stupid shit. It was dumb.
But what I love about these experiences, though, is like, it sucks. But the part that people don't get is it makes you smarter, socially more intelligent. You're wiser. You're just, man, I could read a motherfucker so much faster now. Like, I could sit down, we'll have a dinner, and I'll know immediately if I want to work with this person or not.
Yeah.
And the more you do it, the less desperate you are, the less immediate. Like, I don't need to fucking work with anybody. I don't give a fuck if you're like a millionaire. Like, I've met millionaires. I met a billionaire. Like, I don't fucking care. I have to, it's like, am I going to be able to work with this person for years is what I ask myself. Is this someone that I can trust? Do I feel comfortable around them? Because people are thirsty, bro. Like, this is what I don't get. Is people hear, oh, this guy's successful, he has millions of dollars, I'll put up with it. But in reality, this guy might be a complete ass and he uses his money to control other people. Like, you don't know. You take the bait from these motherfuckers, and what ends up happening is they control you through the money that they're giving you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like that kind of relationship. I'm not nobody's fucking hoe. And there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that you just gotta realize what the relationship is and what they're looking for. Some people just don't give a fuck about money and they just want to play with you.
Yeah.
And I have friends like that are just like, I'm fucking rich.
Let's
I just want to hang out.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, let's play. And I think the more we deal with this is why I love business, is like I'm constantly learning about humanity and how they work and how they treat each other. And through my experience, I'm learning more about myself and what I want out of people, what I want out of life. And it's fucking amazing. Now, other people, when they're getting into this, they get stressed the fuck out. But me, it makes me feel alive. Like, the way I play poker, the way I play Mafia, the way I get into this game. Like, some people might be like, oh, that's too political and shady. But in my opinion, I'm like, I'm not really, it's just human dynamics. Like, people are constantly wearing 30 different faces or whatever. You know, like, you have a interview face. You have a face when you go up to a cashier, and you have this is what I'm ordering face. You have all these different facets of who you are, right? I want to see if we're talking about business or what these motherfuckers really want out of me. And if I can catch that sooner, that's a little game I play.
See, and I think it does require somebody to be able to run a business and step away from it and not take things too personally to have it run smoothly.
Yeah.
Because, like, just for an example, one of the partners who I just did not get along with,
I heard horror stories after I would leave because I'm not an operator of the place. I'm just there to set up branding and kind of take them to the next step. I write a plan out, and they chose not to execute any of it, which was so fucking dumb. But came back, and I would hear horror stories. Like, for example, one of the girls, she was a manager of the place, and she was the owner was a hardcore micromanager, and it's a fucking 100 and something square foot soft serve shop, for crying out loud, right? And she was telling me when I came back, she was super upset, super pissed. I was like, hey, like, this isn't usually my job, but let me ask you, like, what are you so upset about? Like, what's going on, right? And she told me that I was like, after she became a manager, she was supposed to get a raise. She didn't get a raise. She wasn't paid for a raise for a month. I was like, wait, where's your raise at? They're like, she didn't give me a raise. And I was like, wait.
So they gave her a higher title with no raise.
With more responsibility.
Why?
And I was like, what happened here? And I was like, well, and so her excuse was, when I talked to her, she goes, well, I explained to her that, it's a small store, so we're shifting money around and that we'll pay her. I was like, no. That's not how it works. If you are giving her the new fucking position, you fucking pay her. Period. End of fucking story.
You're the chief of police now, but you're gonna get paid
Yeah.
as a normal cop.
Yeah, so she was delayed on her check like a month, and I was like, no, you do not give this girl more responsibility and not fucking pay her. How fucking and then she goes, well, did she tell? This is what she said that blew my fucking mind. She goes, well, she goes, well, we're friends. We have an understand. This is not your personal relationship. This is her job.
Yeah.
She gets paid for her work. And so she was like, well,
Sounds like a one-sided friendship too. If she's doing you a favor, what are you gonna do back?
she was like, I helped her move her stuff last week. I was like, what the fuck are you saying? This is her. What does helping her move her stuff have to do with her job and her workplace? So you're not gonna fucking pay her because you helped her move her boxes, you dumb bitch?
Wow.
So that's when I was fed up with the place. I was like, at this point, you guys have mixed personal friendship with work.
Yeah.
And either way, you're taking advantage of these people.
Yeah.
And so she got fed up with it, and she left. We had another employee. Let me tell you this fucking crazy story, and it feels good talking about this stuff since the store's closed now. This is the funny shit. We had a guy that worked there, really handsome dude, very nice guy. Turns out it wasn't really for him. He didn't really want to do it as a part-time job. He wanted to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
So this same person who owned the store got really offended by that. Got salty as fuck because the guy didn't want to work there. Who the fuck cares, right? So, when you're an employee, you get...
It's so personal. That's so funny.
Yeah, you get a Drips and Swirls t-shirt, cap, or whatever,
Yeah.
right? And so she comes back, and
She's so turbulent. Dude.
she
What
was
the fuck?
like, she was asking him to like return the shirt back and the hat back after. He left.
Why?
Exactly why?
It's like you're a soldier and they're like fucking ripping away your fucking tags because you don't deserve it. You're court-martialed and
I was
shit.
like, are you harassing this guy? And so he worked for a very short time, and I think his paycheck was like 50 or 60 bucks or some shit. It was like something really small,
Yeah.
right? And she goes, you need to come in and pick up this check. He goes, don't worry, I don't really want it. Like, I don't need to pick up. She goes, no, for legal reasons, you have to pick this up. And he goes, no, I don't. He
She
just
could mail it.
exactly. You could mail it or something else. If not, just put it into the tip jar. I'll put like whatever. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Right. And she was adamant, wouldn't stop harassing this guy. And I found out about this like months later through another employee.
Yeah.
And I was like, your pride is so hurt that you had to harass it. So you know what that guy did? He came back, returned his shit, and then he took his check, gave it back, and he bought all of his friends free soft serve. He goes, fuck it, here, this is what you wanted, here, take it back. I was like,
Petty.
and that's when I was like, close the store down. This is done. Like,
Yeah.
you are impossible. You cannot run this fucking store. And so after that point, we were planning to close it down. It just took a long time because for some fucking reason, she didn't want to close it till forever.
Yeah.
And I was so pissed. I was like, dude, you're a trash human being. How fucking dare you treat our employees that way? And for me, like, I'm not a part of that side. So, they were supposed to come with the experience, and they were supposed to, run this thing. And I told them, like, it's very important for people to feel noticed and heard. Their opinions about a store that they work at every day is more important than what we think how the store runs.
Yeah.
They are there every day. They are
Yeah.
in the trenches. So when they talk about stuff that could be worked on, you don't call them stupid and dismiss what they say. You listen to that shit.
But you're trying to reason with idiots. Though.
Exactly. And you told me that, so I was like, you're right, I'm done. I can't do this
Right.
anymore. That's when I started feeling better.
Because I always try to gauge people where they are in their consciousness, right? Like, obviously, like what I try to do is if I were getting into business with them, I'll try to figure out what every single person wants out of this. And it sounds like your guy partner, what he wanted was another fun business venture to do with friends, right? The girl partner, it sounded like what she wanted was a sense of community and purpose, not business. She wanted everyone in a family and friendship. And then the artist wanted his selfish self-expression.
Yeah.
So the goals didn't sound like in line.
Yeah.
Because everyone wanted their own thing, and you probably were cool with the investor because he lined up closer to you.
Yeah.
And now you have all these conflicting forces because everyone wants what they want, and no one's like a team. And then in her case, it's like, poor girl, like she seems like she doesn't have many friends because of her fucking attitude,
She has no friends.
right?
Absolutely no friends.
So she's here forcing the togetherness and the friendship and the fucking. She's trying to get fulfillment of friends, family, environment, all through that one little fucking business, and she's stubborn as shit, not realizing that her actions is pushing everybody away.
Everything was such a personal thing. So for example, she was very like erratic. And she would bring up personal stuff that she would do for them outside of work
Yeah.
as a reason why they should listen to her. It's like it's very Korean. It's like, I watched this, I did this for you. What does that have to do with their job? You know, if you wanted to do that out of the goodness of your heart, you did that out of the
That's
goodness of your
separate.
heart. These are two separate
Yeah,
things.
you can't hold people hostage for the gifts that you give them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they would be like, and one of the employees, like I had to take him aside and talk to him too, because he was so gung ho for this. And I was like, hold on a second. I was like, let me ask you something. And I just told him to be honest about what's going on in the store. And he was just like, well, and even him too, he's so hyper Korean. He would mention stuff like, she goes, well, she bought me lunch the other day. I think she's a great person. I'm like, I'm not even asking you about her personality. I'm asking you how the business is run. So even for you, as I'm asking you what the business is run, you just mentioned that she bought you lunch. I didn't ask you about your personal relationship.
So they don't know how to separate the professionalism and the business with a personal friendship.
Yeah, and that was the hardest part. And like you're right. She wanted it to be like this family environment, but the problem with her family environment is that she's head of household. You do as I tell you to do, which is terrible. It's a terrible work environment, and
Yeah.
I hated it. And I couldn't be a part of a company that didn't nurture our employees the right way.
Yeah.
Right. And it was extremely dogmatic.
She's a tyrant.
She's a like for
Kim
example-
Jong lady.
Kim Jong lady, dude. Kim Jong unny, dude. So for her, for example, she had this matcha drink that she wanted to serve. It was this matcha shake. Shit was trash. People didn't buy it. People didn't fucking like it. And we looked at the sales. It wasn't doing well. And I told her, hey, these sales aren't doing well. Let's take it off the menu. She goes, well, I like it. Cool, bitch. It's wasting money. Nobody's fucking buying it.
Yeah, so she doesn't listen to the math.
She doesn't listen to the math. And
Wow.
even for me, I had this like Captain Crunch shake, which I asked people to create,
I love the Captain Crunch.
which was great.
Yeah.
They didn't promote it
Why?
because
Out of spite?
out of spite. They didn't fucking promote
So
it.
she rather sabotage the business for
Yeah.
her ego again.
They didn't promote it. I asked them to promote it before summer started so we can have a secret fucking menu that only like Real Drips fan knew. They
Wow.
promoted it at the end of summer when summer was over, and they're like, it didn't do well. No fucking shit. You killed the plan.
2020 is the year where I do not deal with lower forms of intelligence.
I just can't deal with it.
Me
man.
neither. As soon as I find that out, I'm like, bye bye.
Dude, even, like, if just to bring it back towards me, I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes before. We just had a meeting recently at our Junbi meeting where we talked about how sometimes we're not very responsive to emails because we get very busy and inundated with a lot of our personal stuff. We had to own up to that and apologize, right? And I think that's a positive work environment where we don't make excuses for that stuff.
No, you just go, yeah, we dropped the ball. Sorry.
We'll do better next time.
Yeah, and we'll look at it. And I love our Junbi team because every motherfucker there is there for the greater good of the company, not to satisfy their own damn ego.
Yeah, and I appreciate that too. So when at the meeting, and I think what happened too is that they put so much effort into these emails, and even though we're busy, we open it up and we don't respond to it. It kind of shows a level of disrespect that they didn't get from us even though yeah we did read it, but it didn't show us that we appreciated their work, which was terrible on our part.
Yeah.
And so now we're gonna get better with that, and that's the type of work environment that I like to work at. Is where if I fuck up, yo, I gotta say I fucked up. And I saw that some of our partners were, and some of the people who work on our social media, they were more kind of hurt.
Yeah.
And I have to accept that, own up to it, apologize, and then do better next time.
And it's kind of cool that you were experiencing both businesses at the same time.
Yeah.
Because hearing your stories and the contrast, it's like you're also learning from it too.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Fuck.
Because like now you know how to appreciate the crew better, but also you know how to manage if you're in a situation like that again, or what to look out for. And through your stories, all of us too, we're just like, okay, we got to watch out if that happens, you know. And so no experience is I think a bad experience. I think, but for me, the level as to how long it was dragged out, I think it was really long.
Yeah,
And
I
it-
fucked up on that.
I mean,
fucking
you
shit.
genuinely care a lot. That's why I think it ends up that way, because you want people to improve. But
I gotta know when to cut my fucking losses. That's the thing. It just dragged on way too long. It should have ended a year ago.
yeah, because then you end up damaging yourself from how much you put into it.
Yeah. It just hurts me. It hurts me more than it hurts them.
Right.
Yeah.
And not caring is a lot better. And I think a lot of our friends or people that are watching, they deal with this a lot. Is like, you're in a shitty workplace and you're working, and you might be the only one on the group project that's like going hard, and you feel like no one's enthusiastic or helping you out. Even in businesses, like you do have one that might be pulling most of the weight while the other partners aren't. The communication has to get better, or you got to get the fuck out of that situation. Because the thing is, there are groups out there where everyone's a star player and everyone's fucking working hard together, and they communicate better. And that's where you got to search. You got to search for that. You got to surround yourself around that. Whether it's even within family. Like even within my family, man, like it's like we do have a very hard-headed group, and we do have a more self-aware group who isn't who's willing to take criticism and change and all that and have a discussion, while the other ones are more traditional, like, and they don't like listening and have critical thinking. And there's like a rift in the family, because as we evolve and we start thinking and discussing things more, we want to pass that on to the younger generation. We don't want to continue the more straight up old school conservative Asian top down talking without thinking. You know, it's more like, listen to me, I'm the oldest. But it's really just an inflated old man's ego that's like, shut the fuck up, man. We're all adults here. We can have a debate. And they don't like to be challenged. So that tells me that they're not intelligent. They're just scared of having their thoughts challenged. Because if you truly are, like, you know who the fuck you are, it's like, come on, test my thoughts.
Yeah.
Right? But they don't like that. And so me and my cousins and whatever, we're able to grow as human beings, and we have a little group chat together, and we talk about like things that we learn about ourselves, about our family dynamics, things that we share books and all that stuff, right? And that's the type of environment that everyone should strive for, is within your family, within your friends, within business or the workplace. Go for that, because there's something better out there. And if you can't find that and you're constantly in this dragged out toxic environment, you got to get the fuck out, because it's going to kill you.
Yeah. It's a big learning experience, man. And I think like I kind of got caught up in, I would go to that soft serve spot at night a lot. So I know that when we first started up, a lot of people saw me there all the time.
Yeah.
And I think what I really enjoyed was watching people's reaction. Like when they would eat it, they go, yo, this is really good.
It was magical, man.
That
I
shit-
love that shit.
That shit filled my spirit up, man.
Flaming hot Cheetos.
Oh yeah, that shit was so fucking fire, man. And I'm not gonna even take credit for that one. That was the fucking swindler's recipe.
The
Yeah.
swindler boy.
Yeah,
He
the
was
little-
talented, though.
He was mad talented. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I can't take away from anything from his talent and credit, but him as a human being, as a person, you are a terrible
fucking
person.
R. Kelly, man.
Yeah, you might as well just kidnapped and pissed on girls, dude. You're a bad
Damn.
person. You know, you're going straight. I've never met somebody where I was like, damn, you're going straight to hell, dude. Like,
Damn.
if there's a hell out there, you are definitely burning in the river of Mephistopheles.
I mean, this guy's so pathetic. He pretended to have a seizure,
I
so he doesn't have to have a meeting with you.
That's the craziest. Isn't that crazy that the man faked the seizure, said his mom was there to pick him up from the floor when she was in Korea. Like, you dumb bitch.
Compulsive liars.
Compulsive liar, dude. I hate
love
that shit.
I love that shit because when you catch them, it is the most satisfying thing in the world.
It fills
When you-
up your soul.
It's so funny, dude.
Yeah.
I can't.
I can't. I like even telling
Can't
that.
make this shit up.
Yeah, telling that story even sounds so fake, but it's like, yo, what the? I can't make it up. How would I make that shit up?
I'm sorry, I didn't come to the meeting. I had a seizure.
Yeah, like, bitch, you had a seizure at a liquor store and you were lucky your mom was there, so she called the hospital to take you to the hospital. Bitch, what the fuck? Even told the guy, yo, if you went to the hospital, give us the hospital. We'll pay for it, is what I said. What we said. Didn't have it. It just magically doesn't show up.
I hate people that try to prey upon the sympathies of other people, try to make them feel sorry. That is a true manipulator. Man.
Yeah. And even my partners lied to me too, and I was fed up because they were like, "No, he's still sick. He wasn't. He was fine. They just didn't want me to confront him." And I was like, "You guys are all of you are bad at business."
They were enabling him.
Exactly. You guys are all bad at business.
And you know what's weird though is like, I become the bad guy a lot, and you probably do. You probably do too, because at the end of the day, like, we fight for honesty, right? The
Yes.
honest thing
That's
to
all I
do
want.
is call out this fucker for lying to you, for pretending that he's having a seizure,
Which is terrible.
right? Manipulating people's emotions, because if it was true, I mean, let's say you believed it, you'd be devastated, you'd be hurt, you'd be like, what the fuck, dude? I don't realize, damn, that sucks, right? He's playing with your fucking sympathy, your emotions. That to me is the shitty part, not calling his ass out. And I don't understand, the world doesn't work the way that, maybe it just drives me crazy, because I'm just like, so if I do this, right, I do the thing where I'm digging for honesty. I want to confront people. I'm calling out people on their bullshit, and I've done that multiple times, and I'm the bad guy.
Yeah. And like, how many times has this person lied to me that when they tell me they have a seizure, the first thing I think of, are you lying again? And it turns out to be true.
Yeah.
How many times has he lied to me?
Because if it was the first time, you probably would be like,
I would-
are you okay?
I would have been fucking concerned. But the first thing I did was like, I don't believe that shit. And then my partner found out that he lied.
Lying sack of shit.
Called his sister. His sister was like, no, our mom's in Korea. What the fuck, guy? What the fuck?
This motherfucker one time, this guy who was working for me, he lied about having multiple personality disorder, and everybody in the room was like, "Oh no, I feel so bad," and I was like, "Really? Tell me how." And he goes, "Oh man, in high school, yeah, I already could tell this fool's already stretching his lie. He's like, in high school, my friend, she was sexually assaulted, and I said, tell me who the fuck did this to you." And then I just woke up and I was on his driveway and there was blood everywhere.
Oh my god.
And then
what does he say?
and then the whole room is like captivated, right? They're like, "Oh man, you really got that guy." And I'm all like, "You guys are believing this fucker right now?" He's like, "There was blood everywhere. There was police. I assaulted a man because I had to do it." He's a fucking hero, right? And I'm like, "Well, I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, you never fucking beat anybody in your life, you lying sack of shit. And I caught you lying and creating stories so many times in the past."
like, it's oh my god.
And I was like, really? There was a police there? And I'm like, you assaulted someone, right? So where's the police report? And he's like, oh, no. Like, they let me go because I told them the story. I was like, they let you go for assaulting a man and beating him fucking bloody. You not only trespassed on his property, you went to his door, opened up the door. Well, I don't remember, I blacked out.
And you almost killed him.
And I was like, so there was blood everywhere. You fucked this guy up, and there was no police report. There was no arrest. There was no charges pressed against you. And then they're looking at me like I'm the asshole for pressing this guy to answer. And I'm like, you gotta put pressure on a liar. This guy's a lying sack of shit. He's right now trying to manipulate the whole entire room, making everybody feel sorry for his ass, like he has a mental disorder. The mental disorder that he has is he's a sociopath lying to everybody.
Yeah.
He's a fucking lying sack of shit. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, how fucking dare you manipulate the feelings of everyone's compassion towards you right now? I was like, you lying fucking sack of shit. And it was so funny. because Jess thought I was such a mean human being.
Really?
Yeah, because she witnessed me pressuring this fucker before. Because one time we had a meeting, and he was talking about a situation with one of his ex-girlfriends, and I know his ex-girlfriend, and he was complaining about how he just does this and that for her, and from what I heard is that he was a complete fucking thirsty stalker that did not let go after the fact that they broke up. So in his mind, he's just this gentleman that just keeps giving, right? And she's just so like,
Yeah.
she's so like not appreciative of all of his shit. So Jess was in the meeting, and I was sitting there, and I was like, that's fucking complete bullshit. Like, I called his ass out. And I was like, you're a fucking narcissist, right? You think the whole world revolves around you. I was like, you need to quit that fucking shit. And you need to stop being a goddamn stalker. I was like, you need to stop stalking your fucking ex, because I'm not gonna allow that shit in my company.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you are no longer allowed to come between the hours of when your ex is here or whatever. This was like years ago, right? And then so at this point, I'm lecturing his ass, and then Jess turns around. She's like, you're so fucking mean. And I'm all like, look, you're going to understand who this human being is, whether it's in a couple of months or later, and you're going to understand why I speak to him this way.
Yeah.
And it's like, on the surface, it seems fucked up that I even talk to an individual this way. But you'll see why. And then later, she was like, okay, I get it.
I get it. So everybody in that room believed that he assaulted somebody on somebody else's property, almost killed him, and the cops didn't do anything?
They were captivated by his fucking story, dude. I was like,
Because if he's going to lie, that's a pretty bad lie. That has never, ever, ever, ever happened in the history of man, ever.
dude, this motherfucker told me he was a 10th degree black belt in martial arts. This fool, and I brought one of my martial artist buddies around, and we all fucking sparred. And
You
I
have
was
any
like,
idea how-
what fucking dojo did you go to, you lying sack of shit? You're not a 10th degree black belt.
You have any idea how old you have to be a 10th degree black belt? It's a long, well, I don't know. Well, I'm speaking from Taekwondo.
Yeah.
It takes a long time.
No, he was a fucking 10th degree black belt, and he doesn't even know how to fucking kick an apple off of someone's head.
Oh, you're a 10th degree black belt? You get a fucking ruby red apple, put it on your
Like,
head?
I know, like,
Do it, motherfucker.
he's a lying sack of shit, dude. And I don't know, man. It's just when I just can't take bullshit, right? So like when I catch people off of their shit and I roast them, I just go in and in and in until they stop lying around me or whatever it is. And when people see that, they think I'm such a bad guy, and I'm like, I'm protecting you, you asshole. Like,
Yeah, be a little smarter about that shit, people.
yeah.
It's so funny too. Like you know what the thing about fighting is too? If you did it for that long, it doesn't really go away. When I was 270 pounds, I could still do a clean ass spinning heel kick.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you came to San Diego.
Yeah,
and you haven't kicked in ages, and we were kicking bags and shit.
Yeah.
And our buddy Noah was surprised. They're like, David could fucking kick, man.
Yeah, I did Taekwondo for like fucking 8-something years. Like it doesn't go away.
Yeah.
Like
And
I
you're
did,
not 10th degree black.
no, I was a red belt stripe. I didn't even get to the black belt.
Was that one before the
It
brown
was
or the
one-
black? Or?
It was one before the black. I actually, I caught the flu or I fucked my shit up. I can't remember which one it is anymore. But at that time, if you wanted to get a black belt, your sabonim, which is your master, from Korea had to bring his master to come over to test you to get a black belt. So
That's a legit school, man.
it was a legit
Yeah.
school. So I had to wait another year to get a black belt. So I never stayed for another year. So I just was a red belt stripe, and I got another stripe, and that was about it. So I didn't get to get my black belt.
But people are ridiculous, man. It's funny. Like, you got to see through people
I woke up
as what they are.
and I woke up. There was blood everywhere.
Just blood everywhere. I looked at the faces of the coworkers.
Was he
They were like captivated. Like, I can't believe it. They were scared, man. They're like, am I in a meeting with a psychopath? And I'm thinking like, this guy is a little bitch. He's a lying sack of shit. I've been around killers. I've been around people that are fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like, And this guy is a wannabe, dude. He's never done shit. Ever.
Dog, I got put into a back of a cop car because I was around a group of people that were jumping people outside of a bowling alley.
So guilty by association?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how did you not get arrested for fucking beating the shit out of somebody?
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking? And I was
No.
a youth minister at the time.
No
Like,
police report, nothing.
The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Nothing.
Makes no sense.
I know, dude. You could catch people in their lies so easily, man.
That literally means that he has never been around anybody who's got fucked up in their whole life, or he has never dealt with the cops.
He made that shit up in front of me. And I'm like, I can't believe you're lying to me.
Cops are not that nice,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to violence. Like that's some bullshit, dude.
This fool told me that he was like, once I told him that I lost it because he sexually assaulted my friend.
Oh, you had a great speech too, huh?
They let me slide. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like they're giving him high fives, like, oh yeah, go
Hey,
fuck up that guy.
Hero, thanks a lot, hero. And the American flag comes down and he starts walking
Oh my
away.
God. Is this a movie?
That's
like,
hilarious.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not
dude.
even like that in the movies. When you assault somebody, they get arrested, no
Yeah.
matter what.
Exactly. So
That's
he never even did it. He
hilarious.
never even did it. Never.
That's so funny.
Oh.
And when he threw his fist, I caught it midair. I spun him in 360 circles. He landed on his back. A fucking powder dust came out. I was like, get the fuck out of here, guy.
This
That's
fool
hella
lives a
funny.
delusion. He kept. I mean, because man, this wasn't the first time he's lied to me in my face and other people.
I blacked out and I woke up. There was so much blood.
Blood everywhere. I don't know what happened.
That's fucking
I don't know. There was
crazy.
just blood. I told him, shut the fuck up.
That's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Right? I mean, we've had some eccentric people in our group, and I'm not just saying like JK, but in our other businesses too. Like we just had a lot of interesting people, and that's the other side of business that they don't tell you about is the crazy motherfuckers that you attract.
Dude, some people can lie really well too. That's
Oh,
why.
yeah.
And you kind of get caught up into the persona that they're creating, and you're like, yo, this is a really good guy. And then when you start working with them, you find out through their behaviors, through the coworkers that tattle on them, like,
Yep.
oh shit, this person's a fucking psychopath.
Oh yeah, there are people who, you know, okay, we've seen this as employees before, like managers that get the job because they kiss fucking ass to the top dogs. But when it comes to the way that they treat the employees, man, they power trip, they're mean, they're fucking stupid. I've seen a lot of that go down, and I've seen it go down in my friends' companies too. Like, they don't know that I'm friends with the owner. I just come in and I'm like getting a drink or I'm hanging out, and then I kind of watch the dynamic, and then it's like, this manager's a tyrant. He's a fucking dick.
Yeah.
And then when the boss comes around, big smile. Hey man, how's it going? You guys doing good?
Yeah.
It's like, shut the fuck up.
And people are like that. It's hard. I think when like we mentioned earlier, we kind of get the cues now. We see it before it happens. Not all the time because we'll still get fooled, but at least I think I'm like 80% there, where I can sniff it out most of the time. So
And I love learning more and more. Like, I just want to be able to like see through them like an X-ray vision. I just walk into a fucking room and I'm like, bam. I know you, motherfucker. I know you. I know you.
I just want to make a shirt that says "There's blood everywhere."
There's blood everywhere. I woke up and there was blood. Blood. I don't know what to do.
Listen, I've had tempers before. I've never blacked out and beat the shit out of somebody. Like I've definitely gotten so angry where I saw red and I started getting into a fight.
He
but-
said, I saw red and then there was blood. And I'm all like, it's so convenient how you blacked out where the most crucial fucking details of the story is left out. And you just zoom past the end and you're in the front lawn with a guy beaten down. Wow.
Yeah, where were these cops, huh? Like
Wow.
I've never, dude. We shot a JK skit back in the day where we had just like we were screaming outside as a sketch, and the cops came and they pulled up with their guns and shit
Yeah.
like that. You know what I mean? And we
Yeah.
barely got away with that.
I don't know, man.
That's fucking funny, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, damn, that was an hour and 15 in. That
oh,
was,
wow.
That was
But
good.
this was good.
Yeah. Well, guys.
See people for who they really are.
Yeah, man.
That's what we kind of stayed on topic. the
Hell
whole
yeah.
time.
That was pretty fucking good. Well, guys, you guys can catch the Genius Brain podcast on every audio platform. Remember, we are there to be there with your commute and just talk shit out. Hey, remember, if you see this on YouTube, write stuff in the comments below. Remember, check out Joe's stuff too.
Thank you very much.
Jomalian Academy for anybody out there that wants to start a new life. And I know for a fact, especially because I've just had conversations with people recently when they listen to that podcast.
Oh, 90 Days to Freedom.
90 Days to
Yes.
Freedom. That it's so man, it's so fucking crazy. Like what we were talking about on that podcast. There are certain people that I'm trying to help out, kind of get their own stuff started. It's literally that problem.
Right.
It starts with themselves.
Yep.
It's that 3 reasons why they can't do something and only 1 reason why they can.
Yep.
And it's like, fuck, if you can't break that first part, you're not gonna do anything else. It doesn't matter what I tell you. It's like I'm putting water into a empty hole.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's why I created the program, is because for all these years, people have been asking me the same exact shit. How do I find motivation? How do you do it? How do whatever? Okay. And I figured out the formula. And we'll see. We're gonna have a graduation soon, in a couple of months.
Tight.
And I'm gonna see the results of the students, and I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna take a ton of survey. I got about 1,000 something students, and I want to make the best thing out there that can help people achieve what they want out of life. You know.
I love it. 90 Days to Freedom. Check out the Genius Brain podcast. If you guys want to be the first to leave topics on Genius Brain, follow me on the Patreon. I'll see you guys next time. Joe, we'll see you all next Thursday. And peace.
Peace. I wanted to do the topic. I'm like, damn, but.
All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of the Genius Brain podcast. We got a very special guest today. I actually been trying to get you on for a minute. I just haven't hit you up.
Okay.
It's because I always see you're busy with, first of all, you like building cars and shit. You got Fight Academy. But we got Savant Young here, former pro fighter, also owner and coach at Fight Academy Pasadena, which is the first spot that I trained at 2 years ago.
Yes, sir.
You know what's real funny though? Like when I first started training at Fight Academy, you're just so casual. I had no idea you owned the place.
Yeah, you know what? That's just by design. I like to just float through,
Yeah.
be cool, humble with everybody, and then I've had people ask me, "Hey, who's the owner here?" And I'm like, "You looking at him?"
Like you're always just kind of casual and chilling back, and then Nick was like, "Oh, he actually owns the spot." I'm like, "Oh, this is Mad Fight."
Yeah, but you know what? You don't want to be that dude, right? You're not trying to be that like douchebag dude that's like, "Hey, man, you know I'm the guy, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm the guy.
Yeah.
I'm good."
So for you, when you were a pro fighter, I'm always curious about this. It's like, how do you transition from, fighting your whole life and then not fighting? Like that has always been such a weird thing for me, because I see a lot of fighters who I kind of grew up with that wanted to be a pro fighter. Obviously, they didn't make it that well because you don't know who the fuck they are.
Right.
But they've always had this goal of being this prize fighter, and then afterwards they didn't think about an after. And so they kind of go down like this spiral, and I don't like. How did you kind of transition out of fighting into doing what you're doing now?
Initially, I mean, I wanted to have a gym. I always wanted to have a gym. As a kid, when I did karate, before I was even into fighting, I had this dream of owning a gym. And we almost bought a gym, me and the wife, way back. This was in, I forgot what, this had to be early 2000s, and I wasn't even ready. It was some little shithole place in Highland Park that I probably wish I would have got now, because now that shit's booming right now.
Oh
But-
man, Highland Park is expensive.
yeah. I should have got in there, but it was always something I wanted to do. And typically, I wasn't trying to be a fucking bouncer. You know what I mean? I'm like, I can't be a bouncer, so I better figure out another way to feed the sport. So my whole thing was, I want to be involved in this sport for a long time to come. Once I'm done fighting, I want to kind of, groom other fighters to, not following my light, but at least follow into some authenticity, follow with somebody that's really been there, really done it, no gimmicks. And now they call me an OG now. So, and I kind of took that role, and you go from being in the spotlight to carrying the bucket. I still get the same feel. I feel like I win when the guys win, and I feel like I lose when they lose. So, being that I know the game and I know what they're going through, I'm just appreciative to be part of that whole experience, to be honest.
We were just talking about this, off the podcast, but that authenticity factor, I feel like, because
sports eventually, I mean, not even eventually, it is a fucking business, right?
Huge business.
And I think when I first started training, you know, I was just looking up a bunch of trainers out in the whole area. And actually, before I even signed up with Nick, I didn't even know what Nick looked like.
Right.
First thing I wanted to know was, does this person have professional fights under the belt? That's it. A lot of people don't. And,
Right.
they want to train people, which is the oddest thing that I always see. And I don't understand why that is. Like, I find you're kind of like a crook.
Well,
it feels like people are stealing from you.
It
you know?
is some snake oil, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like Nick, for instance, you know, Nick, he has experience. Like he has been in a ring and fought people. So I respect the fact that you're teaching from a point of experience. You know what I mean? Like I could tell you I'm a surgeon and shit. You know what I'm saying? let me cut that for you. You know what I mean?
So
And
work on this apple first. Let me see what you do with this first real quick.
yeah, and there's just a lot of that going on, and people are taking advantage of it because there's a lot of new people to the sport, like new people that are getting into it. They look on TV, they go Google whatever, and then they figure like, oh, this guy looks like he know what he's doing because he, you know, says he does or posts some pictures in the ring with somebody, but you don't ever see actual fight footage or any type of like write-ups. You gotta find something, and Google is powerful, man. You can find the fake quick.
That's the weird thing. So there was a guy that I wanted to train with first. Before I wanted to go into kickboxing, I just wanted to do strict boxing at first because when you first saw me, I was like 270 pounds.
Yeah, man.
So I was
Congrats to you too, man. I gotta give you a props.
hey man,
You've been grinding. I thought you was gonna quit already. I'm gonna tell you on the air, man. I respect your game now.
yo, when I first started, I did feel like quitting. It was hard.
Yeah.
I think it was difficult because I did taekwondo when I was younger, right? And then I just haven't thrown a kick since ever. And even though I was a big dude, I could still throw a heel kick. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to do this stuff. But then it was, you know, point sparring versus actual sparring are two different things.
Complete.
They don't feel the same at
Night
all.
and day.
Right?
Because it's repetitive. There's no like stop and call for points, right? It's like the ass whooping just continues and it just keeps going. And then you're like, okay, this
So
is.
that was actually one of my biggest problems when we first started. Nick would say like, it's like, cool, you hit me. Why'd you stop?
Right.
It's because I'm so used to point sparring.
Yeah.
It's like once you tag somebody, it's like, all right, time out. Let's get some tea real quick, and then
You know
stop
what
up.
though? There's some good to that because I started out doing Shotokan karate, so I used to do all these like Ed Parker's tournaments, Kempo tournaments, and the good thing about the point fighting is
Get the mic a little closer.
it taught you how to go for clean shots. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It taught you how to set up things. You know it had to be clean. You know it couldn't be no, you know, just throwing
Grazing off
whatever.
somebody, yeah.
It had to be solid. So it kind of taught me that. That was the one good thing I took from it until I ran into somebody that actually was a kickboxer. And I tried that and just got touched up. And I was just like, you know, it was weird and shit. So then I knew, like, man, I got to learn how to actually do continuous fighting instead of the point fighting. And then I just started searching for that, man, you know, and I knew that was like the full form of fighting was like, till one of us says, we don't want no more.
What was the point where you decided that you wanted to be a professional fighter? Because I think a lot of people feel like they can until they, you know, get on a mat and they get their ass whooped.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I had a dream of it. I mean, I watched, like most of the guys my age, we all watched the early UFCs. I was a big fan of Pancrase in Japan.
Oh yeah.
And Shudo. We used to go rent VHS tapes of Shudo and Pancrase and watch all these videos, thinking like, man, this is dope. And I was in high school, and we literally would get videos, get books. We would go out in the backyard and try to practice what we saw. We were literally trying to learn from books. You know, they had pictures of sequences and shit. We would try.
You had like those ancient Chinese scrolls.
Oh my God, it was crazy.
With the fucking hand out
It was
here.
hilarious. No, on the real, dude, we used to. There was a time, my wife could confirm this. There was a time that I used to just legit wear the kung fu gi outside and shit. On the real, like that was my thing. Like that was way back. You remember that shit? Yeah. Yeah, with the little slippers and everything.
That's fucking
straight
tight.
Jim Kelly style. You know, on the real, man. But nah, man, this game is I love it, man. This is a part of me. The fighting came up. I just didn't want to work no more, man. I went to camp. The day that I made the transition was I was in camp in Big Bear with Quentin Rampage Jackson, Josh Barnett, Tito Ortiz.
Damn, dude.
I was in camp with these dudes for a few weeks, and they were making good money, right? I was just living this life with them. I was, we had a shift there. We had coaches getting up in the morning, making us go run, come home. Food was made. Here's all your supplements. Here's this. And I had took a leave of absence from my actual job that I was doing in post-production at the time, and went to this camp. So I went to this camp with these guys. And literally maybe a couple weeks into being there, I called my job and told them, you know what, I'm not coming back. And I saw how they were living, and it was, I believe it might have been my 30th birthday. I think it was my 30th birthday. Rampage's birthday was a day after mine. I celebrated my birthday in camp with them, and I literally just quit my job. I didn't have no fight. She thought I was crazy as hell. My wife was like, what's wrong with you?
And she stuck around after you did that shit.
We still here, you know what I'm saying? We still here. So, yeah, man, I quit my job, and at that point, I saw Rampage getting ready to make, he might have made $400K for that fight when he fought against Matt Lindland here.
Man, that's how much they used to make back then? That's crazy.
Yeah, he made some decent coin back. Rampage made decent money back then, I ain't gonna lie. And I saw that happen. And I saw all the work that was being put in, and I was doing the same work. I'm like, man, I'm running the same hills. I'm doing the same sparring rounds. I'm doing this with you guys. So I wanted to just take a shot at it myself, man. And literally, it was probably best decision for me, because I know if I didn't do that, then I probably wouldn't be doing this shit right now.
So who kind of mentored you at that point then? Because I feel like it's kind of hard to jump into something without somebody really guiding you and kind of helping you out in that kind of sense.
I had a few different mentors, coming up. I had the person that introduced me to the sport actually was a guy named Joe Charles. And Joe Charles fought in UFC like 1 through 4. Okay. This guy kind of took me under his wing, and brought me up. And then I went and trained. I used to train with all the Armenians out in Hollywood under Gokor Savician. So I trained with a lot of good guys. The last coach, though, who I was in Big Bear with is, my current coach now. I call him a brother of mine, a coach of mine. His name is Antonio McKee. Whose son is AJ McKee. That's in Bellator.
Yeah.
That's my brother, and like AJ's like a nephew to me, so we became really tight. And he was the guy that always thought like, an in-shape savant that comes ready to go can beat anybody in the game. So he would always feed me that and tell me what I need to do, and he'd try to drag me to church and shit. You know what I mean? He was that guy, you know. So I knew he had my best interest in mind. So if I had to like single it out to one person that gave me that drive, it would definitely be McKee.
It's interesting because I always wonder too, maybe you can give some perspective on this. It's like, I feel like sometimes like MMA reminds me of basketball in the sense of there's a lot of players that I follow in basketball, and there's a lot of people that I follow in MMA, and I feel like a lot of fighters kind of have all the pieces to be very successful, but it's just like a game of like inches, right? It's because it's hard to say when I look at somebody who's in the UFC and then somebody says that guy's trash, but it's like for example, there's a fighter that I really, really fucking like.
Okay.
And
I might like him. Who is it?
it's Kevin Lee.
Okay.
I fucking
like
love
Kevin.
I think Kevin Lee can have a belt.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of people who disagree with
That's
that.
This is a good one to put into that perspective, actually. Kevin Lee.
Because they see him lose a couple of times.
Right.
But every time I seen him lost, he had like championship material.
Yes.
Right. It's just, during the time when he was losing, he didn't have a coach. He didn't have a focus.
Right.
And he was a little too much in his head.
I think the in your head part for most of us fighters, we got issues, man. Most guys that are fighters, a lot of them got father issues or some sort of like no male figure. So the fighting becomes your thing, right? And you're like revered by people. So you want to do it and you don't, you know what I mean? You get into this like, I love this, but fuck, I got to fight, but I'm making money doing this.
Yeah.
My people love me. I got all this fame and whatnot. But it's a really, it's a tough, lonely game, if you don't have you know, a support group. And luckily, like for me, I had a decent support group, you know, with the wife and family and my in-laws. I had people around me that helped me out. So it kept me going, and I had already committed to it. So I had to go full throttle because wasn't gonna make no money no other way. But I think for some of the guys that don't make it, you know, it's like who's to judge that, right? Like they get like Kevin Lee, for instance. You know, he's championship material. He's fighting at a very high level. His last fight was fucking. I thought he killed a dude.
I thought
that
he was one
dead.
of the.
I thought the dude was dead.
Yeah, that head kick was
Jesus
amazing.
Christ.
And it was funny because when we were watching, because we all know, you know, he could wrestle.
Yeah.
So he had that really low stance. So I didn't expect him to throw that high kick.
Man,
It threw me off.
man, it was so impressive. And that kid that he was in there with was a pretty good wrestler too.
I think he was undefeated.
Yes, and he's a good wrestler, high-level wrestler, and I think that was the reason why he went that route, because you got a guy in there that both can wrestle. They're expecting that, and this is MMA, man. So this is the beauty of MMA. You don't know how it's gonna work. You know, you don't know what's gonna come about, but all you know is you got two people in there, and somebody's losing.
He head kicked the living shit. I saw his spirit come out the back of his head.
Man, I thought he was dead, bro. I legit thought this kid was dead.
Because he was leaned up against the cage with his hands down like
Oh
this.
my God, he slumped him. It was fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, it was really fantastic.
This podcast is brought to you by Skillshare. What is Skillshare, you ask? It is an online learning community that offers membership with meaning. Skillshare offers classes designed for real life so you can learn the things you want at your pace based on your busy routine. I love it. I know a lot of people out there want to make film for fun or maybe even as a side hustle. There's a lot of classes that you can take that Skillshare offers that I know a lot of people would enjoy. There's even a course called Video on a Budget because a lot of people are broke and they just want to make film, and even a course for iPhone filmmaking because everybody has a phone. I enjoy these classes very much. Explore your creativity and get 2 free months of premium membership at Skillshare.com/brain. That's 2 whole months of unlimited access to thousands of classes for free. Get started and join today by heading to Skillshare.com/brain. That's 2 free months of unlimited access to thousands of classes at Skillshare.com/brain.
Because there's people like Kevin Lee, and I'm trying to see about somebody else who I'm kind of sad that he's going to retire. Well, retire from MMA was Khalil Roundtree.
Yeah.
Because after he fought Eric Anders, and I saw what Tiger Muay Thai did for him, and he was just eating up his legs with those low kicks. I thought, yo, he's transformed a lot, and then he's just like, I'm done after this last fight.
It's tough, man. I mean, and hopefully he got something else to fall back on. I'm thinking nowadays it seems like the fighters are a little bit more into like diversifying what they do. You know, a lot of these kids are college educated now. It wasn't like that before. You know, guys would just not just fucking fight.
Yeah.
You know, now these dudes understand that it's a business. They understand that they have a draw, or they can create this image online or whatnot to where they can market other things. Like when I was coming up, it was none of that, dude. Like you had to
fuck somebody up.
You had to build your name and you had to fight credible opponents. That was the only way that you could really build yourself up, was taking tough fights.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the route I went. Like I didn't have like the absolute most spectacular record, but I was respected because if you looked at the opposition that I faced, most of those guys, people in my era, they didn't want to fight those dudes.
Well, I was kind of shocked. You actually fought at 155.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You out of your mind?
Well, I'll tell you what, I fought at 143 pounds. I wasn't ranked number 9 in the world at 145.
When you, I didn't know too that the Mike Guyman knockout that you had was your last fight.
That was it.
That was your last
That
fight.
was my very last one.
And
man.
you want to talk about killing somebody?
Yeah.
I thought you killed him.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
that was
I wanted to, but
that was my first Bellator fight I've ever seen.
oh, you were there.
That's why I remember
shit.
it.
Oh, that's
you
cool.
knocked the
That's
living
cool.
fucking shit out of him.
It was a lot of emotion riding on that one, man. I had recently lost my mom before that fight.
Shit.
And I was kind of, I was just on one. I was in a little tailspin for a minute. So they reached out to me and was like, I needed something at the time. And they hit me up asking me if I wanted to fight here at home. And I was like, I'm with that, And they They offered me Mike Guyman. I knew they were trying to build Mike Guyman up, and I thought, man, I'll dust Mike Guyman off, dude. Like, let me get that one. So I actually had a 3-fight deal with them, but I told myself and I told my family this would be the last one going into it, and I just walked away from the contract on a win, and I purely did that last fight just to kind of like vindicate myself, you know what I mean? I just had to feel like I was on top one more time, and
Mike Guyman's a
that
big
was it.
dude. He was like 6'1", maybe.
No, he's a lot bigger than
Yeah,
me.
he's a big dude.
Yeah, it was a lot. I was really, I was a big underdog on that one, man. And he was bumping his gum a little bit, you know, in interviews and stuff like that.
Was a little heat going into that
It
fight?
was a little bit, man. They tried to snake me on one interview where, you know, we're talking on the interview or whatnot, and then like he's on the phone too while they're asking me questions about him and shit. You know, they're like, oh, by the way, Mike's on the phone now. I'm like, oh,
They're trying to set some shit up.
yeah, I'm like, okay, well, I said it. You know,
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna do. So it was a big win, man. It was a good fight. I was actually losing the fight. I lost the whole first round. And we kind of knew that was gonna be the case, that he was gonna come out, go hard for a first round, and then he'd probably gas because of the weight cut. And
Well, he kind of jumped in really awkward into your hit.
He did.
And then he got cracked.
he did.
And then
yeah.
you just add a little sugar to that.
Yeah, man. That was like that extra, like, I told you, bruh.
What was he saying? What was he saying prior to you guys fighting?
You know, that I just never fought at that level.
Oh.
You know, he's been in the UFC. And I'm like, man, you know, I've broken to the top 10. You know, I went and I've beat some very formidable opponents. And here's the thing about me, you know, win or lose, you're not going to fight me twice. I always tell people that. Like, you could beat me, but I'll guarantee you won't say run it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was one of those guys, you know, and that was like, that retired him. That was it. They actually put I was on the Netflix thing came out called The Hurt Business. They were talking about that whole deal and that whole fight. And
What was that documentary about?
it was actually about the injuries in the sport.
Yo, you would be highlighted.
Yeah.
I heard that fool's brain fluid leaked out of his head.
Yeah, they made me out to be a fucking villain. They didn't even call me and ask me about the shit. That was the cold part.
Oh, really?
They could have called and asked me. I could have told them that I felt terrible, because I did feel terrible. My family know I felt
Of course,
really
nobody
bad.
feels great about that shit.
Nah,
Yeah.
you know, once it was over, I was like, fuck, you know,
Yeah.
because he had to actually go to surgery from the arena. Like, we got to
Oh,
take you
shit.
in right now to go fix some shit. And once I saw the documentary, I thought, man, they really played me out to be the bad guy
Yeah.
and didn't give me no chance to like talk about it and say how I felt, because I did feel bad about it. And, you know, my family felt bad about it. They're like, hey, man, we don't want to see that happen to you, so I think you should retire. That was my mother-in-law. She said, I love this. She hated it at first, but she became one of my biggest fans.
Yeah.
She couldn't stand it at first. And after that fight, she said, I just don't want to see that shit happen to you.
You know, I physically can't watch a friend fight. It's hard.
Uh-huh.
So after I started, just people start going to MMA, and then like even watching so Andre Sukumtat, right? Like
Mhm.
after I met him in person, we started conversing with each other. After that, it was hard for me to watch him fight.
Really?
It's just my stomach starts to turn.
Yeah.
Like-
I get it. You get nerves.
I get nervous for
It's
them.
nerves.
It's like I'm in the cage, and I'm like,
Yeah.
like when a buddy of mine, Ron Skolsden, when I saw him first.
I know
fight.
Ron.
You know Ron.
We fought Ron twice, man. Hey, Ron, we need that back.
So Ron hits like a fucking
He
semi
fucking
truck.
hits hard as hell. I'm not gonna lie, man. Funny Ron story, man, because I know you know
Yeah.
Ron, and he fought our boy, this kid Chris Fajardo, out of
Okay.
our gym, right? Him and Ron in the ring, man, and Chris sets Ron down, like sat him down. I'm like, hell yeah, we got him, dude. Because they were like, you know, he had beat our guy before, so he knocks him down. Crowd goes crazy. Our guy runs over there to go finish the fight. Ron gets up, cracks our dude. Our guy goes down. It was just one of those fucking fights, man. I was up, high emotion, like, oh, we got it. It was like, and then Ron finished it. But it was one of them spectacular fights. But he's a beast, man. I got to give it to him.
Ron hits
For a
so-
little guy, he hits hard.
I think that's the thing that people don't expect out of
Yeah.
him, because he's a smaller guy, but
Yeah.
everybody says the same shit about him. Like
Yeah.
he hits like a fucking
He can
truck,
hit. He
which
can
is
hit.
fucking insane.
That's like me. I'm the same type of guy. Like I can hit, you know, and that's what a lot of people don't want to run up on that, because it's pretty crucial.
that yeah. When I was just watching that fight, like
I feel like the UFC has changed a lot in terms of like damage that a fighter takes towards the end of the fight. Did you see that Kutalaba fight recently?
I didn't.
So Kutalaba, his fight got stopped over the dumbest thing ever. He was kind of rope-a-doping a little bit, just kind of just pretending like he was dazed.
Okay,
right?
yeah,
And they-
playing around.
and they stopped
really?
the fight.
Wow.
Stopped the fight. I forgot who the fucking ref was.
I know. I'm like, man, I hope it wasn't my boy. I doubt it.
Herb Dean. It's not Herb
Yeah,
Dean.
nah,
Herb
okay.
Dean would never do that
All
shit.
right,
You
yeah, Herb
know, he's
Dean.
one of the best reps in the game.
Hell yeah.
But it was literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and I've never seen it like. I think it's becoming more and more like this, where I think they're trying, because the company's getting bigger. I think it becomes a little more serious when people get more seriously hurt.
Yeah.
So he was just kind of like in and out.
Yeah.
But he got head kicked from what I remember, and then he got a little dazed. He was still on his feet, but he was still exchanging.
Right.
And then there was a couple more head kicks, but he blocked all of them. A lot of these hits were missed, and then he was kind of just pretending a little bit, just throwing a little haymakers, and they just stopped the fight. And everybody was like, "What the fuck
Like,
just
what's
happened?"
going on?
Yeah.
It happens, man. I mean, at the end of the day, coaches tell the athletes, look, don't let them steal it from you. I tell the guys, if you're gonna lose, go out on your sword. If you want to win, go win, because that's what this is in the sport. Like, nobody's gonna give it to you. You got two people in there, you know, fighting for the same thing. And in most cases, what people don't know about this sport is, in terms of the money, let's just say, you know, you're getting paid $50,000 to show up and fight, then you're going to make another $50,000 if you win. So they always dangle that little carrot in the front. So sometimes, you know, you get those guys that go in there and get after it because they're like, hey, if I lose here, that's a $50,000 loss. You know what I mean? Like, you're still getting paid, but they always kind of they incentivize it, like how the UFC do with the fight of the nights now, the knockout of the night. So they're trying to make for action. You know, they're really trying to push the action, push the KOs, push the submissions, which I like. You know, and the UFC culture, as opposed to like Japanese mixed martial arts, two complete different animals. You know, the Japanese scene, they're a lot more into watching the technique and respect. You don't hear people in the background talking about fuck him up, and you know, you don't hear that in
I
Japanese.
saw that in when I started watching One Championship. When it was going to the ground, everybody's cheering their ass off because I feel like they might be a little more educated in the sport, so they could see what's happening.
They respect it.
Yeah.
They just respect it, and they know what you're doing, because a lot of the people, you know, overseas, this is just really, you know, interwoven. It's in the fibers of what they do over there. You know, when I fought in Japan, I'll never forget, you know, going there to fight and walking out, looking around, and in the front row, there was like 6 women. I swear to God, they looked like they had to be in their 90s. You know what I'm saying? And they were front row watching MMA,
That's
and I
crazy.
was really dumbfounded by that shit. I'm like, man, this is cool as hell.
He's
I
getting
even-
blood on them. They just
It was hilarious. I looked at Antonio like, you see this shit, dude? Like, man. So every culture is different when it comes to martial arts, and I think we're driving it in terms of popularity and in terms of the Hollywood factor in the sport. But MMA is worldwide, man. I've been all over to see it, and it's huge. You know, we just made it Hollywood.
How did you feel like when you decided to step away from fighting, especially after such a huge win like that? I feel like there's a lot of fighters that I see on the UFC. They say that they're gonna retire, then they get that huge win, and they're like, I ain't done yet.
Yeah, I was on that for a minute. I thought about it, and then, you know, the business part kicked in, and then it was like, all right, do I still want to like go back to dieting and shit? Do I want to live that life? 'Cause it was pretty heavy, you know, for me to like maintain being in shape. You know, I like to eat, I like to enjoy beer, like I like to be me, and I've done it so long. I was over the whole. You're a different person when you're a fighter, I think. Like, you know, you don't really like to be bothered. I would come home sometimes and want to be bothered. You just kind of edgy all the time. And then you're just banged up. You know, you go through the you know, repetitive, like, my back hurts, my shoulders hurt, now this is hurt. And I just was kind of tired of that. And I think, you know, more so, I felt validated already. You know what I mean? I felt like, what else am I going to prove? If I don't make a run to be a champion right now, I'm just going to be a journeyman type guy that, you know, I'm not going to gain nothing over beating some guys. Unless it was the right fight, maybe. But I didn't really have much more to gain. Nobody could take away any of the career that I've had. Nobody could say that I was not a legit fighter. You know, like I had all those accolades that allowed me to do what I'm doing now without any question. So I felt like, let some of the youngsters get in there and do it. Let me be kind of like a mentor to them, and train other kids to come up. You know, like I trained Nick and Heinrich and all those guys. Like I mentored them from young, man. I probably met Nick at 18, Heinrich at 18. Damn. You know, they were young boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I was homeless as fuck lately, man. He need to shave that goddamn beard,
oh
Heinrich.
my God! No, I think did he clean it up? I don't know if he's cleaned
I
up.
don't need to
or
clean
not.
that shit up, man.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
That's Papi Chulo right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But I fell into this role and it feels good. Like I do like it. And the thing that I get to do now is I get to beat up on them and they can't complain. You know what I mean? Like here it is, the old retired coach out of shape, still in here kicking your ass, and you can't really complain about it at all. You know, so I'm alright with that.
This podcast is brought to you by Fiverr. Shall we talk about finding freelance talent for your business or project? It can be hard and time consuming, but thanks to Fiverr, it doesn't have to be a struggle. What kind of service can you find on Fiverr? I don't know. Copywriting, web programming, film, editing, graphic design. There's so much more because it's a freelance jungle out there, and Fiverr will help you navigate through it. It is that easy to find someone and get what you need. I have used Fiverr to help me find graphic designers for album art, even help develop menu designs for my business ventures. It's so easy and straightforward. A David So can do it. Now take 5 and check out Fiverr.com, and you will receive 10% off your first order by using my code GB. It's so easy. Don't waste any more time and get the service you deserve by going to Fiverr.com, code GB. Fiverr, it starts here.
Did you ever feel like you really wanted like a championship belt around your waist? Was that a huge goal of mine when you were fighting?
You know what, man? The funny thing is, if it came about, I was okay with it, but it never was really like my ultimate goal. Like I was just trying to eat, man. Honestly, I was trying to eat, take care of my kids. I got 2 kids, you know, so we were trying to build a family, and to pay for a family through fighting was tough as shit. So I was more or less just trying to stay busy, you know, make sure that I stay consistent with fighting, you know, and one good company that helped me out was when I fought for the International Fight League. When I fought for this league, which is kind of like what's the other team one now? PFL.
PFL, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it was like the PFL before the PFL even happened. This was in 07, 08, I think it was. And they paid us a salary monthly. You know, they took care of us. So we went and they got a sponsor. So it was really like a good deal for me. And I was eating. I was taking care of myself. And I didn't really care about the belts. I just was a fighter, and that's like, oh, you want me to fight him? Okay, cool. He thinks he can. He can beat me. Okay, line it up. You know. Once I broke into the top 10, I kind of thought like, man, I'm in the top 10 right now. Maybe I can, you know, do a little more. And I took a tough ass fight right after I got into the top 10. You know, I fought Takashi Inoue, who was ranked number 2 in the world at the time. Okay, I beat him. He was ranked right under Uriah Faber. They was trying to make that fight at the time.
How'd you beat Inoue?
I choked him out.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I choked him out. And right after I beat Takashi Inoue, I fought Mark Hominick. Maybe I don't know, 5 months after that, you know, and that was a really tough fight when they did that big Affliction show.
Oh yeah.
Here at the Honda Center, and I lost that fight. So then I was kind of like in a little tailspin, like I don't know if I want to do it or not, and you know. But yeah, it never really, you know, really like won me over trying to be a champion.
Do you think that's an important factor for somebody to be successful in fighting, is for them to actually go for the belt? Or because I feel like I wonder what the driving force is for a lot of people, right? Just because now that belt comes with a lot of things now. It's not just the belt. It's like sponsorships. It's
Right.
big money. It's,
Right.
It's everything. It's legacy. you know?
Yeah, I think looking at it now that I look back at it, I probably wouldn't have made some of the decisions that I made in the sport, and probably could have aligned myself a little better. For instance, I think my second fight as a professional, I fought against Chris Lytle, who was, I think like 25-2 at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But me, I come from the neighborhood. I was down to fight whoever you fucking put in front of me. And I took fights like that, fights that I thought I could win, and I could have, because I was always one punch away from being a champion. I land one shot, that's what it was going to be. So looking back at it, yeah, maybe I could have structured it a little bit different, but then at the same time, champions come and go, and sometimes they're just not the best champions. And I think in my era, I might not have been the best champion. Some people are, they're just not ready for it. They're not ready for it. You look at like a John Jones. Some people aren't ready for that limelight.
Hitting pregnant women and the coke and shit like that.
Some people are not ready for it, and me, I was more of a it took care of me, so I respected it because it allowed me to not put on a suit and tie.
Yeah.
And as long as I can do that, I was cool.
That's interesting because sometimes like I watch the sport and I'm kind of curious to see where it's going to go, because it's starting to become more and more like WWE, which I kind of don't like.
Yeah.
I mean Dana White's doing a good job of creating like these super fights, which is really cool. Like this upcoming weekend where we have Zhang,
I fucking love her.
she's a beast.
I don't know her name fully, but she's the shit.
I should know her name, but I keep fucking it up though.
Hey, she's the shit though. I think she's finna whoop Johanna's ass. That's what I think.
I think Joanna's just she's on the down end right now.
She's on the down end.
I mean, she's been kickboxing for how many years,
Yeah.
So it's, even though she's been in MMA for a few years, but she's been kickboxing way
A
longer
long
than
time,
that.
yes.
So she's taking a lot of damage over the years,
I'm curious about this fight, and I'm curious about the Romero fight, and Asudania. I think Asudania, okay, case in point. We got Asudania right now, who's like, oh, I'm renting Porsches for every day of my training camp. I'm pulling up in a new car, and I'm doing this and that. And I get it. Part of that's cool. But then you got a kid like Yoel Romero. I don't know if you know his story or not, but Yoel Romero was one of those kids.
Cuban wrestler.
Yeah, like, you're going to be a wrestler, and we're going to send you to wrestling camp when you're 9, and don't come back until you're a champion.
That's insane.
And literally, like, that's the story there, like, they sent him away to a camp, like, he lived there till he was, he was a world champion. Don't come home.
Like, if people don't know who Yoel Romero, his nickname is Soldier of God, but this man has no fucking neck.
Hey,
He has no fucking neck.
he's an animal.
I've never seen somebody get head kicked like 6 times and then he's fine.
Yeah, no, this is a good fight. I'll say this: if Yoel Romero doesn't get knocked out in the first 2 rounds, he can win the fight. If it doesn't go past 3, because Yoel Romero, we all know, Yoel Romero got a lot of muscle on him, and that shit requires some cardio,
Yes.
and he's notorious for gassing to some extent. So
It's crazy because I saw, with the Robert Whitaker fight, I was surprised. He got knocked out
yep.
with a clean shot right to the chin. And, that last fight, I thought Robert Whitaker fucking did not win that fight. I thought Yoel had it when it was Yoel.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
kind of shocked.
Yeah.
So, to see Robert Whitaker get knocked out like that, I wonder if that's going to... I don't see Yoel Romero ever get knocked out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight, man. I mean, I like Asudania. I remember when I was before he even went to the UFC, I was in Australia, and a buddy of mine was telling me about him, showing me videos of this
Glory
guy.
Kickboxing days, yeah.
And I was like, man, this dude right here, bro, is fucking. And then he just started making that run, and nowadays, if you can string up 10 wins, you're something special. You know what I mean? Like, you're special. You're talking about title contention now, and for me, it wasn't like that. You had to beat who's who. You had to, like, have some illustrious record to even get into the UFC. Now I see guys getting into the UFC with 7 fights
Yeesh.
total. You know, like, oh, you got 7 fights to your name as a professional, and 3 of those fights might have been at like Gladiator Challenge. You know what I mean? Where they pulling dudes out the fucking seats to
Yeah.
fight, and now you in the UFC. So the game is weird. There's some killers out there. I do know that there's good guys that come from good camps, but then there's a lot of fluff. There's a lot of fluff out there, you know, and some of them don't make it to the UFC. Some do. They'll get their one shot, and then that's that. you
Man,
know?
I get kind of shocked when I see UFC fighters they go to UFC to Bellator, and then they start getting belts. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is the UFC caliber that fucking high? Like, because I mean, we have people like Douglas Lima. I mean,
Right.
he's just a beast. I
Okay.
think you put him in the UFC,
Right.
We'll see what's up.
Absolutely.
You know?
You put Douglas Lima in the UFC. I mean, shit, if you give Paul Daly another chance.
Oh man,
You know
I
what I
wish-
mean?
that shit was so dumb, dude.
Give Paul Daly a chance, man. Like, he's a good athlete. Like, you gave Tito a chance, multiple, after they
Yeah.
had beef and shit, you know? So Paul Daly wasn't pulling no numbers probably. So, and he had one little incident that I thought, in the heat of the moment, this is the fight business, dude. Like, shit's gonna happen.
Because Paul Daly, what he punched, it was after the bell. He punched, what's his face?
I think it was Koscheck, right?
Blanket Koscheck. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
exactly. laying freight Koscheck. You know? Yeah.
And Koscheck was doing the whole faking his injury type of
Oh,
shit, which he
come
did
on.
a couple of
He
times.
was terrible. I hated him. He annoyed the shit out of me.
He was in the first season of The
Jesus.
Ultimate Fighter, right?
Yes.
And I did not like him on that show.
Man, he was the worst.
And I think a lot of people were upset because he would just lay on people the whole
Yeah,
time.
That's all he did.
Which wrestling is fine, but you got to do something.
I mean, it's MMA. Let's at least throw a punch to wrestle. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He would just come straight for the wrestle. Like, come on, dude.
And then afterwards, when he faked, he did that a couple times actually. And I was like, I got no respect for this guy
Nah.
anymore. Come on, man.
And Paul Daly, I like. Paul Daly is a killer.
Well, he got that NyQuil in his hand. That's why.
Man, he is a killer, man. He's one of my favorite guys. Paul Daly, I love.
I think he would have. I wish he was able to still stay in the UFC, but they just kicked him out like that, and I thought that was a waste.
But you know what? I think what the UFC does well is they know how to pick fights. They know how to match the right people together. If they don't like you, for instance, okay, let's say you come from Bellator or you come from one FC, and you're whatever you are there, and they don't like you, they will purposely bring you to the UFC just to see you get beat up.
Oh,
Case in point.
Ben Askren.
Yes. Ben Askren. Okay. Dana White fucking hated him. But he signed him. You want to know why? Because he wanted the world to see him almost die in the ring, So, hey, it's a business, and styles make fights, and if you put the right people together, you get certain fights. So I'm curious about this Romero thing. This is a styles make fights type of match. So if one person can implement his game, we got one thing, and then if Romero can implement his game, we got another. The truth of it, what I think is going to happen is Romero, although I feel he can beat this fight, I think he's going to get sucked up into trying to strike with Alcedena and get put down. If he doesn't, because I know Alcedena doesn't have the best wrestling, that's not been his thing. He's a striker by trade.
I think he's only been taken down like once or twice.
Right, because he has good movement. He has
Yeah.
great movement. But I mean, he is going to be in there with Yoel Romero, who I think
It's a different beast.
that's a different animal in terms of takedown. I know he fought Whitaker. I know Anderson Silva wasn't about to take him down, and all the other guys. So if we had somebody that we could consider a formidable opponent in terms of taking him down, I think Yoel Romero is going to do that.
If Adesanya takes down Yoel Romero, I think that kind of solidifies his validity, right?
Absolutely,
Because I mean,
100%.
it's just he's fighting he wants top people too, which is what I really appreciate about
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
He doesn't duck fights. He goes, well, I'll fight you, but you can't. I'm not just gonna do it at a drop of a hat.
Right.
Let's set this shit up.
Set it
I'm gonna
up.
get a training camp. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Promote it, get the little UFC embedded, do the whole little hype show.
Because he knows who he wants. He wants after Romero, he wants to go against Paulo Costa.
Okay.
Which that motherfucker, if he's not on gear or roids at all, I don't know what the fuck is in the water because
Yeah, he is an animal.
he don't look human at all.
Yeah, you know, man, the sport has evolved though. Honestly, the sport, just like any other sport, you look at, athletes, you look at bodybuilders back in the day, you look at them now, you look at the sport itself. We had BMX, now we got X Game. You had boxing, and wrestling. Now we got MMA. So the sports just progress. And then you got kids that are younger and younger that are setting out to do this as a profession. So when you get that, you got these crazy ass parents that are elitists. I'm going to put my son to go train in this. He's going to wrestle. We're going to just take him out of school and homeschool him. Like, I know parents that do that with kids. Like, we're going to take our kids out of school because they're going to be jiu-jitsu champions. And I'm like, man, you just really, are structuring your kid's life. I was almost one of them. I was trying to do that with my son. Like, you're going to be a boxer. We just going to go on this run. And it wasn't really what he wanted to do, but I had it in my eyes. This is what you're going to do. So these kids now, physically, they're tougher. They're getting high level training that has evolved over the years, whether it be wrestling, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, done with the days of the courage and respect, honor, karate gym. These kids is in here like, bro, I'll fuck you up, man. We're not playing that no more. So that the game's changed. Like, I'm curious to see where this sport would be at in the next 15 years. Like, what type of athletes are going to be out there?
I mean, the athletes that are out
point.
right now just blow my fucking mind too. Just somebody like Mighty Mouse. Like, he doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, where's the hole in his game?
Right.
Like,
Right.
what hole does he have in his fucking game?
Right.
When he got traded off to 1FC, I was sad.
But you know what? I thought that was the place for him.
It's a better look for. I mean, they have more people in his weight class that he could.
It's a way better look for him.
And they're giving him some trouble over there too. It's
And
not
they
easy
are.
fights.
No, those dudes are tough out there, bro.
Not easy fights.
You got all these kids coming from Thailand. You got some real strikers in 1FC. We just had a guy that he lost, unfortunately. One of our boys, he kind of reps the gym a little bit. This kid, Mustafa, he fought against Akiyama. I don't know if you saw that one or not.
I didn't see him, but I know Akiyamas.
Yeah, you know Akiyama.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was whooping on Akiyama's ass for a second. Then, Akiyama called in the Scud missile. It was night, buddy.
But that's the thing, though. It could always change in a fight. Like, you never know. That's why, I think, betting on MMA fights are one of the scariest things
Hell
ever.
yeah, it is.
Because you don't
It's
fucking
crazy.
know what's going to happen.
You don't know what's going to happen. And it's it's so sporadic. You can slip on a banana peel and it's the end of your
People thought that fucking Masvidal was going to get wrestled to the floor by fucking Askren. And he knocked his
I
ass
thought
out in
that.
5 seconds.
I'm not going to lie. I was one of those people. I was like, man, why did you put him in here with Ben Askren? And, man, when he went over there and just...
When I saw the Robbie Lawler fight between Askren, and I arguably thought that he was knocked out, and I thought they were just going to call the fight.
I was mad at that one.
I was a little
I ain't
upset.
gonna lie.
'cause
And my boy refereed that one.
he was knocked out. I was like, how come? Call this.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna stop that one.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And then when I was like, I got so upset because I was like, that's not an L on Robbie Lawler.
That's
though."
not a L. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I thought they should have fought again.
For sure. But,
I
you
was-
know, Askren don't want that shit.
He didn't want that smoke. Nah, he did not want that smoke again. Like I said, you may win, but you're not gonna fight me again.
Exactly.
You know?
That's what Robbie Lawler
That
is.
was it.
Your fighting style actually kind of reminds me of Jeremy Stevens.
Oh yeah.
Jeremy
I trained
Stevens-
with him a little bit too, man. That's my boy.
Like people always look at Jeremy Stevens and they say like he doesn't have the best fighting record,
Right.
but I guarantee you he gets asses in seats. 'Cause
Oh.
I want to see him fight every time.
He goes. His last fight was great too. That fucking dude goes, man.
He scares the shit out of me, man.
Yeah. He's the funny thing about Jeremy Stevens, he's one of the coolest fucking dudes, man. Like,
Really?
cool. Like, sit down and chop it up with you, man. Ask about the fam. Just cool. Want to buy your lunch. Like, cool dude, man. You wouldn't think he is such a killer like he is. Like, you would just think he's that dude, right? Like, oh man, don't talk to him. Don't do that with Jeremy Stevens. He's like way cool though.
I would never see that because when he's in that cage, he looks like a serial killer.
Yeah, no, he's crazy as shit.
Yeah, when he fought, even when he fought Aldo and he lost because of that body shot, he was doing well.
Yes.
He was piecing up
Yes.
Aldo pretty hard.
He really was.
And it's just that First of all those hands are the size of my face.
Oh,
Well, why the fuck is his hand so? He looks like Mickey Mouse.
hey, he looked pretty damn good his last fight too. I gotta say.
I didn't think he lost that one too. I was upset.
I was upset.
I don't think a
was upset.
single person was happy with that. It's
I was
like,
upset.
There's been a lot of fucking weird calls. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on in the UFC right now.
Well, you know, it depends on where you fight. You know, when you go to like Texas, for instance, you know, you got boxing refs that are doing MMA, and a lot of these dudes don't like MMA. I remember fighting in Texas, hearing them say, "Man, how come they on the ground so long? How come they're doing this? Why they always wrestling? Why don't they just get up and fight?" You know?
Oh, really?
It's crazy, man. So it's not, and these dudes are like, they don't leave from the commission, man, until they retire or die or some shit. Like a
Yeah,
lot of these
yeah.
guys are long time. Like, you know, we still got Gene LaBelle. You know, we still got Gene LaBelle judging fights. Gene
LaBelle is
I
old
love
as
Gene
fucking-
LaBelle to death. I
My
love him
man's
to
is-
death. But you can't be judging no more fights.
Can he even see? How old is he, man? He's
You
like,
can't judge fights. Just
My
come
man's like-
sign some autographs. You know what I mean? Check the
Yeah.
gloves. Just do something else.
yeah.
Be a part of the sport, but you can't make or break, because some of these guys are really not necessarily damaging their careers, but like you may be on your way and you get a bad call and then you don't get that title shot because you lost a fight due to something. So
You gotta go backwards.
yeah, you gotta have competent refs for one, judges 100%.
Did you watch that Wilder fight though with Mr. Tyson Fury?
Oh my god, yeah, I did, man. That was hard to watch for me.
you were rooting for Wilder, huh?
That was. I mean, I like them both. I'm not gonna lie. I like Tyson Fury. I think he's good for the sport. You know what I mean? He's a proper dude. You know, proper Englishman. You know, he looked like a. You know what I mean? He's not the typical like prototype fighter, but he can thump, dude, and I'm okay with that. You know, and Wilder is you know, he's rash. He
Till this
has
day,
that
man.
little yeah, till this day.
Till this day. Till
I
this
love
day.
that about him, you know, and he's a killer. I mean, you've seen his record. He,
Every-
40 KOs.
Every fight by KO. That's
KO.
crazy.
Like, who has that kind of record? You know?
Insane.
So I was a little surprised by the fight, and then, you know, all the hype afterwards, all the conspiracy theories that are out. So now they're talking about Tyson's gloves. You know, I don't know if you've seen that one. They were saying,
Oh, that was from the first match though, right?
no, they said in both that somebody else
that he was throwing that flicker jab with the loose glove.
saying that the padding was out or some shit. It's always something, you know. And then of course Wilder talking about. I actually agree with Wilder on the fucking Transformer suit.
Yeah, what the fuck was
What
that
the
about?
fuck was he doing, dude? I'm like, you didn't, man. It was terrible.
Well, I thought it was. I mean, first of all, I heard about this from somebody else, but they said that on the Joe Rogan podcast, he says that he trains with the 45-pound vest, and it's
Really?
and it feels like nothing to him.
Oh no,
So-
he was lying like.
So when he said that, it's like, yo, you already put it out publicly that 45 pounds is nothing.
Nothing.
It's like a grain of rice.
Yeah, no.
And so you got that shit, and then you come out looking like, I don't know, bejeweled
I
Black
don't know what he
Panther.
was doing. I don't know what the hell he was doing. I was mad at him, bro.
Yeah. And you know what the funny thing is when I see fighters do that, it's like, yo, just wait till you lose and that fucking suit look mad goofy.
Exactly. so when I watched the walkout, I thought, man, Tyson is being carried to the ring. He's not wasting a fucking drop of energy. Smart man. I said he is just floating to the ring right now. And then I watched this jackass walk out with this suit on, dude. And I'm going, man, what is this suit you wearing? You know, and I didn't know if it was heavy or what.
Damn near 50 pounds.
But Tyson's in the ring this whole time, chilling, loosening up, getting ready, talking to his coaches, getting instruction. You know what I mean? He's already kind of doing his little ring walk. And, you know, Wilder just had to jump in, unsuit, let's go. And that's what we got. That's what we got.
I mean, what was his coaches thinking though? I mean, I think about that because I mean, I don't know about the coaching side, but I feel like if I was in somebody's corner and I said, hey, get that fucking suit off, you know, it's 50 fucking pounds, and warm up properly because this is about to be the fight of your life. You're fighting to defend your belt.
I'll tell you what, if I was his coach, he wouldn't have wore that shit. Period. I would have like cut all the gimmicks. You're the champion. Okay, you haven't lost. Don't just go in there and do your job. That's it. Like fuck the little hype show. Like I know he does it every fight, but like be like Mike Tyson, man. Mike Tyson used to walk out with the towel over his head, man, ready to kill somebody.
Mike Tyson was, man, because I wasn't into boxing at the time, so everything I've seen of Tyson was after he retired.
Oh my
So
God.
I didn't get to live a lot of his fights.
I lived that, man. It was such a great time. And then sometime it wasn't because it was only like 40 seconds and we had a house full of people and shit.
Yeah, I heard people
You know
got.
what I'm saying?
I forgot which
Man.
fight it was, but it was like a 10-second fight, and
Oh
people
my
were
God.
pissed because they paid so much
Pissed.
money.
Pissed.
But what did you expect from Tyson? Tyson was gonna knock people out. I think what I loved about Tyson from when I saw later on was because when I watch people like Wilder and even Wilder, he's a knockout artist, right?
Right.
But sometimes I don't like watching him box because his shit's ugly as fuck.
It's ugly as hell. I gotta agree. His shit is trash.
But his
He lands one, it's over. But
exactly, and that's what
Yeah.
he's really counting on because he has that really quick 1-2. And so when I see it up into the point before he knocks somebody out, it's very unentertaining because I'm not seeing any art to it, right?
No art.
But you
it's
see-
not like when you see Lomachenko fight, right? You see Lomachenko fight, you're excited. You're like, okay, this is good.
Yeah.
This is another good boxer that I like. That he just took a loss to this kid. I forgot his name, but I wanted to see him fight Lomachenko. And there's this kid named Tevin Farmer.
Oh. Wait, Tevin Farmer, who'd he fight?
I can't remember the kid's name, but I heard he lost a decision to a local kid, some kid from like Whittier or something like that. And man, I can't remember his fucking name. But Tevin Farmer is another one of my favorite boxers, like,
Yeah.
because he has that slickness about him. He reminds me of like a Pernell Whitaker, you know, just has that game. And I wanted to see him either fight Lomachenko or like a Gravante Davis. I wanted to see those matchups, but he lost, so you know now he's gonna have to work his way back up the ladder. You know,
And you also got people like Devin Haney that's coming up too, and Devin Haney's interesting, man. Like,
Yes.
how I describe Devin Haney from what I've seen, like just from like I've seen like maybe 3 of his fights. He has that Mayweather defense,
Yep.
but he hits like a Russian dude,
But he hits. Yeah.
like a Russian guy.
Yeah, no, he can put you down. Yeah, at 100%. So there's some good fights out there, man. And boxing is starting to come around the corner. MMA, to me, you know, I think is the pinnacle of fight sport because you see it all. You see the wrestling, you see the ground and pound. But if you wanted to
Well, leg kicks just open up everything.
complete different game.
You got 4 limbs to worry about. You know, that's the hard part.
And the thing that's tougher than both of those, and a lot of people don't realize this, and that's kickboxing. Kickboxing is tougher than MMA. Kickboxing is a more brutal sport than MMA is. Like, I enjoy MMA, but we have our outs.
Yeah.
You know, we have our like, oh man, he's kicking my ass, I'm gonna take him down. You know what I mean?
Hold him down a little bit.
I'm about to do the Josh Koch check on this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to, and that's part of MMA.
Yeah.
Kickboxing, you're gonna take that fade, bro. Like, you're gonna take that fade. You're tired. They're not gonna. You know, they don't just stop the fights. You get put down, then they stop the fight. So, and I've noticed I've been in Europe watching kickboxing in like Eastern Europe. Some of these other countries, they can't stand MMA. They really don't like MMA. I was in Romania for some kickboxing, and they found out that we were MMA guys. They're like, oh, you know, they kind of laughed at us, like, MMA guys, you guys aren't tough. And I was like, damn, they just kind of
like that.
shitting on our shit, you know. And I watched the fights, and I'm going, damn, you know, I don't know if I would want to stay in there and take that type of an ass whooping without having any options.
That's because it's like that Dutch kickboxing style too. Like Dutch
Exactly.
when they spar, it's like you would have thought the guy raped his mother or something. It's like, bro, that's your friend.
It's not like Muay Thai.
It's like, why
it's a
would you do
different
this?
ball game. Dutch kickboxing is a different ball game. That's kind of like my style of kickboxing that I like. And it's go. It's go. It's no elbows or nothing. It's like we're gonna punch, kick, and knee.
It's insane. When I saw how hard they spar,
Man.
that was something else.
And that's just drilling, really. You know, like back and forth, full power kicks, full power punches. You know, especially the guys from like Mike's Gym. I don't know if you heard of Mike's Gym. That's a gym out in, you know, they're out in Amsterdam. And those dudes are killers, man. Like, their careers aren't real long because, you know, they beat the shit out of each other in practice all the time. But when it comes to intensity and just turnover, you know, these dudes, man, they're the best at it.
if you were to give like advice to somebody who wanted to start fighting, because I think there's a lot of people who are interested in fighting, right? But I feel like a lot of the times people don't know what it takes to be an actual fighter because it's really glorified, right? And we see a lot of people who are now doing the whole, you know, the flashy shit, right? You got your Kobe Covingtons, you know, even Adesanya, he's very flashy with the shit, but he has the pedigree to back it up.
Right.
I guess, like, what would be your advice to somebody who wants to be a pro fighter? Like, what would they start? What would they do?
Well, I honestly think in today's era of fighting, where we're at now, fighters are already being groomed young. You got kids that are going from
Like Sage Northcutt.
yeah, exactly. Like they're jujitsu kids, or they're kids like Sage that might have came up doing karate or whatever it may be. They're doing wrestling in high school. They're doing wrestling in college, and then they start figuring, okay, what am I going to do after college? Try MMA or try some sort of fighting. I think gone are the days of I'm tired of working this 9 to 5. I think I'm going to give this MMA thing a try. Unless you are a fucking phenom of an athlete,
Like
meaning
Angela Hill or something like that.
you gotta, you have to be on a level, you know, and you have to have this athleticism. And I think it's different for women. I think the door is still open for women to just say, hey, I want to be a fighter, and they may be able to put 5 years into training and may be able to make a run. But I think on the male side of it, if you're not a kid that has some sort of aspiration to be a fighter, it's going to be hard pressed for you to make it far. So, you know, I say, depending on how far you want to go, you may be like a lower level fighter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to crush nobody's dreams or nothing.
It's
Because
just kind of put the perspective in there.
yeah, just to put it on what level you want to do it at, you know. And for me, you know, I got a lot of people that come into the gym that want to fight, and I always tell myself I am not the one to deny anybody from their goal of fighting. So I'm realistic with them right out the gate. Case in point, Heinrich. I remember Heinrich came to me at 18 years old and said, hey, I want to be a pro fighter. No experience. I said, you know what? Honestly, man, it's probably going to be about 5 years, 6 years before you get a check for fighting.
Jesus.
He said he was with it, you know, and that's why I love him to death. He was with it. He took all the bumps and bruises, all the training. You know, he was really good as an amateur. He fought for like a state championship. You know, we went in there and he got fucking head kicked in 30 seconds and we lost that. You know?
Damn.
We were driving back home from San Jose. It was okay though, you know. funny story, you know. It was a crazy story, that fight. These dudes were young and I had my own room and shit, so I'm kind of chilling like, man, you know, Heinrich, you need to be resting, man, get some rest. I go over there, these dudes in there, he wasn't, but they in there partying and shit, got a bong and shit in here.
Goddamn.
I'm like, man, you know, this dude fighting for a title tomorrow, and you guys are all partying, he trying to sleep. So I had to go get him out of his room, bring him in there with me, man, and, you know, and he lost the fight, but he had that drive to say, win or lose, I'm going to play the game.
Yeah.
And not everybody has that. You know, not everybody has that ability to show up after you lose. Like, everybody's cool when they win. You see the dude that win in the gym next day, right? Pull up, he's good, he's getting all his little...
Honestly, that'd probably be me. Like, if I get one win, I'm quitting. I'm
you're
an
done.
undefeated fighter.
Exactly.
Right now, I have no fights. I'm undefeated.
Undefeated, you know, professional. But it's hard, man. Like, I went through that. You know, I would lose fights and people would be like, oh man, you lost, how'd you lose to him? Or, you know, people
hard to
they're
hear, huh?
shitty. Yeah, man, they're real shitty. You know, I've had my own family like that. Like, how'd you lose? And, you know, and you let him beat you. I had a dude tell me, hey man, I lost money on you. I said, really? Oh, okay.
I got my ass beat. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. You should have told me who you was betting for. You know, so, like, what the fuck? What kind of question is that? Like, come on.
Is that criticism kind of hard to take when you're a fighter? Is that?
Nah, I mean, it's like anything now. You know, like, everybody got an opinion. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody feels like you shoulda, woulda, or you shoulda did this, or it's always the armchair quarterback. Like, it's always somebody that has something to say.
Because I'm not a fighter. I get annoyed about that shit. It's like you know, like just training a little bit, and then somebody's like, "Hey, try this." It's like, why don't you come in and show me?
Right. But you respect it though. And see, I mean, I've watched you start it. I've watched you come in. I watched you when you were just starting out on
Yeah,
it.
you literally saw me at the beginning.
At the beginning, you know. But I also, what I will say, I seen you do is I seen you continue to try to get better. Like I seen you work on your own. Like I was sending you messages like, "Hey man, do this or that," you know, because I was seeing you trying to eat, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, we got to feed this dude because.
It helped out a lot though. I was like, got it. Boop.
Well, I mean, I knew you were a lefty that switched.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, that's cool. He went righty, and I think that's cool. It's worked out better for you,
Yeah.
you know, down the line. So people just gotta push those and feed people that want to do it. And I respect the fact that you're doing it because, for one, a lot of people just say they do it
Yeah.
to a certain extent, but they never really are willing to, like, I'm not saying go be a fighter, but you've put on gloves, you've sparred, you've been hit, you've done it. You know, you take the bumps and bruises and you keep doing it as a hobbyist. Now, when you say, hey, I want to make that transition, then we lay out a whole different game plan. You got a whole different style of training. You got a whole different group of people you're probably training with, because now it becomes, we're trying to prepare you not only to win a fight, we're ultimately training you to not get hurt. And that's the part that people miss. They always think it's about the winning the fight. I'm like, the win comes from the work, but what you're trying to do is avoid getting hurt. Because I've seen many very bad injuries that people don't see in the game, you know, and that's the part of it that, you know, you don't want to wake up Monday like, man, this happened to me and I got my arm broke. I've seen dudes get their jaws broke, arm broke, orbitals broke, you know, multiple fractures and shit, you know what I mean? So it's a tough game, and you know, it's glorified, but it's really brutal. And I think not everybody should do it just because they feel, you know, they woke up one Monday thinking it's cool to do.
I think it's very smart to kind of put that into perspective for people too, because, you know, just to go back to that advice part, it's like, I think when people want to be a pro fighter, they don't understand the scope of what it is to be a pro fighter. They don't understand how difficult it is. One of the biggest reasons why I wanted to do like kickboxing and Muay Thai was because I wanted to understand the sport a little more.
Right.
And it actually made watching the UFC a lot more fun.
Absolutely.
I could see
you
shit
know
now.
what's going on.
Yeah, because before I'm just like, I didn't know what was going on and I'm just
Right.
waiting for a knockout.
Right.
But now I see hand traps. I see setups.
Yeah, you see setups. Yeah, you see head move. You see like, oh, okay, I think this round he's gonna try this. You know,
Yeah.
you
I did-
appreciate it more.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be like a Stephen A. Smith, you know? He's kind
Oh
of
my god.
where he's like fucking punching dicks. And,
Hey. Man, he pissed me off with that.
he pissed everybody off.
Oh, my
He
God.
wouldn't apologize either. It's like, yo, when you don't know shit, just say you don't know shit.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to say you don't know it.
He called Donald Cerrone a quitter. I was like, I've never heard anybody say that. to
Oh
Donald
my
Cerrone.
god, I was mad, dude. I was like, you cannot come in here with that.
100%. It was so odd because I was like, you literally sound like you've never watched the UFC ever. Because
Man, I was pissed off at him. I was on some like, if I ever see him, I'm gonna be on TMZ. I'm about to run up on his ass. Just let him
you
know.
know what? He just didn't get it either because, you know, Conor McGregor came at him and said, you should apologize for that shit.
Yeah.
And even Joe Rogan was speaking about that
Yeah.
stuff. And he was like, I've been a professional commentator
Right.
for 20
Oh
plus
my
years.
God.
That don't mean shit, bro.
Nothing.
Like, you've never been punched in the face. You've never trained in that type of...
Well, he trained. You saw the video. We got the video leaked.
That shit was so funny. I thought he would just been like, yeah, I kind of spoke out of turn on that, but he just doubled down on
He
it. I'm
doubled
like,
down.
I'm like-
he doubled down.
That's fucking wild. I was a little shocked about that shit because when somebody says Donald Cerrone is a quitter, that means you've never watched the UFC.
You never watched it. There's
Donald-
absolutely no way you could say that. This is a dude who will fight 3 days in a row.
For no goddamn reason.
You know, I love Donald Cerrone, man. I was really pulling for Donald Cerrone. I thought this was a terrible fight for Conor McGregor. I'm not gonna lie. I was
really?
man, Donald Cerrone? You know what I mean? I'm an OG, so I look at him like, fuck this little young dude up, man. You know what I mean? Like, get him out of here, man.
You know, when Donald Cerrone went up a weight class, he started winning again. I was super happy about that
Man,
shit.
I was on board with Donald, man.
He was cracking all these kids who thought that they could take him out. I was
Yeah.
like, you're trying to go through the gatekeeper right now, man. It's not that easy.
I really didn't see that going the way it did. And I think what happened was, if you remember that fight, there was a little knee that blipped him. Like,
I saw that.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There was this little knee that blipped him, and nobody really noticed it. But I think that was the start of it. It was just a one little perfect little clip, and he just couldn't get his head back after that.
The only reason why I assumed that, I think like Cerrone just has a little bit of problem with like head movement. He takes too much damage, and when you have somebody as surgical as Conor McGregor, I just didn't think that. I mean, not to knock on Conor McGregor, but he's going up a weight class with some big boys.
Yeah.
So I just thought that he wouldn't have the power to crack him like that.
For me, you know, when I saw he was fighting Cerrone, and you mentioned Cerrone's head movement, right? So I just go back to the Nate Diaz, and I'm like, Nate Diaz has absolutely no head movement or hands, really, and he was able to touch Conor up. You know what I mean? So when I saw Cerrone,
That makes sense.
I was like, man, Cerrone's this is a wrap, because
When Nate Diaz fought Conor McGregor, I didn't actually. This is just for Stephen A. Smith, just so he could shut the fuck up. Like, he went into that fight. People don't even know, but he got kicked in his face by a horse, and he had a broken jaw. He had a fractured jaw, and he took that fight, didn't get knocked out, and he continued it with the broken jaw with his mouth open.
Yeah, crazy.
And I remember Joe Rogan, he was commentating. He was like, I think his jaw's broken.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think, because his mouth was constantly open like this.
Constantly open, yeah.
And it came out after that. He got kicked in the face by a horse,
By a
and he
fucking
still
horse.
fought.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's the man, man. Like, you can't take nothing away from that kid. I just want him to retire, though, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he's done. He has, like I said, sometime you get to a point where Donald Cerrone is going to be Donald Cerrone with fighting or without fighting.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to.
He doesn't need a belt.
He doesn't need no belt. He doesn't need a belt, dude. Like, he's Donald Cerrone, man. Like, he's the belt himself, you know?
Yeah.
So I think nobody's going to look at him any different, you know? And he's one of the most celebrated guys in the sport, I think. You know, he just needs to give it a rest now.
I'm surprised that he's my height, too.
Yeah.
He was fighting at 155.
Yeah, big boy.
Yeah, he's
a big dude.
He's a big dude.
That's another one of the reasons why I stopped doing it, man. These dudes just seem like they're just bigger and bigger.
Yeah, like, I don't understand how people who are like 6'2" are hitting 155. I'm
Yeah.
like, what's that? That makes no
Man.
sense to me.
Yeah, I was at a disadvantage in most size-wise, most fights.
You fought everybody. Even when I see you, like, I always wait for the Saturday so I can see you spar somebody, and you always pick the biggest person in the fucking
every
room.
time. I'll be in there trying to mix their big ass.
And I'm like, this big guy's about to get his ass beat real
Oh,
quick. Let me just see
man.
this real quick.
You know what it is, man. It's just that's just how I came up. I came up whatever. It was never you're too big for me. I always felt like if you can't fight, you can't fight. Like, big or small, it doesn't really matter. You should have a game for both. You got a game for tall guys. You got a game for short guys. You know, I fight heavyweights. We had a heavyweight come in there. I didn't even know this guy was the heavyweight in the UFC. And I was like, man, this dude's pretty good, man. He was moving around pretty good and shit. I forgot his last name. I think his last name was Kimball. Man, tip of my tongue. It'll come to me. But anyway, he was moving real good. They were like, man, you know, he fights in the UFC. I'm like, oh shit! I was in here trying to dust him off, dude. Like I was really like coming at him, and he had some game. So I was like, where'd this dude come from? And he trained at this gym out in Vegas. He's from the Syndicate gym. He's actually a current heavyweight in the UFC.
Wow.
Yeah, he just came into the gym to get some work. He loved the gym. He's like, man, it's a great place. We get so many bodies on Saturdays, man.
That place is packed.
It's crazy.
I get scared because I know you asked me to come through. I'm like,
You should come, dude.
I'm like,
I'm serious, man.
some of your
hey, we
women
saying
would
it on the
fuck
air.
me up.
You need to come in there, bro. You do.
I seen some of the ladies. I'm like, these ladies would fuck me.
We got a couple
dude.
killers in there. We got a couple of them. They are tough. I'm not gonna lie, and that's what I like, man. I like the fact that, you know, I'm not gonna say any names about gyms, you know, but there's gyms out there that are making these women feel that they know what they're doing, but they don't ever put them in the real situation. Like, you're not gonna get good just hitting the bag.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know that. You've gloved up, put shin guards on. I see you work on your tools on the back. Those are sharpening the tools. We got to go out